Another round of Winota in the Naya color pie, trying again to let's rock the lab coat. We're bringing back the lab coat. It's back. Lab coat's back. Lab coat is back. So, we've got some cool stuff going on the list that I've not been doing before. Rokiric is pretty nuts. I started with just a couple copies of Rokiric, and then I very quickly realized that Rokiric is almost an engine unto himself. I actually have heard that there are people trying to just make Rokiric decks. This is a hexproof from monocolored, so even though he's only a 3-1, he is not getting toasted by Bolt, he's not getting pathed, he's not getting dismembered, he's not getting, fatal pushed. So people's multicolored removal is really at a premium with this card. Obviously, he still dies to things like Liliana, etc., but we don't usually have that problem because we're playing, elves and geese and such. So we have a whole bunch of multicolored spells that are working with this card. Everything from Winota herself to some of the human finishers I've decided on. I'm playing very specific finishers in this Rokiric build. The finishers I'm playing, besides, of course, Winota just pulling a bunch of seasoned Pyromancers. Against the fair decks in the format, that's good enough. But against some of the more unfair decks in the format, we need to give everybody double strike, hit them for 12, the yada yada. Haktos is the newest addition. I'm giving him a go. The card is very resilient. I don't know, I sat there for a while thinking about like Maja again and all sorts of other threats, but I've actually found that Haktos is usually good enough, and it's low enough on the curve. It's easy for me to go general to Haktos. The Metamorphosis help because a lot of the time we'll have a lot of green sources, admittedly, so these Metamorphoses go a long way to casting the Blade Historian and the Haktos. So I've actually really liked the Metamorphose. They also make my sideboard white cards like Apparition and Prelate a lot easier to cast. Linvala too. The white is sometimes tough on her. We're back to running 2 Timely Reinforcements. Timely Reinforcements is really good for our sideboard plan to get some of the more aggressive decks like your Burn and your Prowess because, well, not just to gain 6 life, but the 3/1/1 soldier tokens can block, but more importantly, they are not humans to trigger Winota Joiner forces. So I'm kind of going bigger than a lot of these other Rokiric decks. It's crazy to me. I mean, it's not crazy. It makes perfect sense. This card's kind of stupid. I mean, it's kind of like a young Pyromancer that has hexproof from a lot of different things. It's not protection from monocolored, so he can still get blocked and killed. But the hexproof from monocolored really does in a lot of matchups. Like, he can't get bounced by a cryptic. He currently certainly could be countered by a cryptic, but we've compensated for the surge of blue decks that people are playing with a whole play set of Cavern that we're naming usually human, but we also sometimes name elemental in this build. So it's basically just human and elemental is what I need to name in this deck, which is really clean, which is good. Post board, we might need to name weird things like Spirit. Endurance is also elemental, which is nice. Endurance is sweet. We certainly have enough green to pull off Endurance. We have this much green. We have 25 green in the main deck. And an additional 4 green in our sideboard. Fiery Justice is back. I had room for it. Or I should say I made room for it. Card's great. We could be playing Collector Oath. I'm not playing it currently, though. But we could. There's not really any anti-synergy for us at all in the deck. Yes, we could be playing a Collector Oath. One of our sideboard cards we'd need to consider putting at main. I don't really want to cut any generals because I feel like this is a really important engine. It also gives us Helps us with our human count. Human count is low. It's only 16 in the current build. So we are missing sometimes. But I've actually really liked how the deck's functioning now with the Rokirics. Rokiric is both something to hit off of Winota, but it also fills a similar spot as Pyro does. It's a human that produces non-human tokens. So yeah, I've been really excited about how the deck is shaping up. Yeah, I'd like to be able to squeeze in a Collector Oath. I'd have to give up like the Justice or Ooze. The Gaddock Teague has been good. We don't have any anti-synergy for Gaddock. Could cut the Glyph Weaver, but I kind of like having the redundancy. The Mark and Favor have been sweet. We have like 3 different types of protection. Technically 5. I was even playing a Burrington Forge Tender. Yeah, I mean, I could cut the second Timely to make room for Collector Oath. The Phyrexian Revoker takes on a similar spot as the Collector Oath. Quite a few things that Revoker could stop, I'm able to just remove with Skyclave. So, I mean, maybe I should take Oath over Revoker, actually. Let's go pick up a Collector Oath. We weren't running it for a bit, mostly because I was playing some stuff that we had a lot of anti-synergy for Collector Oath. But that's not the case anymore. That is no longer the case. Wow, they're about 5 tickets a pop. But yeah, General Ferris Rokiric. Just kind of a fun name, right? Ferris. Ferris, I believe, means iron, and Rokiric sounds like rock, so he's got these stone soldiers he's making. Pretty cool card. One of the coolest Boros legends we've seen in a while. I mean, this deck is built around 2 Boros-colored legends. Cool, huh? The deck's been functioning quite nicely since I switched into some Modern Horizons 2 cards. Really only a few, right? Just Prelate, Endurance, and the Rokirics. That's about it. Also, the Yavimaya. The Yavimaya Cradle of Growth has been great. Thanks again for this donation. You know who you are. Thanks again for this, because it's been really making the Sacred Foundry, it's been making the Caverns not as awkward in my Eldritch Evolution deck. So it's pretty impactful pretty much every time I've drawn it. Oops. Yeah, pretty much every time we draw the Yavimaya, we're pretty happy. It either saves me some health, or it gives me some extra green for the sideboard scoos, or it's helping me cast things like Eldritch or Endurance that just need a lot of green mana. Lets us put Utopia Sprawl onto different lands other than Forest, which is fascinating too. You could put Yavimaya alongside some of the new Forest Walk cards as well. Alright folks, well let's go ahead and run this in a league. Pretty confident with some of my testing today that it's actually ready for a league already. I think Rokiric is just really strong. Having a token generation engine for our deck that is hexproof from most of the removal that people may be running is pretty bonkers. A pretty bonkers enabler for Winota, that we just have this, you know, turn 1 ramp, turn 2 play Rokiric, turn 3 slam Winota. Has been pretty good for me. Now, the matches, of course, don't always go that cleanly, and certainly we have people interacting with us, right? But more often than not, I've even had some games where I didn't even need Winota. Like some games, the general just takes over. You just cast a couple of Metamorphoses and a Voice, and it's like you have 12 power. Now, does that beg the question, do we not need Winota anymore? No, I mean, I think there are other takes on Ferris. It's fascinating that, there are other decks out there trying to make use of this card. Someone in our Discord community was telling me that there's straight up a shardless agent build of Ferris. This hand looks pretty good. This is actually a very good opener. We also won the die roll, which is huge. Let's go ahead and switch into magic mode. Switching to magic mode. Switching to magic mode. So I don't have to use up the food token yet. I'd rather go goose into voice. They might be killing my goose here. They might be taking my voice here. They might consider taking the evolution. Take voice. We could turn goose into Spyro. In this matchup, it's not guaranteed to live anyway. I don't even know what lands I want to get yet. This will be red and white if I play this out. We probably don't need Cavern in this matchup, though. I might even just want to get the second basic forest. I kind of like going Spyro. I'm a little bit out of gas already. We're also really far away from doing Winota. I might just dump Cavern and her. Nice. Now, the cool thing about... Well, now I'm punished by going forest, right? But the cool thing about General Rokirics is... speaking of punished. Cool thing about Rokiric is they... you don't mind them in multiples because the second copy just makes a golem. They're not amazing in multiples, but you don't mind them in multiples. So we'll go get Sacred Foundry here. Yeah, Jund does care about General Ferris. I mean, they do have Colligan's Command. Tarmogoofy? Sure. Hey, what's up, Corpsey? Giving the Rokiric Winota a try. In a league. Cavern, okay. So this means I don't have to use up my food token. We're fine with that. Jund is a tough matchup for us, but not unwinnable. It's tough because they're a Ren and 6 Bolt deck, but we can win this matchup. My opponent has 5 cards, though, and I have 0. 2 Inquisitions. No attacks. K command my general, make me discard here. Looks like that's what they're doing. If I had drawn a Manamorphose, I could punish this here. I could Manamorphose in response, but I don't. I want the Pyro to die, but I think we're just gonna lose this. They've been able to strip. They stripped voice. They stripped Rokiric. They K commanded a Rokiric. Awesome. They're finally starting to attack. Good. Block. Easy block for us. We have red because of Goose. I'd certainly give up a food token to get this going. Another Tarmagoof. Okay. I mean, we're on the draw Winota plan, you know. Winota could certainly get us back into this. Didn't draw it there. We did have the mana to cast her as well, just so you're aware. Just so you guys know. We did have the right mana to cast her if she was drawn. We didn't draw her, though. But a lot of live draws left in our deck. You killing my goose? Bolting my goose? Okay. I'll make a food in response. Goose down. Jund is a popular archetype right now just because people are trying out the new high arc. I'll just take it. I can take one big swing, and then I have to start blocking. Liliana. Okay. Alright, Winota off the top. Ferris off the top. Okay. Winota next, please. So we can crack the food. We do kill Lily. Hey, it just takes a Manamorphose or two. They have to respect this card again, perhaps. Goyf's grow because of Lily. So I do need to consider at least a singular block. Block might be wiser, but then I don't have a lot of triggers. If I don't block this one, I have to eat the food before damage is dealt. Just out of respect for Bolt. If they have Bolt, I'm dead. That's fine. I think I need to be getting multiple Winota triggers if my hope is to top deck out of this with a Winota. So go to 8. Spyro for my opponent. I don't know, we just kind of ran out of gas there. Happens. Maybe I was a bit greedy by ditching the first Winota actually did get ditched for one of these elemental tokens. So it might have been my fault. There's a Yavi. Doesn't do enough. I can survive a turn. Can really only survive a turn, and then I need like something really good. They've already played 2 bolts. They even ditched one just now off of the Spyro. Another Lily. Oh, this is coming to a disappointing end. Even if I block like this, I would need like a timely reinforcements or something. I was just curious what my next draw was going to be. Jund's a tough matchup for us. Hey, how's it going, Phoenix? Ooh, you would have been great earlier. Where were you? Where were you? Where were you, Spyro? That's our first Spyro of the game. They're fantastic in this matchup, and that's our first one. Happens. Even if I play that, that doesn't win. Draw a card. All right. So against Jund, the life boost isn't as needed. I do like the double strike. Haktos is actually what I'm most interested in because you can just have protection from their deck depending on what you roll. Magus of the Moon I'm not that interested in against Jund. I do like the Spell Skite. I do like Skoos. I do like Mark, Favor. What else do I like in this matchup? Prelate's interesting, but probably too much. Timely's nah. Just want to protect my creatures. So like the selfless effects are good because they might have angers that come in. Those angers that they have in their sideboard are mainly for they're mainly playing that for Dredge, but they certainly work against us. I could cut a few voices. They're pretty good in the matchup, but we need to make sure that we keep our human count at a certain level. This is us at a pretty dangerously low level. That's 14, 15, no, 14. Only 14 humans. That's pretty low. Also in this matchup, I'm not necessarily that interested in Gilded Geese. They're kind of sporadic ramp. We did see my opponent spend... Whoa, Groaning Phoenix with a tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for the support. I just noticed. Hang on, let me put my headphones on so I can hear notifications. Thank you so much, Groaning Phoenix. I really, really appreciate that support, friend. Thank you so much. He and I, we were just chatting earlier in the Discord. If you guys want to join the Discord for yourselves, where we can chat after the show and talk about different, modern brews and such, that's a great place. I might cut Geese instead of... Like, in this matchup, I'm almost okay having fewer ramp because we just need our top decks to be strong. Maybe that's what I'll do. I mean, the Fiery Justice certainly hits, but I don't know if I'm comfortable cutting all of my turn 1 ramp. But Gilded Goose is certainly weaker ramp in this matchup. Yeah, if I had Prelate, what would I name? 1? One because of hand hate, one because of bolts and pushes. Let's just do that against Jund. I'm okay of us going a little bit more slowly with our ramp if we've got just more sideboard power. Keep. Sand looks good. Like, our opening hand looked great, but Jund doing what Jund does was able to pick us apart a little bit. Totally normal. Like, I had trouble with this matchup before Modern Masters 2. Modern Horizons 2, I mean. We had trouble with this matchup before. Nothing new. Take my voice again. Oh, since I led Forest, I can't play Rokiric, can I? I need to stop doing that. I need to start remembering that if I want to cast a Boros spell turn 2, I need a shock. I meant to shock. That's really bad on my part. Like, we're literally just going to play Arbor Elf next turn because I... And granted, like last game, they did have the Call Against command for General. But there's some decks in this format that just really won't have an answer to this card. So they take Voice again. It's frustrating that I didn't set us up for the victory here. I guess I could even just play Selfless. That might even be better. Might be better. Yeah, Sacred Foundry is not going to help me get into Rokiric. Let's go with Stomping Ground so at least I can cast Spyros. Ooh, but now I can't cast the Glyph Weaver. You know what? I've got an idea. This seems a little awkward, though. I'm considering just evolving for a Spyro. Gonna need to draw some white mana, though. Yeah, I'm kicking myself that I should have sequenced my lands, stomping off the Wooded, and then I think our Windswept could or should have been like Temple Garden or maybe even Sacred Foundry. So I'm regretting that a little bit. I'll learn. The mana base is different now. Our spells, like what we're trying to do, is different now, right? If we're trying to turn 2 General off of Arbor Elf, I have to get shock lands. I can't get the basic forest anymore. Which one would you like? Can't cast any of them. They still take the Mark of Asylum. Their hand is a lot of hand hate. We're going to put them to 10, or to 9 actually here. Drew a Selfless. Yeah, that's my bad for getting the basic. I'm really hurting us here. I think we might lose just because of my mistake. And that's okay. It's not the deck's fault. That's my fault. Not the deck's fault. That was my fault. Dreadbore. My Spyro. Inquisition me again. Okay. Opponent is down to 2 cards, though. They had a very reactive hand, but no threats. So maybe we still get this. Drew a Winota, don't have the mana to cast her. Yep. Swing. Back-to-back land is actually my best draws, maybe. That's step 1. So I'm going to discard the Winota. That's a K command that didn't hit my General Ferris. I do want to be able to cast top deck Spyros, so let's go with Sacred. This mana configuration casts everything in our deck, and I should have gone for the Sacred Foundry earlier because of it. Alright, let's see if our Hexproof from Monocolored is good enough. Let's draw some of our Metamorphoses, please. This looks to be a Bloodbraid. Bloodbraid into a Tarmogoyf. That's pretty good. It's a 5/6 Tarmogoyf. There's enchantment. No blocks. That's pretty darn good. Golems. Funny enough, these golems are black and white. Excuse me, red and white. Croxa, I'm with you. Go down to 7. Renin 6 to kill my elemental. Oh, you know what? No, yeah. Ferris does die to Renin 6. That is one of the things in the format that we're scared of with... There's not a lot of things that General dies to, but things like K-Command, Renin 6, the occasional Lightning Helix. Probably no attacks from the opponent, right? Wouldn't I just block the Bloodbraid? No? Opponent not sure if they should attack with their Goy if they decide not to attack. Drew a Windswept. That's unfortunate. So, I could try to hit the Renin 6. But I'm at 7. So I think we're just going to have to lose this Elemental. That's unfortunate. Yeah, lots of little things screwed us up here. I could have cast the Selfless if I hadn't tapped wrong. Like, there's a lot of what we were doing would have happened at least a turn faster if I hadn't been silly with my fetching. This is them Croxa-ing. And again, this is a tough matchup, but I didn't make it any easier for us by that misplay earlier this game. Just getting the wrong land. It's a little embarrassing, but I guess I didn't have to play at the Windswept. I could have discarded that to the Croxa, but I kind of want 4th land though, don't I? So you don't go down a creature. I might even just like trade the they have no cards left in their hand. I kill the Goyf and I end up with a creature at the end. There's also this Raging Ravine, so I'm not very hopeful that we're going to get this game, folks. Okay, so we end up just trading our... Sprawl? That's not going to do it. That doesn't even get me to the Spyro. Good games. Good luck with the rest of your league. Yeah. I mean, we cut a bunch of stuff. Like, I cut a bunch of geese. Like, I think we sideboarded okay. I think I just made a mistake with my land selection. It was a turn 1 mistake. I really can't afford to get the basic forest, especially if I have General Ferris in my hand off of Arbor Elf, right? So, if we go back to game 2. Game 1, they just pulled our hand apart. Game 2, I needed to cast the Arbor Elf off of Stomping Ground and then either fetch out Foundry or Temple Garden, and we were good to go. But I didn't do that. It's okay, I'll learn from it. But yeah, I've been liking this Ferris build. Jund is maybe the exception to that rule. Like, there's a lot of decks in the format that he's just very resilient to. Jund being maybe the exception because they have Renin 6 and they have things like Dreadbore and they have Abrupt Decay. Some builds are playing Trophy, Renin 6. So there's like, when I was deck teching and explaining it to you guys, like I said, yes, there's a lot of things he's resilient to. So this is kind of a sketch keep. I don't think I would, because this hand, like the Magus, has to be impactful. It might very well be impactful. This is a turn 2 Magus with us fetching out both 2 basics. Actually, I will keep this, because if this is, we even have the uncounterable Magus. Like, if this is a matchup where Magus is good, this is a very strong hand for Magus to be good. Now, if we want to turn to the Magus but still fetch out our basic, we need this to be a red source to still turn to this. So we'll have single green and we'll have single white after this. Now, they are playing a deck that cares about us mooning them. They're playing Niv without Yorion. Looks like they're playing Niv without Yorion. So we're still going to go for it. And I just hope that I can draw into some other stuff. It's unfortunate that they have two colors here, essentially. Well, it's either they tap it for green or something else. Would I be better off with green? Maybe, because I have evolution in my hand. Let's see. If I don't take the planes here, I'm cutting myself off of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cards. I don't think that's worth it. Let's moon them. They could still Helix this, Magus. And then, I mean, my hand is just a bunch of lands. I do need to draw better than I'm drawing. I drew a land. Need to draw a little better, folks. We're only on 20 lands now, thanks to Metamorphose. Oh, they're playing Enchantress. Never mind. Crap. I thought they were maybe... oh, speak of the devil. So, they don't care about Magus. I'll attack them and turn this into something more useful. That's really unfortunate. That's what they are. We know we don't need the Caverns. So, I'm going to Morphose like so. Drew a Yavi. Don't think I have a main board something that they care about. So here I probably just get Spyro, try to refuel. Don't need the Caverns in this matchup. Drew a Goose, cool. Need to draw something else. Need to draw not lands deck. Need to not draw lands, please. Need to draw the goods. We're probably gonna die to this Enchantress Brew, right? Like, I kept that opener because it was a strong Magus of the Moon hand, and it kind of needed my opponent's deck to care. They don't. Alright, there's Sithis. Grace, okay. I hit you for 3. Heron's Grace, of course, quite weak when we just draw it. Weaker than Blade Historian is arguably. But the lifelink is very relevant in Modern, so I really like that as our other multicolored big drops. Yeah, too bad that the Magus of the Moon wasn't useful in this matchup, and that's kind of what our opening hand was based on. I think we have some tech, though, for this matchup. Like Prelate on 1 or 2. Sorry, Prelate on 3 is good for this matchup. So there's the Confinement. So I don't know if I can win anymore because I'm not main decking Apparition. See, this is where, like, Magus of the Moon would be the impactful thing. I can't really see us winning this anymore. Kind of just need to sit back and see what they're doing. This will prevent the damage. We still gain life, though. It's still worth attacking with Heron's Grace because I still gain life. Oh, no, I don't because it's prevent. Never mind. It's not like they... It's not... yeah, if damage isn't dealt, then life isn't gained, actually. They should be able to combo off from here. It's cool. Like, so Modern Enchantress... Sorry, Modern now has pretty much all the pieces you need for Enchantress to work. They just need a draw engine. They discarded the Temple Garden. We can beat Enchantress. That opener was just really hoping that... I actually don't even know if I want Teague. It looks like they're just playing the... like, they do have some high drops in their deck. That's what I really need for this matchup. The Prelate and the Apparition are the biggest pieces for us. The life gain's irrelevant. So yeah, these two as tutor targets are huge. Other than that, yeah, we could play Teague. Justice might hit their engine, but a lot of the time they do have the protection. Yeah, we'll play Teague. I don't really need Haktos. I don't need something super resilient. I just need to stop them. You could cut like a voice or something. Honestly, now that we're on 20 lands, I probably shouldn't cut any of this 12 package. Like, I probably shouldn't cut any of this 16 package, and I've been tempted to do so a few times. I don't really think I should. Yeah, we'll run Justice with the hope to tag their build around. Made some changes to the affinity list of Shore Corpsey. I'd love to take a look. Let's mulligan this. Let's mulligan this too. Man. Just can't keep lands. So is this going to be Sprawl and the Foothills? I'm putting 3 cards back. Actually, undo. Can I undo that? Alright, yeah, you just hit cancel. So let's keep the Skyclave. Oh yeah, Phoenix. Let's go Garden into Paint It Red. I mean, I'm literally keeping a singular Apparition. This hand's not going to get there. We mulligan to 4. Yeah, we mulligan to 4. I can't see this hand getting there. So we're going to name Human still. Who knows? Maybe we'll top deck like a boss. Like, we have all the colors we need basically for our deck. Could just hit this Grove. Grove is a tutor. Grove is going to make it so that I can't hit other things. Yeah, it looked interesting, Phoenix. Another Grove. Okay. Interesting win condition choice. Interesting choice. Literal Helix Pinnacle. I mean, I'm chuckling, but I'm sure it's fine. I chuckle, but I'm sure it's fine. Take 2. Yeah. It's making me wonder if I still want the Singleton. The cool thing about Eladamri's Call and the Ferris build is it triggers Ferris. I was playing a Singleton Eladamri's Call, and I'm wondering if I should still be running it. Oh wow, they're a champion build? That's funny. We're going to be drawing 2 cards here. Now, the Cetacean Champion isn't an enchantment creature, so it's not protected. But maybe I blew the Skyclave too early. Second champion. Alright, so they're just going to put a charge counter on their pinnacle. Well, for drawing like this, then it doesn't matter. Still maybe have like a turn. Yeah, maybe still should have been green. Yeah, so we have like a turn. With this many draw engines going, I can't imagine. I'm surprised they didn't. No, that's they didn't sack the Sterling. Well, I don't have any cards in my hand though, so maybe they should have. So draw them 3 cards. I'll go ahead and F6. Oh, they are playing Sigil. I kind of wish I'd played Teague then. I think I was playing Teague. Yeah, we are. Okay. I don't want to sit here and watch paint dry. Sweet, they got us. They got us. We need to stop drawing lands. Oh, boy. Let's do that. Let's stop drawing. I mean, like, these 2 games have made me feel like I want the... I was playing an Eladamri's instead of the 4th Rokiric. I mean, the Rokiric felt... I was so excited about it in my testing earlier today, and then we came up against Jund, and I was like, oh, man, they just ran in 6 that. So, these do trigger general. Let's just win the rest. I mean, Jund is tough for any type of Winota, whether you're playing even like a Taxes build of Winota. This opener seems sweet. Keep. So this is unlike Arbor Elf. We could lead Forest and still cast General. Gonna need to draw some multicolored cards though. But we have a lot of them. We have 19. How many multicolored are we on now? Yeah, 19. We have quite a few. Makes me almost wonder if you could be doing like Glittering Wish, right? Because Glittering Wish would equate to 2 triggers for General. Would lead to 2 triggers for General. Bolt my goose. Is that what we're doing? Bolt my goose. No? Okay. Alright, human. White and red. Need to stop drawing geese. Need to stop doing that. Need to start drawing the goods. They probably don't have a way to kill this, by the way. Depends on what they are, though. Oh, you know what? They're Jeskai Ascendancy, actually. I didn't see the Gigantha. So they probably won't kill this. They play Bolt and Path. Love me some Jeskai Ascendancy. I think the deck is sweet. I wonder what new cards it's running these days. They're literally running Gigantha just because they sometimes just make a ton of mana and they just want the extra. You're gonna Bolt my goose? You're gonna play a Ragavan, okay? I'm not convinced that it's Ascendancy anymore. I don't intend to trade my General with the Ragavan. It's not my intent. Gonna also name Elemental here. When we play this, probably. I would certainly consider blocking Rag with a Goose, so they can't get the token. The Tolkien. Tolkien, or, you know, maybe cast something. You do have to pay for it. Though you may cast that card, Mox Amber. Now the deck's making a lot more sense. They're trying to flip an Arrayo. So they are a very different deck than I expected. I saw Gigantha, thought we were playing against like Ascendancy. We were playing against a Mox Amber Brew. Awesome. Well, not drawing the things I need. Make a food. Don't really want to trade General with... They probably have another Arrayo in their hand, potentially. Not really interested. We have so much life points to work with. We have like an extra 9 life here. I mean, Goose is sweet. Like, sometimes Goose is really sweet. Expressive. I would definitely consider blocking the Ravagant. But God, come on, deck. We have so many multicolored cards. I'm not even asking for Winota, although that would be great. Like, all of these are great draws. There's so many cards in our deck that are good draws. Do you see how many draws are good draws, folks? There's 27 of them. Well, technically 26. There's 26 good draws. There's 26 good draws. They're gonna bolt my elf. Okay. 26 good draws. So they will be flipping the Arrayo here, but we can play through Arrayo. We have Caverns. We can play through this effect. We can play through this effect okay. I may need to sandbag a spell so we could still get like a... Really just don't want them to have the extra mana, but maybe they don't care anymore. They can't even cast with their... It's until end of turn. I think I might just have to finally let this go. I don't know if I want to keep just killing my geese just to stop the Rag. Go for it. They don't have any open mana. It'd be different, right? If they had open mana, I would care. They got a General Ferris. So that would have been a 4/4. But it's fine. You can't cast this, brother. I'm going to play an Emery. Yeah, Emery makes sense. They're playing Mox Amber. So this, like, black... Oh, they're playing Channelers, too. Yeah, so it's like a blue-red thing they're doing. Blue-red, try to flip a Arrayo thing. Alright, deck. Come on, give us the goods. Yep. I have no words. We're running the least number of lands I think that we've ever run in this archetype. That sounds spicy, Phoenix. How disruptible is it though? My deck's disruptible too, certainly. I'm just curious. You said you've been goldfishing it. Have you tried it against an opponent yet? You would say pretty disruptible. Doesn't mean it's not sweet. You're gonna stream it? Like, there's room for some linear cool stuff. So they wouldn't be able to cast like a Voice of Resurgence if that's what they hit off this Ragavan. I might let it go. If they leave more mana open, I'm a little more scared of letting them take things, but we know what's in our deck. They're bolting a goose. Make a food. You put 2 upheavals in your Stormless and it's been decent. Nice, Raven. Down goes a goose. I mean, I do need to start eating these foods. I think I'll make one more, though. Down to 9. Windswept Heath. Thanks. Does this kill my other goose? Alright. Alright, deck. Please just give us, like, an actual magic card. That would be awesome. Can we have an actual magic card, please? I mean, everything we've drawn are magic cards. It's just they don't have text in this board state. No, that blocks Ragavan, but that's not what I was hoping for. Oh yeah, this gets countered. I was supposed to hold it so we could resolve the I played that too hastily. I was a little maybe a little tilt. I hope not though. I don't tend to tilt. That was just a little wow, Eldritch is not a creature type. What was I trying? Oh, Elemental. I want Elemental for the that gives us everything in the deck. These are Elementals. Everything else is Cumin. I mean, I guess we could still wait. I could have used the Cavern to get the Arbor on the table to block the Ragavan. That was the other line. All right, swing for 3 because I don't intend to block with the General. I mean, one 0-2 brew deserves another, right? My brew right now is 0-2. We died to Jund. We got pulled apart, actually, is what happened. If we want to make the Jund matchup better again, we play Veils. I used to play a 2 of Veil. Channeler, okay. This card's great. This card's sweet. This is like what Delver wishes it was. Thought Scour yourself. Yes, show me more cards. What are you doing? Thought Scour to turn on the Delirium for Channeler, of course. Probably not going to see anything else. That's the 4th bolt. It's just sweet they get to Surveil now. Put a card on top. They didn't float the mana. That's sad. I like what I'm seeing. I'm not upset at all. Like if we're gonna draw this poorly, we don't beat anything. Like if my draw is literally a General and no multicolored cards to go with him, we lose against. We just lose. I can't think of a deck that this draw of mine would have beaten. Like if I draw, if we're trying to win with Winota, I need some non-humans. If we're trying to win with General, I need some multicolored spells happening. I would have even taken like an Eldritch earlier in this game. Certainly would have taken an Eldritch. Just cards. Just actual cards with actual text. It's too late now. I messed up. I should have saved the Arbor Elf because I could have gotten around the Arreo. Naming Druid or Elf here and then played the Eldritch after the Arreo trigger. So eat a couple of these foods. Still taking a Wallop here. So we'll go up to 15, still take 10. I mean, it's too late. I can't, like, draw Winota anymore to get us out of this. The best that I can do is draw, like, things that block Ragavan, things that block the Sprite Dragon. We're not going to win this. I'd have to hit, like, Metamorphose into... I would need, like, Metamorphose into... Oh, gross. They're going to get to play my Spyro. Well, that was going to be an actual card for us. There's the Eldritch. All right. That's fine. So we're playing like Prowess. Let's sideboard as if they were pretty much just a fancy schmancy Prowess. They have some graveyard synergies. Oath turns off a lot of their stuff they're doing. A reasonable amount of their stuff. They didn't have any permission. I don't know if I want voices. It's not like they're control. I don't know if I want Haktos. I'm interested in these two, though. Magus can go. Prelate on 1 or 0. Maybe Timely's. Mark. I don't know if I want these. They might be playing, I doubt it though, but they might be playing Kozilek's Return. Because they do have some creatures that live through that. Even though it kills their Ragavan, they might still be playing it because they may have just tried to adopt the deck into Blue-Red Prowess. I know it's a bit of a nombo for me to run Oath and Spellskite at the same time, but I think that's fine. If we do think they have permission, like the Metalcraft counterspell, then I do need to cut these, or not cut all of them, but turn them into something else. Let's just run it back and see more of what they're doing before I make decisions like bringing in the selfless creatures. I'm not convinced that they're on Kozilek's Return, but I suppose they could be playing it for a couple different reasons. I think this hand's fine. It's finally got General plus a multicolored card. It's got a Timely. It's got ramp that they can't interact with very easily. I think that's good enough for me. I might still name red on this because we have basic planes we can go fetch out. So let's go red on the Sprawl. Very Ponza start. I kind of want them to go creature here, don't I? So I can Timely. Yeah, like we want them to do that. I do have to have less life, though, for Timely to work. I mean, we'll still get our creatures. Maybe I don't care if I don't gain the life in this instance. I just want all the creatures. I think I'm fine with that. I don't want the Ragavan to get through, I don't think. Certainly it's going to have a hard time getting through. I mean, they could have like an Engineered Explosives here. Even if I fetched Shocked, I would have been at the same life total as them, and Timely says I have to have less life. Unless we'd gone like Fetch, which we didn't. We naturally had the Forest. But hey, maybe if we draw... There's 2 Timely in our list right now. Maybe if we draw the second one, we'll gain the life off it. Yeah, they just look kind of like a variation on Prowess, really. And I'm not sure if it's necessarily better. Their record would suggest that it's not. Okay, cool. So we get to go Ferris. Or I actually could just slam Winota here and get 3 triggers. That seems even better. Let's just do that. That seems really good. They don't have any good blocks either for these soldier tokens. This seems great. Turn 3, Winota, 3 triggers. Let's hit, please. Please hit. Awesome. So we'll take this Spyro, dump. I could actually keep Heron's Grace over Rokiric. We might find a Rokiric, yeah, which we do. I could take Rokiric over the second Spyro. Like, yeah, I have a bunch of not so great stuff in my hand, but we're gonna get the Golem. I think I actually want the Rokiric. 1 more trigger, and a Sanctum on 1. Sanctum Prelate on 1. Anyone? My opponent goes to 4. That was juicy. I think we win. They did their thing game 1. We do our thing. Is this Arreo? Anamorphos? Okay. Let's see if they can manage to turn the channelers on. They do get 2 Surveils, so there's a creature in their bin. Arreo, okay. Yeah, you saw Timely being sweet there, right? Like, Timely is quite good for our archetype. We win. Sweet. Endurance is just a really solid card. Flash Reach 3/4 that has the ability to be evoked, excuse me, not revoked. I was thinking of Revoker, wasn't I, when my brain did that? Evoked, or you just hardcast it. You posted your janky fog deck. Alright, cool, Raven. Thanks for sharing that with the rest of us. With the best of us. What if we got all those bad draws out of the way? Maybe the rest of this league is smooth sailing. I think the saddest game so far wasn't even getting pulled apart by Jund. I think the saddest match that we've had tonight so far was the game against Enchantress, where I kept like a very solid, potentially Magus of the Moon hand, and they were a deck that just did not care. They were playing a deck that just did not care. I'm going to lead Sprawl instead of Arbor Elf in this matchup, I think. Oh, they don't have the turn 1 Ragavan. So this looks like a bolt to me, so I think I just want to sprawl it up. Since I have Spyro, I kind of want to name red. That way it doesn't matter what land we draw to. And I do hope to draw a land. Cancel. I do hope to draw a land. I mean, we're on the draw. I think we'll be all right. Sprite Dragon. Okay. This card's great. The new Shuffle Fog seemed pretty decent. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it does a lot, right? So it's also their graveyard. So it's attacking two very important parts of Modern right now at the same time. The combat step and graveyards. See, if I'd named green, actually, that's what I should have done. I should have named green on this Sprawl. It's okay, lesson learned. Please don't bounce my land somehow. You could shuffle your grave. Yeah, against Mill. That's fun. Well, hopefully we draw a land and explode onto the board this next turn. And, yeah, hope for the best. Explode onto the table. Explode onto the table and then slam a Winota and try to do the things. This is a pretty beefy Sprite drag. I mean, I'm not as scared because, I mean, I should be, right? I'm not as scared since they're not, like, normal prowess. But, like, this is still a Sprite Dragon that's maybe just going to go to the distance. It's a 5/5 already. 6/6. It's a Mox Amber that can't make mana. Yeah, we take 6. Maybe I'll take 10 next turn. Maybe we're just dead. Maybe I gotta play Goose and then they bolt it and I don't have a blocker. We would love a land, right, that I could sprawl a different... Like I could do anything. It'd be good. Yeah, they got like a full grip. So, maybe what I'm supposed to do is just Goose. Like, I could go Spyro. And hope to hit a land. This also lets me go Goose, but I feel like Goose is just like asking for it. Maybe I'm supposed to Spyro and hit. And I actually am, funny enough, I'm going to name Bird, which the worst part about this, I'm just trying to have a blocker, a flying blocker. So the worst part about this is this loses to Bolt very easily. I mean, this can't be my turn 3, what you're seeing happen here. Like, I just can't. I shouldn't have kept that hand, actually. Like, it looked like it was going to be fine, but then I named the wrong color on the sprawl. On the first sprawl, I should have named green. So then I could have played Goose Elf. It's fine. Like, I'm wishing that these were lessons I would have learned in the practice room. I did play this version of the deck quite a few times today, but I guess maybe not enough if I'm making these simple mistakes. But it's okay. It sucks, but it's okay. Bolt my Goose. Bolt this. Expressive. Digging for that bolt. Vapor Snag wins too. Just take out the flying blocker. It's not like Apparition's in to get rid of this. Engineered on 0. Okay. Amber. I mean, they gotta have a removal spell for this Goose, right? All this fanfare. Surely they've got the bolt for the Goose. Yeah, good games. Good luck with the rest of your league. Alright, prelate was coming up. That's pretty good. Gosh, okay, let's just win the next two, please. I would hate to walk away with nothing. Just take the next two. Because we got something going on here. Like, I really like this direction, but it's good for me to know that Ferris is weak to... there's a few things we could adjust to make the deck a little bit less weak to Wrenn and 6, because I do think there's plenty of Wrenn and 6. The card's just a really good card, right? So we could go back to the 2 of Spellskite, like a 1-1 split. I'm not sold on the playset of Voice. Or I'm not married to it, rather. Could be a 3 of. Because, like, I think that General Ferris is a good engine. I want to test it, and I think the playset lets me test it. You know, better than a non-playset, right? Wish we had some ramp that was multicolored in our color scheme here. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. Be nice if there was some ramp that was multicolored. It might be worth looking into that. I think, like, what comes to mind is, like, Growth Spasm, though. There's not a lot of ramp that's multicolored unless we want to play Wrenn and 6 ourselves, which we certainly could. I mean, like, if I just need more multicolored stuff to be doing, I would be okay maybe even giving up Goose to play Wrenn. The problem is Wrenn isn't a creature for Winota. But maybe we would give up the Sprawls. I don't know. So I'd like to turn some of this part of our deck into multicolored stuff. I mean, we could swap out of Evolution, which seems like a terrible idea, and play do a Glittering Wish thing instead. That seems like a bad idea. I think between the Voices and the Caverns, we're doing just fine against the blue decks. I'm not running into, well, blue decks that are playing counter magic. Sorry, our opponent's last deck was playing blue technically, but they weren't playing blue for counter magic, or at least none that we saw. Yeah, funny enough, I'd like some of this to be multicolored, wouldn't I? Wonder if there is any multicolored. Well, let's finish this up and then maybe we can keep going, keep figuring out. I mean, this opener seems like it could clean itself up with a turn 2 Spyro, right? Bauble Godless. Interesting. Thought sees me. Take my Spyro, make my hand a lot worse. Yep. They take my Sprawl? What? They must have another hand disruption. Cancel. No. Just turn off yields. Oh my gosh. I hit the wrong hotkey and I was trying to hit turn off auto yields instead of concede. That's really disappointing. I mean, we're at the end of our league, so it's fine at the same time, but obviously, folks, I meant to play my Goose or Arbor. Yeah, I hit the wrong hotkey. They're playing the new Batterskull target. I mean, the new Stoneforge target. That's just really embarrassing. It happens, but it sucks when it does. Like, hotkeys are great. They saved my life as a streamer. as a Magic the Gathering streamer, it's hard to juggle both chat and also play quickly. So I have to use hotkeys, but every once in a while it comes up where I misclick. This is the practice room. It's like, you know, maybe the opponent would give you some grace. Just do what Gab Nassif does in timeout. No, I like playing quickly. I'd rather like play actual Magic. Nothing you could do. Not your fault. Let's play on. My opponent is also having a poor league. They're 0-2 according to MTG Bot. All right, let's win it maybe. Untap that. Do this. Like, this is a draw that could do that. We could go from 0 to 60. Dump both of these. Keep the Winota. They don't kill my Arbor Elf. Maybe this works. Actually, if I keep the Eldritch... Well, this gets hit by Inquisition, though. I might just want to keep both. So yeah, seriously, I might just want to keep both. And that way, if they disrupt me, which is what this archetype is trying to do these days, they're playing... yeah, I'm actually kind of happy I kept both. Like, we make one less elemental, but I think I need to be more judicious with when I just make 2 elementals. And dump an engine card, because they might be playing the Evoke. Just because they went Mystic doesn't mean they're not doing it. I actually was working on a deck. What was I calling it? Orzhov Blink? No. I was working on a Grief deck myself. Alright, so they're going to kill this. So, yeah, now I'm kind of glad I kept the Evolution, maybe. They pushed Confidant. Yeah, this looks like the Grief Ephemerate deck, perhaps. We'll just take this hit. It sucks to take that hit, but we'll take it. Down to 7. So we Eldritch the Spyro for a Winota. We swing. We have to hit. Right? Have to hit like Spyro, dump both of these. We do. Okay. So we get 2 blockers. It stinks that they get to eat up my elemental. Confidant. Be funny if Confidant just like... I don't know if I like Confidant in my Caldra deck. It seems a little greedy. Maybe not. It's only a one of, right? That probably never happens where they get hit by this off of Confidant, right? Right? Vindicate? Gross. Yeah, my list had Vindicate too. I really want to pull it up because we're playing against it, because I wonder if they're running some of the same exact cards as me. I think I just take this and hope to hit another Winota. I'm down 2 Winotas though. Down to 2. Morphos. Maybe I should even thin first, right? I mean, granted, it makes the Stoneforge lethal, though. Morphos for white-red. Nope, we're just playing a... Can't get the Spyro back. So we're dead. Yeah, it was really, really, really impactful that I accidentally hit the wrong hotkey and we lost a turn. As it would be in any matchup, right? So they're going after our hand. I don't really have a way to stop that. We're not playing Veils right now. None of this is useful except for maybe the Oath. They are playing equipment, although they're probably just playing double living weapon, which makes me more interested perhaps in Cauldron. You can't hit with Skyclave. You can't hit Batterskull with Skyclave either. I still may want Skyclave. Just something to think about. Prelate, nah. Although that stops push, path. This does stop a lot of stuff. This isn't really a Voice of Resurgence matchup or Magus matchup. They're only 2 colors. Can't really punish them that way. Linvala turns off Stoneforge, which is funny to me. We go bigger than them. It's each creature, so the equipment doesn't stop. So we could stop their Skyclaves and such that way. They're playing the Grief deck. If you're wondering what my opponent was doing over there, they're playing the Grief deck. We could probably get rid of Haktos. It's not like their control. Could play the Timelies. No, we're on the play. We don't need them. Maybe when we're on the draw, I'll want these. Let's play the Collector Oath. Turns off relevant cards for my opponent. Let's play Prelate and name one. I think we name one. Yeah, because of Ephemerate. Yeah, there's enough on one that you can. Prelate stops. Let's see. They showed us Thoughtseize. So Hand Hate, Fatal Push, potentially Path, potentially Aether Vials, definitely Ephemerate. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely enough. Could play Spellskite, even though it's a bit of a non-bow with Oath. We just need to protect our threat. But if we have Oath, we probably win anyway. And maybe I'll play the Apparition. I think there's enough targets, and we're on the play. Yeah, I think that many voices is aggressive, right? Like, voice is sweet because it's multicolored for... What did I cut? Oh, yeah, I main boarded the Skite. Like, I'd like to get the multicolored count up. So I think we just need to figure out how to change some of this 22 to better accommodate General Ferris. This opener looks great. Keep. Probably just do a Sprawl. I've really been liking Sprawl on this list. I don't know if I want to change that. I like that we have some ramp that's very resilient, and the Arbor Elves pair really nicely with that. Like, maybe it's Goose. Maybe we leave this 8 alone and we just change up this 14. Like, this works really well for, like, Ponza. Sprawl Elf. They mulligan to Oblivion. Sweet. So we got a freebie there. Let's run it back. Although, in fairness, did my opponents not just get a freebie maybe because of my miss hotkey push? Maybe. Right? One freebie deserves another. I wonder if there are more spells like Morphos. I mean, there are, like, some free creatures out there. Like Burning Tree Emissary. I know that seems strange, but, like, I think this deck might even be interested in weird stuff like that. This would also help us not whiff on Winotas. I'm sure you're like, Bruce By, why would you want Emissary off of Winota? Well, I wouldn't. I would much rather hit something else, but maybe just more free spells would make Ferris just nicer in this archetype, and I try to slim in some other areas. This would certainly get my human count up, because the human count is what's really suffering right now, right? I'm only running 19, and I don't think the voices are actually... Sorry, we'd be at 20 humans if I did that. Played something like Burning. Like, I don't think we actually need all these voices. That may have been an oversight, because I'm already navigating the blue matches with the help of a playset of Cavern of Souls. Speaking of which, I don't think I can keep this in this matchup, right? This just gets disrupted over and over again, and then we lose. Although they're on the play this time. They mulliganing to 6 already. I don't know, against these hand disruption decks, I kind of just want to keep hands. Yeah, maybe we don't need voice. Like, now that I've seen how well the free Manamorphose work, I'm kind of curious to see if more free spells would be what this deck wants. Well, sorry. Free spells that trigger General. Like, as weird as that looks, I'm kind of interested in seeing how that would function. And maybe we don't main deck the Spellskite. I started wanting to do that because of what happened with the Ren and 6. Is why. Could sideboard the Grace. And again, these are humans, so it's unfortunate that they're humans. I kind of wish they were non-humans. It's not like they're setting up my Winota. They're just helping the General. More free spells. Be interesting to test this. And again, I wish more of this section could... I think it's the Gilded Geese that are actually kind of what I'm interested in changing. I kind of want to keep this shell and change these into more multicolored spells. We could play like a bunch of Helixes, actually. That would be fascinating. Play like 2 or 3 Lightning Helix. Or yeah, maybe we do play like the Eladamri's Calls after all. I don't know. I don't know what this should be a smattering of. I did like Eladamri's Call. We've played as many as 2 in this archetype. It's kind of neat that they would be triggering General. Maybe we do that. Like that would be a lot more. Our deck would be a lot more multicolored if we did that, right? Like then we're looking at 15, 20, 22 multicolored. What about playing Safi? What about Kasali Pride Mage? Oh, we've played with Safi before. Yeah, Pride Mage is sweet. That's a great suggestion. I mean, we could even main deck the Teagster, but I feel like he's a little specific. Yeah, I like your idea of I like the idea of Kasali Pride Mage. Yeah, I don't know if I want like a random Helix. Like calls. Yeah, Pride Mage is a sweet idea. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, thanks for that suggestion, Raven. All right, let's not accidentally click through our turn. That would be good. Are there any other free spells that are multicolored that work? I guess there's we could go deeper than Burning Tree. I don't think I want to. There's Cantor. The problem with Cantor is you don't keep it. Exalted could be relevant. Yeah, Wild Cantor is also a human. So I don't think we want to do that because it sacrifices itself to make the mana. I don't think we need to go that deep for general. I think trying as deep as Burning Tree Emissaries is as deep as I want to go. Just still pretty deep. The Exalted could also be relevant. Yeah, it could. It could be. I think Kasali Pride Mage is actually fine right now. Yeah, I'm not convinced that Burning Tree is the way. I've liked the Manamorphose because it shrunk the deck. So I'm instead of playing 21, 22 lands, I'm only playing 20 now. Still with all the ramp, I haven't changed the ramp. Oh, actually, that might change our deck. Although I feel like I'm flooding now, so I wonder if I didn't readjust the deck for the Manamorphosis. I don't think I maybe I didn't do that because like I felt like a lot of this league I was flooding. Or like I felt like I was either flooded or starved. So that definitely tells me that I think the mana's off somewhere. This is a lot of mana, speaking of which. I'm going to hold this. You could, like, float Voice of Resurgence colors, but I'm pretty sure I cut them for this matchup, didn't I? Yeah, these are just getting cut. I think maybe they're not right. Certainly, if we're going to try something like this, I want something that gets cast off of the Burning Tree. We could play, like, that new Kavu. The Kavu that everybody's talking about. The Kavu that lets you draw a discard or some other things. This one. It's only ever going to be a 3/3 in my list, unless I put like a random Triome in here. We could do that. We could put a Triome that gets us into the two types that we're not in. Like a fetchable green Triome that has literally the other two. It's Zagoth, right? Yeah, we could play a Singleton Zagoth over like the 4th Cavern. Actually, I'd play it over the over the 4th Cavern maybe. So you play like a Zagoth, and that's a fetchable forest that gives me both Swamp Island. So you could do something weird like that. You could do like Kavus. I do like Kavu actually. I think Kavu's actually pretty fascinating. So we have some interesting ways we could go with this list. Let's go basic. Oh, they're so kind to make me not have to fetch with their Urborg. All right, let's Spyro away the... I can't see myself Spyroing Herons. These Metamorphos are really only relevant if I have General. So I'm actually going to pitch both. All right, we're set up for Winota. We've got our colors. Don't take my Winota. They're going to take my Winota. Play the Sultai one? Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kavu's fascinating. Yeah, I like the Pride Mage. Yeah, I don't know about the Burning Trees. I mean, maybe Burning Trees better. No. We'd still play Metamorphose before we play Burnings. Maybe it looks more like this. Take it. All right, Winota off the top. Grace, gain 3. We can block, gain some life 2. My hand's a bunch of Arbor Elves. Yeah, we're in trouble. But I do think Kavus would be sweet because that's another filter. It's a non-human. Card's just strong on its own. Filters us. This seems sweet, and yeah, we could just play like a random Triome. Safi's cool because Safi lets me, against like the Dismember decks, get the Winota back. So Safi could be sweet. Maybe we don't want to go as deep as Burning. Maybe that's not worth. They Vindicate my Heron's Grace. You got it. Swing for 5. Sure. Go down to 6. Yavi. Cool. Have a ton of Arbor Elves. Might have been correct for me to fetch. I don't know. I'm at 6. I actually don't think that's worth it. Thinning at this point I don't think is worth. And we want to block with Spyro. Just like whatever. Like we're done with this league and we can make some appropriate changes. So you throw the whole team under this and then see if they have 2 removal spells. I hope they don't. Looks like they don't. This is gross how this game has been going, hasn't it been? Hasn't it been gross? This has just been some really sad magic. Like I can even get Winota onto the table, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm still supposed to. Oh, you know what? Do I have to fetch? Dang it. I have to fetch because of the way I tapped, right? I need red. Sorry, we get white. It's so weird with both Urborg and Yavi on the table. Go get planes. But yeah, this is what I wanted to be doing. Whoops, I meant to take a land. Ah, I clicked done accidentally. I meant to take a land. No. Just wrecked. It's fine. I'll play one more for funsies, but that was an embarrassing league. The deck's a lot better than you just saw. Not much better than what you just saw, but at least a lot. But yeah, I think this is kind of cool. Stinks that basically every 2-drop or 3-drop doesn't really do anything. Well, yeah, like, so Spyro needs me to have some cards in my hand to dump. I really like your suggestion of Pride Mage. That's really neat. I would like to play some number of Spell Skites just because they do a good job protecting General from... I didn't even think about Ren and 6 when I was building the Rokiric build, and I played a bunch of games even in the tournament practice room. I even did some duo queues, and I don't know why I wasn't thinking about Ren and 6. Yeah, Ren and 6 gets around the hexproof on this guy. So, like, we did come up in a matchup where that came up, and it felt really bad. I don't know, the Burning Trees might still be legit here, because they let me free out the Kavu. Like, imagine going General Burning Morphos Kavu. I mean, like, there's some cool stuff going on here. Maybe I should try the Burnings and cut something different. Maybe, like, not main deck the Heron's Grace. We don't necessarily need that life boost in the main board. And, like, the Burning Trees do make the deck technically at the number of humans that the archetype really wants to be at. Like, more like, oh, wow, that's 20? That might be too many, actually. We don't have to have a playset of burnings. Maybe the 2 of was right. Maybe we start there. Because I think Spellskite's really good for this archetype. Because Rokiric hardly dies to anything, and when he does, we could redirect. See what our opponent's win-loss is. They might be in the same boat as us, just looking for testing. I'm just looking for testing. I want to test the voice build one more time. But yeah, Territorial seems sweet. I don't know if I have enough tickets to get us these missing pieces. Like Burning Tree is giving us mana in a different way than Gilded Goose does, right? This is just letting me poop, letting us, poop our hand. And maybe even instead of a playset of Kavu, we want more emissaries. I'm not sure. I bet that wouldn't be the case. I imagine that wouldn't be the case. You've seen a few different decks play Kavu? Yeah, I think this card's actually really sweet. It's in our list, it's going to be a 3/3 on average. Could be as big as a 4/4, 5/5. 5/5 if we have the Triome, I mean. The looting on this is what makes this card. The exile is just, butter on top. The butter. The butter on top. Alright, so they're also having a pretty poor league. But they could still prize, so I'll let them know. To play this out for testing, please. Can't really keep this. Add blue Kiara's follower. There you go, McRut. I'm trying to keep us Naya. Well, maybe not anymore if I'm going to play a Triumph for the domain on this guy, but trying to keep us Naya colored. Let's dump a Foothills. I mean, if opponent's not going to look at the chat, then they won't know. But I'll concede because we know we can't prize anymore. So we'll do the right thing. Ah, they're playing Enchantress. I don't care about these. Whatever they're playing, opponent says they can play it out. Sweet. Whatever they're playing, hopefully it's some good testing for us. I'm a little suspicious, considering that they have a win-loss that's about as bad as mine right now. It's fine. Hopefully you guys see that I take it in stride. Like, we're back to the drawing board. Maybe something like this is more correct. I don't know, maybe mainboard Spellskite is really aggressive. It's just there's some things that this guy's going to die to, and maybe it's okay. And when we see them, we'll board accordingly. Do we maybe not need as much graveyard hate if we have Kavus? Maybe I don't need the Skoos. That's a benefit of this. Maybe I don't even need this much. No, I think I like the Pride Mage. So that would be a third Burning Tree. I'm not convinced it's a playset of Burning Tree is what I'm getting at, folks. But why don't we try like 3? But I'm excited to see all these free spells alongside General. Wave Sifter. Okay. Doing the Wave Sifter. Guess I'll just get the planes here. Spyro away this and this. Wave Sifter. Mole Drifter. Nope, Violent Outburst. Omniscience in their build. Glimpse for tomorrow. I'm with you. So they're hoping to glimpse into Iona. Omniscience. There's some Emrakul's. Alright, well, let's see what they hit. I'm excited. Let's see what they hit, folks. They hit 2 Emrakuls. They have to sacrifice one. But 1 Emrakul might be good enough. Might be good enough. Too bad I don't have enough mana to Rourke and also do something else. It might be correct for me to just Spyro, by the way. Might just be correct to Spyro. Oops, red. Might be correct to Spyro and play the Arbor Elf. Because that's how we... I don't know. I don't think we're going to be making enough... Goose, actually, instead. I don't think I'm going to be making enough permanents to survive the onslaught here, right? Like, I'll sacrifice both of my Spyros, hoping to just draw Winota. We keep the Utopia Sprawl. I actually should have kept the... I should have played the Arbor Elf instead of the Goose. Because it's sacrifice food, plains, Spyro, elemental, take it. We have a land in my hand, so take it, go to 2, draw Winota off the top, but I can't imagine our Winota hits would be enough. That was awesome. I'm not even mad. That was sweet. Yeah. Shardlesses and Violent Outbursts, Ardent Pleas. I have some stuff that beats that, though, maybe. You just play, let's see. What do we need? None of this stops their combo. We just need a tutor up. Their mana look like it could be disrupted with Magus. Let's leave the Magus of the Moon in. I think it's just Prelate, right? Also stops what they're doing. Sweet. We don't need Heron's Grace. Maybe we don't even need Haktos. But I have room for it, so might as well. We could play the Spellskite because they might be running some removal in their sideboard. This is where I kind of wish I could have 2 Skites. Because Skite's going to protect us from most everything. Let's cut a Voice. We're moving away from Voices anyway. Maybe I'll just cut them all and just play the protection creatures, right? Or I guess I still have to run 1. No, not necessarily. I could still just play Favor. Favor's going to protect us from most things. Mark only protects you from burn. If we're going to be cutting the Voices anyway, let's just cut them now and feel out the deck without those things. And maybe we should also test the deck without the Gilded Geese. I'll keep this. This is a pretty quick Magus. This is our red source. We can go Sprawl for Forest, name white. We have all our colors. Leyline of the Void, sure. I don't care. I think that's just the construction of their deck. Well, let's see if turn 2 Magus is good enough. We'll be able to cast all our Boros stuff after the fact. So we'll name Human here. Who doesn't like a good old turn 2 Magus? Magus of the Moon. I think this build would also be a much better Eldritch build. Like, we sometimes don't have 2-drops, and Burning Tree could be that food for Eldritch. Really do need some Eldritch food. Quite a few of their Cascades don't work. Yeah. So that's good news for us. Do we just play out Winota? No, we play General first. Swing 2. I really like their deck, though. I wonder if they should be suspending that card, the Warp World effect. That's why they're playing Leylines, by the way, because just another permanent. Fascinating. Yeah, they're literally just playing it for that. All right, Glimpse, 3 turns. 3 turns. All right, Winota. Make a Golem. Swing for 5. I think we have lethal next turn, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. We have 13. It's awesome that the extra generals don't... Like, I don't mind drawing extra generals. Don't need to show them the Blade Historian. We have lethal. Let's run it back, right? I think even Haktos is... Well, no, Haktos hits really hard. That's why I'm running it. I don't really care about the life gain. Let's run it back. Really excited, though, to maybe play this build of it. I think you guys get excited about Territorial Kavu, too, don't you? 2 mana 5/5 potential. You guys get excited about this, right? Not hard with a Triome. But I do like the idea of a Singleton Pride Mage. That's kind of sweet. Very relevant potential main deck. Main deckable because it's multicolored. I mean, main deckable in the same way that maybe Teague is without, you know, missing some component of the meta, right? And I wish we had more multicolored cards in the sideboard. I may have to rethink the deck. I wonder if there's anything else that's quite like... Well, there's not going to be anything else that's like timely, but maybe we play more Fiery Justices. Interesting to think about. And I'm sure these are filler, right? These are just free spells for general. I can't cut Metamorphosis because that's how we've slimmed down on our ramp and land count, but anyway. Yeah, this looks like a keep. And again, like one last little thought. I do think it's sweet that these are going to help us with our human count. So no, I just need to tweak it. Sometimes it takes me streaming and you guys suggesting some really great ideas. All right, Leyline, sure. Oh, Conner Garden's sweet for their deck. The whole Warp World plan. We do have another color here, so I can sprawl for red. And we'll have white off of Cavern. I'm a little worried that it looks like her hand's not going to result in a Winota. Never mind. Sweet. So, human. Oops, white. So next turn we can Metamorphose and then play Winota. Kind of just explode onto the table. Never didn't have it. I know, right? I was like, man, like I'm worried this hand isn't going to get to Winota. And then we did. In a pinch, we can Eldritch a general that's made a couple of tokens. It's really okay. I've done that a few times and still won. It doesn't feel great, but we do have the playset. And like you usually find one since I'm playing a playset. Oh, D-Sphere, my general. Gross. It works. Ugh. Wish I could have gotten the favor. I mean, was I supposed to slow down a turn and play favor first before playing him? I didn't think I'd lose him. And now it's like, what am I doing? I can't go get the Arbor. Whoops, I guess I'm fetching. That was sad. I guess I do just play this out, but that was sad. Maybe I find a way to remove the D-Sphere. Give them the D-Sphere. Hopefully they don't have their Cascade spell. Do I even need to name? Yeah, I'll name human since our voices are on the sideboard. Oops, human. Let's go favor first. So now she's got pro all colors. She can swing through the plant, which is relevant. Yeah, I think I should have gone a little more slowly. We might not have lost the Rokiric to the D-Sphere. I mean, this is for funsies. I'm still treating this as competitive, though. I mean, our opponent's playing some wonderful, silly Cascade deck. They could have the instant speed one. All right, Morphos. For green, actually. Oh, boy. We got our non-humans onto the board too slowly, and they're going to kill us now, probably. Who knows? Maybe they don't have gas. I mean, maybe they don't hit the goods, right? They have a lot of permanents, though. General. All right. The general. The general. Is it the general? Let's just play him out. Actually, no, we shouldn't, because I might hit one. That would be really dumb, and then I'd want to play it after the fact. Yeah. I almost made him big silly. I made him almost big silly. That's a whiff. Happens. Oh, prelate. We named 0. Sweet. They're not dead, though. I don't think I'm supposed to play out the general because I don't have a multicolored spell in my hand, and it's not changing the clock. We already have lethal on the table. Yeah, they go to 1. Could play out the Utopia Sprawl, I suppose. I don't think I play this out. It's very likely we hit another one here. Alright, opponent. Here we go. There's a general. I'll scoop here. Enjoy the 50 points. Thanks for the testing. No, I'm not gonna steal their points. I can't prize anymore, so you too. We're not gonna be rude. It'd be different if I was still eligible for the half play points. All right. So, but no, let's not be rude. So let's. It's almost like they forgot that I told them I was gonna concede. They were like, "Good game," like kind of like, "Oh, good game." Yeah, opponent's deck was really cool. Wish I was doing that, right? All right, so let's get these 9 cards and see if all the hubbub about Kavu is true. It's a pretty flexible 2-drop, and like this color combination is really wanted, something like that. They're not very expensive. Maybe nobody thinks they're gonna do anything. All right, Burning Tree, and maybe they won't. But I think they're a solid card for what we're trying to do anyway, for the nonsense that we're planning. All right, bunch of. I'll just get the 4th Burning Tree because we might want the playset. Let's get a pretty Kasali. I do like some of these old bordered remakes. It's like a weird promo version of Kasali too, but we'll go with this one, Zagoth Triumph. I may not be able to get my hands on this promotional one. I am, and they're about the same price. Cool. Although some of you might think that's really ugly, but I'll play it. Checking it out. But yes, with the exception of things like Ren and 6, I think General is awesome. And there's people building whole decks around this. So our 2 engines now are the General or Winota. They're kind of our 2 build-arounds. And they have a lot of great synergy together. Our multicolored count is a lot higher for General Rokiric. You can even count himself. Even though he's legendary, you can just cast extra copies of himself. So we're at 23 multicolored cards. We are at, how many non-humans? Let's check our count here. Morphos, no, doesn't count. These are always humans. The generals and the Spyros make non-humans, but they're humans. So our human count's 19. That's pretty good. Like, even if I'm pulling a Burning Tree Emissary out of the deck, that's much better than us not hitting anything. And that's something that the previous build you just saw that we took even into a league was having some issues with, is I'd slimmed too much on the human count, and our non-human count had really suffered too. I mean, maybe we can't get away with Sprawl in this deck because it just needs a certain density. I mean, I've really liked Sprawl. Sprawl has been really consistent mana, but maybe it's finally time to play Hierarch. It looks like they actually have some available. Let me see if I have enough money for these. I do. Do you guys want me to pick up the Ignobles so we could finally play with them? Because like that's the thing with Winota is the deck doesn't typically play Utopia Sprawl. It'd probably be better if I had this many non-humans. Let's play the Ignoble Hierarchs. Let's do it. Let's pick them up. I have enough money too. Enough monies. Thanks again, Card Hoarder, for letting us play with sweet cards that I don't own. Ignoble, yes! You love the old border stuff? Yeah, me too. Yeah, like I got this old bordered Fiery as well. Because it was actually old bordered. They have old bordered some of these. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to try out some of this new tech. We got a whole bunch of new cards from the new set in this deck now. Generals and Hierarchs and such. These are about 11 tickets a piece. These Ignoble Hierarchs. Thank you guys for being so patient. Sorry, I should have switched this into brew mode. Just waiting on these cards. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream tonight. I didn't know if I would be streaming tonight, but here we are. Yes, I am ready. It's basically because it's from when I first started playing this silly children's game. Oh, man. It is a silly children's game. It's good to keep that in perspective, Raven. I appreciate you for realizing that. You've tested Affinity. You're happy where it's at. Do you want to test me with it? Do you want to Pokemon duel me? It's Corpsey. I gotta try this Burning Tree Emissary build out on somebody. You don't have it on Moto, sadly. It's okay. It's all right. I was only half joking. We would have played. We could have. You were doing it on untap. Ah, smart. Then you don't have to buy the cards. That's smart. This curve looks pretty good now. That's a lot of 2-drops. That's gonna. I think this is gonna be a happier Eldritch. Like in a pinch, we could Eldritch the Kavu. I'd much rather Eldritch like an extra Pride Mage or Emissary though. But yeah, we could. This actually looks like it's clean. Yeah, this. I think this is gonna be better. I'm even tempted to just run it back. I have enough points for us to do another league. It'd be the last league, but let's do it. It's time. Rokiric. Rokiric Winota. Let's do it. Alright, Nick says, old borders have a mythical feel. New ones are sharp. And clean. Ignoble will still allow for turn 2 seasoned. Yes, it will. We don't need the black mana whatsoever, but I've seen a few decks playing Ignoble even though it doesn't have quite the right colors. These are going to go in decks that are black and or red, so we are in the or category, but white is our splash anyway. I think we'll be fine with these. I think the Exalted will come up. Oh, Macro Photo with the Prime subscription. 2 months of subscribing, Macro Photo. Macro, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much for that support. You know, it's folks like you that help me continue to be a Twitch streamer despite starting my 30s. Thank you so much for that support. Hope you are enjoying yourself in the chat room with everyone else, and yeah, just really appreciate you. I am rolling out soon some sort of a program for doing donation decks again. That's on the horizon. Get it? Horizon? Because Modern Horizons. And I'm really looking forward to doing that again. We're hopefully going to have the right structure this time. The right amount of time spent brewing versus playing the deck. That sort of stuff. And I'm hoping to do it all through Google Forms. So it'll just be like, you know, answer the questions on Google Forms. If you're already a subscriber, you may have already seen it in a secret subscribers-only exclusive place. And I've been looking for feedback, so you folks know who you are. If you're a current subscriber, if you want to give that a look-see and give me some feedback, I'd really appreciate that so we can get that program running on the stream. I'm really looking forward to doing that again with you guys. It'll be fun. Anyway, sorry, that's a bit of a me going newscaster mode for a second there. What are you guys playing in Modern Horizons 2? I'm curious what some of you folks are building. I am working on a. I'll just pull it up this way because I was having trouble finding. I don't forget. I don't remember what I named it. Let's go to modern. Um, do. Oh, I was originally going to try something weird like a wing splicer in this General Ferris list because giving the golems flying was sweet, but irrelevant. This was my take on black-white evoke taxes. This is just an initial build I threw together. Certainly, I don't think this is the right 75. I even considered a Painter Servant build because then you can pitch lands to the Solitudes and the Griefs, which is kind of neat. And it's got the Teysa Orzhov combo with Painter Servant. Maybe. This opener has no ramp, but we're going to see ramp less often, considering we're only running 8 pieces of ramp now. I don't think I throw this away just because it's missing the ramp, right? Like, if they're playing anything control-y or mid-rangey, this hand's great. So, I think we'll just keep it, right? Like, if they're burned, we're very sad and we have to, like, you know, go to the next game, basically, but looks like they could be some sort of a mid-rangey deck. Ooh, another Cavern. Sweet. All right, Foundry, go. Klath says you've been working on Fog, Upheaval Storm, and Blue-White X control. Very nice. Gosh, if they are just blue-white, this card just beats them, doesn't it? I might play out an Arbor Elf even still. I mean, not straight up beats them. They were on the play. Arbor Elf, you're a little late to the party. Let's go magic mode so you guys can see the record and such. But yeah, seriously, Macro Photo, I appreciate the resub. Oh, wow, are they playing, are they actually using the red, or is it just for that one card? They ignore my Arbor Elf. Okay. Drew a Hierarch. Let's go Human. And I think I Spyro instead of Rorking. I think Spyro is still a lot stronger for this deck. I have no problem admitting that. It's probably just... Yeah, it probably is just for that card, right? Ooh. Piece of candy. I swing instead of playing the ignoble, right? Because we want to make sure we keep some gas despite the sweepers. Yeah, we want to make sure we keep gas. Me getting the point of damage on them is probably more important than just playing out the Hierarch. It says Archmages draw 2. Archmages take my Arbor. Now they're going to draw 2. Yeah, having Cavern in this matchup is huge. They'll try to field me off of Cavern, maybe. I mean, the benefit of playing out Ignoble was I could do this plus this, but do they want to field me? Ooh, we drew Winota. This is excellent. They might have Path even still. This could just be miracles. Yeah, we need to be aware of that. That's true. Could be like a Terminus incoming. Well, let's at least play through their... yeah, let's just get as much damage in as they'll let us, right? So if they have the path, they have the path. They don't have the path. They don't have the path. But they might have the path. They don't have the path. This is going to be a lot of damage potential. Let's see what we hit in these 18 cards, shall we? So there's a General, or we could get some Spyro action. I'm going to take a Spyro. There's a very reasonable chance I just hit another General Ferris. To confirm there was nothing I could do right there, right, or any different plays. You've got to do something about Winota. So yes. I think so. I'm playing more Caverns these days. Lots of people testing Counterspell. They're just asking. They're curious. They're talking about percentages now. Winota getting in. Good to assume the worst case. Yes. They go to 7. So this would be really bad for me if they do have the sweep here. Brainstone. So they're going to put the Terminus on the top of their deck. They're going to scoop. So that answers our question. They're playing Miracles. What do I want against Miracles? Certainly the Teagster. Oaf turns off Brainstone. They play a playset. That'd be funny. Might actually legitimately do that. Favor the Mighty's good against blue-white. Not Mark. Selfless would help if they were on Verdicts. I don't think they are. I think they just play Terminus. Prelate can name Terminus. I mean, not name Terminus, excuse me. Can name 1 or 6. 1 to stop Brainstorm, or 6 is probably the better name. It just stops Terminus. Yeah, it looks like they're playing Miracles. Okay, so I got 4 cuts to make. So we can cut Pride Mage. We can cut the Heron's Grace. I don't care about either of those effects in this matchup. Magus of the Moon's a pretty much a pipe dream, especially with them on the play. Evolutions are weak in this matchup for many reasons. One of the many reasons being I'm leaning into the Caverns to win this match, and these just get countered, and we're very sad. So we'll cut some of those. Spell Skites I could still play despite Oaf. Yes, it's a non-bow, but sometimes that's fine. A lot of the time that's fine. I just need to protect my Winotas. They don't have Supreme or Wrath typically. Sweet. So I have room for one more card, folks. What do you think it is? Do we want to play Endurance just because it's a flashy threat? I'm not even necessarily thinking of this card because it hoses, you know, a potential Snapcaster. I really just want this because it's a flash threat. Like in the same way that I like Heron's Grace, I like being able to flash something in on their end step that they, you know. We could play the Skyclave for Jace. They play 3 Jaces, right? Because they're Miracles. They play several Jace. But even then, I'd almost rather just have Endurance to flash this in and punch the Jace instead of getting this killed and then they have a blocker. You like the Skyclave more? Okay. Hits Brainstone. I could hit a Brainstone. So you'd rather have Skyclave? Maybe I should cut some Emissaries even. Play 2 or 3 Jace. Let's play an Endurance. Not so much for the Snapcaster, but let's play an Endurance because I plan to just flash it in this matchup, right? Heron's Grace is interesting for flashing. It's a similar attack power, but it's 1 more mana. All right, let's run it like this. I'm telling you, Cavern can really carry us in these counter magic matchups. There's another Cavern. Tempting to keep this hand. I probably shouldn't. We're only playing 20 lands now. Alright, I'm going to mulligan this. I'm kind of sad that I did. And I think at some point we're just going to have to keep. We can splash a Campbell in the board. With our Zagoth. That Campbell's sweet against Burn, funny enough. I don't think I can keep this either. This hand is doable. Keep and tuck the Blade Historian, and I'll tuck the Metamorphose because the Morphos. Well, maybe I shouldn't because a second land would be great, but Morphos is just here because of General. Let's do it. Oh, we drew the Cavern like a boss. Sweet. It was good last game. Hierarch lets me maybe play General. They probably don't have a way to answer General other than Terminus. I feel like if you're playing a Terminus build, unless they need this for their land drop, this is a very ambitious... Not ambitious, it's just... It feels like a bit of a waste of op to me. This is definitely Counterspell. So we just name human. White and red. They also have 3 fairy. Yeah, they do have 3 fairy to bounce Rokiric. That's true. Maybe I should have played the Spellskite, but the Spellskite would have gotten counterspelled potentially. They might have taken 3 fairy out, though, against us, but maybe not. Alright, so they're going to try to take out my cavern. I drew another cavern. Fantastic. This is going to make them rage, maybe. I mean, not that that's my goal. That's funny that I drew second cavern immediately as they're fielding me. This is what happened last game, too. Plane's the better thing to grab since I already have Yavi. Okay. No need to expose the... And we have enough mana for everything. I don't think I'm supposed to play out my Arbor Elf. Because if they do get a sweeper off, I'm not resilient right now. So let's just swing for 4. And let's swing for 4 for a while. The exception would maybe be I draw a Winota. They also only usually play 1 field. I've seen more fields from blue-white than just 1. I would differ on that, Raven. I think it's greedy, but I think they do it because they want to skew the matchup against, like, the Snapcaster block. Ooh, Containment Priest. That does stop some things that my deck is doing. This stinks. Can you imagine if I had second, like, double Exalted going? I actually would have lived through that. I mean, it's good that we're killing the Containment Priest. It's okay, we've got game 1 under our belts. This is maybe just a Jace. No, it's a Teferi. I'm just going to thin. I actually should have gotten, because we have Yavi. Oh, maybe not. I mean, this is our mold of 5. So, hey, there's a Winota. Maybe we just win now. Sweet. It's a good draw. No doubt about that. That was a good draw. Campbell draw, please. Now, let's. How about a Winota? Can we get this Teferi off the table? That would be great. Sanctum. We have Spellskite already on the table, so let's take the Sanctum Prelate. Choosing a number. Number's going to be 6 for Terminus. Punch the Teferi. Winota is also going to punch the Teferi. He actually doesn't die, though. Or no, he does die. That's 6. Sorry. I'm not going to play out this Arbor, though, right? No, it's too late now. I already made my decision. That was a great draw. Mystic Gate. Hopefully they don't have some Supremes rolled up in their mix of Terminuses. We hope their deck is just Terminus, right? Yeah, prelate something spicy for us to hit off the Winota triggers. There's a lot of spots where it's great. Is this Jace? This is Jace. Jace bounce Winota. Path my Winota. Yes. There's nothing for me to Manamorphose into there. So we'll thin first. So I can hit the Jace dead. That's good. Could Morphose to see if I can do the Winota anyway. We've got all our colors. So green, white, I think. Foothills, the draw. It's a little disappointing. Yeah, I might not have the luxury to finally not play out the Arbor. Punch the Jace. Alright, 2 walkers down. Game's not over yet. We've reestablished the Spellskite prelate. There's a Brainstone. They're cracking their Brainstone. I probably should still thin, right? See, now I'm kind of sad that I decided to do the hasty Winota thing. Or no, I'm not. I got it to fairy off the table. It was absolutely worth it. I take back what I just said in every sense. It was very good that we took Winota off of a Winota trigger. A couple of elves, that sucks. It doesn't actually add to my clock because we have the Exalted. Like, if I play this elf out, I'm not actually adding any damage to my board, so I'm not going to play it out. Because if they do manage to, you know, get prelate and get their Terminus off, like the exception is if I played both of my Arbor Elves, then yes, I would actually be adding 1 damage to my clock. Opting. I may unfortunately save them some life because of my Yavi. They're going to hit my Cavern. I'm really just hoping to go the distance with the chip shots. Ooh, Haktos will probably have. We're going to wait, though. We have more caverns to draw, too. I know you were saying, oh, they don't run too many Field of Ruins. This is the second field we've seen. I'm not saying that mockingly as if, you know, I'm used to blue-white playing maybe more fields than the mana base really should support. And a lot of that has to do with not just Counterspell. It actually has more to do with Archmage's Charm, in my opinion. But I think that field is a really nice boon that you get, you know, access to. This is Snap Path? No, this is Snap Opt. Just seen a lot of lists playing them. Yeah, I think it's good. It's unfortunate that we hit, you know, an opponent that seems to be playing. My opponent here is probably playing more than just 2. I imagine they're on 3. But hey, we have 2 more caverns to draw to. We also could wait to just jam multiple powerful spells. They might be scared of this. I might be interested to play out this other noble because if their plan is to snap block, I'd rather the prelate kills both snaps. I also might just attack with the Spellskite instead of risking the prelate. I think I'm going to make that shift. There's a very good chance they just have another Snapcaster. Oh, okay. Spellskite eats a path. Sure. Okay. I'd rather not attack with my nobles. I'll play out 1 Arbor Elf. I'd rather not attack with any of these 3. I'm okay attacking with that guy. I am scared that they're getting off some Vantress triggers. Some scrying. It is a little scary when they have the room to Vantress scry. It's because of the Urza's land. Oh yeah, that Urza's land is really pretty gross. They bottom top. That's terrifying. What did you just keep, opponent? What did you just keep? What did they just keep? We cut some burning trees, right? I cut 1. Okay. Ooh, I'm glad that we cut the Eldritches. They're probably dead right now. Very likely that there's a counterspell over there. Yeah, these Noble Hierarchs are looking real good, aren't they? Sorry, I keep saying Noble. Ignoble Hierarchs are looking pretty good. They're down to 6. So what did you top there, opponent? I'm terrified of these Containment Priests. Containment Priest, funny enough, does stop a lot of... Not... It doesn't stop the General Ferris side of my deck. It stops the Winota side of my deck, which is really what we're more about, but now I'm not so sure. With these cards added, maybe we're pretty even split now. Snap Path my Prelate, Terminus away my board. Alright, so we're losing the Prelate probably, but we're going to rebuild okay maybe. Just, I hope I have another spell or a Cavern to jam with. No. Like, we really want to jam. No Terminus. Brainstone to Terminus. Okay. New Merfolk is pretty good against the Urzaland. Oh, is that true? The one that, like, is kind of like a Spreading Seas, sort of? Yeah, swing for damage. Why not? Why wouldn't you? Oh, they're just going to block this Arbor Elf here. We're going to lose everybody. Oh, it actually just Stone Rains it? Oh, that's awesome. I mean, I'd be very, very surprised if they didn't just top a Terminus. We kill both of their snaps anyway. Show me the Terminus. Maybe they won't Terminus because I've been kind of sandbagging a little bit here. Thanks for that. Avenge you I will. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy show. So they did not decide to Terminus. We do have the Cavern. Could jam the Haktos. It's not that hard for them to set the Terminus up again. Well, let's hit them for 2. So uncounterable Haktos, is that what we want to do? Forces them to sweep. But I feel like they've set up the sweep. Like, why don't we just get... Like, even Burning Tree is lethal. Right? Just a 2-2 plus the 2 Exalteds forces them to do something. We just need to force them to do something. I don't want to play out the Haktos yet. Just want to present lethal. So, we attack with this. Play the BTE and Arbor. I'm just going to play the... BTE. Can't just let them keep Vantressing. They put 2 on the bottom. Maybe they don't have the Terminus. Maybe we're sitting here running scared from nothing. I imagine this is opt Terminus me, but let's go to combat. Cryptic tap my team. Sure. I'm down for, like, uncounterable Spyro. They haven't shown another field. Doesn't mean they don't have one. Uncounterable Spyro, dump these 2, keep the Haktos. Then they'll sweep us. Probably. I think I'm fine with that. Wish I was rebuilding a little bit better than this, but Haktos can give control fits. He's always protected from path, at least, but he can be hit by other things. Ooh, wow, we drew the 4th Cavern. That's awesome. Go to combat. Tap my team. Scry 2, actually. Opt. They bottomed. Does that not mean that they hit the... Oh, there's the Terminus. Nice. They bottomed and hit Terminus. That's pretty nutso, right? Maybe not. Just like they drew it up. It's crazy to see them bottom. All right, so let's go... I don't want that the most. Then this, then this, then this. Those are irrelevant. I think it's good to specific order and just not fetch if I can help it. Alright, second main, so we don't lose this Cavern. Let's go ahead and get Haktos out there. I think that's fine. All right, let's roll the dice. It's 2. Shoot. Dang it. Oh no, he can be blocked by Snapcaster. That's his Achilles heel. But yeah, forcing them to have to sweep again is good. At least this isn't bounced by Jace. They could have like a cryptic tap. Yeah, I mean, they need to answer this card. So let's just keep doing that. Just having cards they have to answer each turn. Wow, that's a lot of land. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Combat. Cryptic. Don't have snap block. They have snap block. Yeah, they have the 3rd snap. Remember, we did take game 1. That's so sad. Hackdos, why couldn't you have rolled a 3 or 4 even? I think 3 or 4 we might have won. We rolled 2. If we would have rolled 3 or... I mean, that's kind of fun to play cards with RNG. I actually really like that. I actually don't mind a little bit of RNG in my Magic. I'm sure a lot of pro players would say otherwise. They would say, definitely not Bruce By. Like, why would I ever want RNG? I think Hackdos is fascinating. This has been a fun addition. Terminus my ignoble away, sure. But then he would have been able to snap Cryptic. What if he was if it had entered the battlefield as 3 or 4, you mean? Come on, let's draw like some actual cards. Seagate. Wow. My opponent just drew 5 cards. And we have lands. We have lands. We have lands. 3 or 4 would have allowed the bounce with Jace onto Fairy. I don't think he's got his 3 fairies in right now. So we were happy to have 2. We were happy that it rolled a 2. I don't know. I don't feel happy about that. I still feel like 3 was what we wanted, right? Because 4s is cryptics and Jaces, 2s is snap blocks. All right, this is a redraw. Let's do it. Let's do like red, I guess. Hierarch. Now we've lost this. We're playing it out because our clocks are similar. I can do a little bit of F6 the Gathering and make it so that my clock is higher than theirs at this point, maybe. Two is the worst, but it's not like we just won if we rolled the 3 or the 4. That's true, because they could have snap Cryptic, not bounced. They would have snap Cryptic tapped, and then they would have had to have had something the very next turn. Prismatic Ending. I'm not fetching. Thinning is bad because we bottomed the relevant things. Oh yeah, they did have a Terminus. Blade Historian. Yeah, they did Terminus, you're right. They just get to Jace bounce this though. I mean, like I said, we're just playing because I can get the clocks close. So that is another way that we can win this. 3rd Terminus coming. No hasting threats. Yeah, hasty threat would be good. We used to play Strangleroot Geists. Teferi's gonna ult soon. Jace can ult in. Oh, I shouldn't play out my lands. That would buy me more time. They have Castle Ardenvale in their build. That's nice. I shouldn't have played out my land because they might Jace ult. Here's an Arbor Elf. Your move. I shouldn't have played out my my garden because that makes the Jace ult take longer to kill. But it's pretty moot. Make a dude. Sure. Teferi Ultimate. Jace Storm. Nope, they're still Jace Sealing. I probably should consider playing out a fetch, though, because they just put a card on top. So that's the benefit. Another prismatic. Collector Oath, huh? This is bigger than their human token. My opponent almost decks out here. They have 11 cards left. It's funny. Might not be correct for me to actually play out the Collector Oath again because they're about to J-Salt. Because they have the Teferi ultimate, they get to just exile this. I think actually I should have just held it. Yeah, I should have just held it. Anything I play out at this point is just foolish because of the Teferi emblem. I'm just making this kill us more quickly. So I will, whatever we draw, unless it's something very impactful, I will not play it. So we're going to be good Magic players. I could have had like 6 cards in my hand at this point. I could have almost had a full hand. That would have been quite a few turns. Opponent's clock is less than my clock by over a minute now. So we did what I wanted to do, which was make it so that game 3 can come down to clock and not necessarily us beating their Terminus Sissing. Because it's hard to beat Terminus decks for us. Like, we're a mono creature strat. J-Salt, okay. So just play a little bit of F6 the Gathering, get them down to below 11 minutes. That'd be good. Because they have the Teferi ultimate, they still have to spend those seconds each turn. They're at 10:40 now. 10:35. I mean, it stinks. Like I'm very thankful that we took the first game off of the Caverns. But yeah, place at a Terminus, place at a Path, place at a Prismatic. Looks good to me. Looks like my kind of miracles right here. And they have the Containment Priest too. We need to be aware of that. All right, got them down to 10:20. So they got 10 minutes for this last game. A little bit over 10 minutes for this last game. We have 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Perfect. I don't think we need the Blade Historian. I mean, like, yes, that lets us win more quickly if we're kind of going off, but I just don't know. That last game made me feel like I didn't even want any dorks, right? And that's the wrong way to think. Magus doesn't work great with the whole Cavern thing, right? But it's like, and I'm less likely to cut them on colors than actually beat them. Did we see anything? The Eldritches seem kind of foolish. But I also didn't see Counterspell. I wonder if they sided those down. We didn't see any. We just saw Cryptics. I wonder if they're compensating for my Caverns by just not running as many Counterspells. But if they did tag... if they did tag an Evolution, it would be really bad feeling. I think we should still play the Blade Historian because it lets us kill more quickly, potentially. We haven't drawn a single Territorial Kavu this game, have we? Or I think we mulligan one away. So I'd like to try these out. We saw Snaps. Do we want to do something about the Snapcasters? Maybe Endurance. Well, no, Endurance was in. Yeah, I think that's all I have for Graveyard Hate right now, actually, which is maybe not enough. I have a Tutorable Endurance, and then I have the Kavus to kind of whittle away the grave. The relevant cards in the grave, rather. Yeah, I think we've just run it back. I think this is actually right. Like, we don't need the full playset of Burning. I do want to make some Golems, though. I have a little convo with my opponent. And it's lighthearted. It's good. They're talking about subtlety, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. I think it's... Or I told them it's a tempo card, and they were agreeing with me. Oh, hey, there's the Kavu. We could actually cast it because of Metamorphose. Again, I'm not necessarily going to be looking for hands that have the guaranteed ramp. I think this hand's a little weak, though, because there's no cavern, but hopefully we draw into it. Force go. Don't spell snare me. Yeah, don't spell snare me, bro. Don't spell snare me. Brainstone? Sure. Oh, that's good to draw. All right, so let's make sure we tap the right colors on the Metamorphose. I have been trolled by this card on Moto more than once. Okay, there's the Burning Tree. We just want to poop a bunch of dudes on the board here, right? I don't have the 3-drop, so don't we just want to go Burning Kavu? I can keep the other Metamorphose. And I may just be playing it next turn to try to hit a land drop. All right, if you had a draw on the Endurance, you could have shuffled your grave into after the J-Soul. Yeah, that would have been sweet. Would have been sweet. I did not draw a land. Let's go to combat first. I am going to dump the Blade Historian. Ooh, we drew a Spyro. I'm going to keep us flexible. I'm going to go red-green with the intent just to play the Arbor Elf and hope to make a land drop. But if we draw land... Okay, that's sad. Ignoble keeps us more flexible in our mana. They might Terminus this. We won't really rebuild that great because my mana's not been the most wonderful. Looks like that is the Terminus. Order probably doesn't matter, but I'll do it. But it probably doesn't matter. They have 9 minutes. All right, so, well, we didn't draw the land. Burning actually could maybe fix me. Well, that's not true. Arbor Elf would probably fix me into the red before Burning would. Prismatic, sure. Land, please. It's not a bad one. So we're going to say human. And so this is really sad where I can't play the Spyro. We didn't fetch for these. Yeah, these are the cards we naturally drew. Just checking. Just checking, folks. Rawr, fear my uncounterable 2/2. But not the right colors to follow up. No. Reasonable chance this gets fielded. Another Brainstone. No, it's a tough matchup. I don't think that our draw so far is going to cut it. I think we're probably losing this. I'm not doing something powerful enough quickly enough. They have space to resolve Jace or Teferi. Need to draw 4th mana source for this hand to function. So 4th mana source, please. 4th mana source. Thank you. We Spyro, right? I don't think either of these is going to cut it. Winota doesn't trigger in this situation. Foundry would be... Well, we don't really need green except for Endurance. Let's look at our costs real quick. Let's count the costs. So yeah, I actually think I'm more interested in the Sacred Foundry. So let's Spyro. Like so. And let's just dump these two, make some tokens. I don't need to play out the Ignobe, right? The benefit of playing the Ignobe is I get one more loyalty off the Teferi, but I'm losing more cards in this second Terminus. I don't know if I like this line. Path. Yeah, I mean, if they're spending a path like so, I feel like we're in a lot of trouble. I'm just down to a spell sky. I mean, the Terminus decks will prey upon us. I don't really care how you build Winota. Maybe Taxes would be the best build against Yeah, I guess I would suppose the Taxes is the best, perhaps, build of this deck to play against Blue-White Miracles or Blue-White Control or whatever. Tap my dudes. Yep. I don't want to put anything else on the table. So I think that means we're just going to lose to the Teferi, right? Yeah, what did we lose? We lost 4 cards on the first Terminus. They've kept us off dealing damage to the Teferi. Maybe I should play out the first Spellskite, though, just so I can actually get damage through. Don't have the endurance for the Snapcaster. Tap my team. The frustrating thing with Kavu is against Cryptic decks, you don't actually get the triggers because it's whenever he attacks. So that's a little sad. It's fine. Like, watch the rest of this league go really smoothly for us. This is a tough matchup for us. I think we played it fine. I think the Caverns did some heavy lifting. I wonder if we'd also had voices if the matchup would have been better. I used to have a playset of voice in this. Maybe that'd be better than... well, I think the Territorial Kavus, though, will play better alongside the Burning Tree Emissaries. But, yeah, I used to have a playset of voice. So they're pretty clearly in control here after... I mean, even just the first Terminus, I feel like they were in a really commanding spot. Like, in Legacy, the decks are powerful enough and efficient enough to handle... Show me Archmage's Charm. Oh, wow, we just get the Jace. Awesome. The decks in Legacy... excuse me, are certainly able to handle... rebuilding from a Terminus, perhaps, but it's still really difficult. Gosh, maybe I would have gotten a Kavu thing off. I mean, like, with them committing this to the table, it's like... blocks. They don't kill off the Spyro. I respect that, because I could maybe, if I have a red source... I do have a red source. I could bring back the Spyro. I respect them not blocking and killing the Spyro, I think, because... Yep, there's the Teferi emblem. So maybe I should have played out the Kavu because there was a chance. So we're gonna lose a lot of our permanents here. I mean, I can't beat a Teferi emblem at this point. All right, good games, and good luck with the rest of your league. All right, so that's our first loss, but that's okay. I think that Terminus is just really tough for us. Like, the other sweepers in the format, I have just more cards for. I mean, if Blue-White Terminus builds really are going to be the go-to, then we may need to adjust our plan for sweepers, because currently I have things like Selfless to stop Anger, Verdict, Damnation. Those are more... I'll say were because past tense. Those were the sweepers I had to deal with. Now if Blue-White Miracles really becomes the kind of go-to control deck, then we'll have to adjust accordingly. But I'm not going to make any adjustments just yet. I want to see how the meta shakes up and see if that really is the state of Modern, and see if that really is what people are going to be doing. I don't know, did you guys see any other little things? I feel like that matchup was pretty straightforward. Like, we didn't burst them. They had the disruption when they needed it. They terminused us 5 times, 4 times. I think we got terminused 4 times total. But after a certain point in Game 2, it doesn't matter. I think we did what we're supposed to do Game 2 as well, especially on Magic Online, is in paper you're trying to turn that match into a draw. On Magic Online, you can even turn it into a win, which certainly does. And that's one of the things that turns me off from playing. You guys probably have noticed that I play a lot less Control these days. My heart goes out to streamers like Evan and Esper Donnie. No, what's his name? Let's just say Donnie. Like, my heart goes out to you guys. I don't particularly lately. I just haven't had. I feel like if I was gonna play Control, I don't know if I could stream, because I like to be able to read chat. I like to be able to have a conversation with you guys. I think it's really difficult. This is an easy mulligan. I think it's really difficult to play. I like Control though every once in a while, but I think it's really difficult to be as interactive with you guys as I want to be and play something like Miracles. All right, let's mulligan this. And that's not me giving them a criticism, right? That's me saying, actually, we could even maybe get rid of the Eldritch here. It's not that great. I don't actually have something I want to Eldritch in my hand. I'll keep this, and I might actually tuck the Eldritch. Ooh. Piece of candy. Oh, wow, he drew one. That's funny. Okay. I hope I explained my thought process there, folks. Like, that's very difficult if they get off a terminus that hits. Like, if they get to 3-for-1 us, or even sometimes 4-for-1 us, it's just so hard to come back from that in those matchups. And that's awesome. And okay, so Vengevine, I would totally expect that if a Neonate deck. Neonate's such a great enabler for Vengevines. Oh no, they're playing the ugly ones. Oh, we're doing our thing, though. This is our red source. Oh, did I punt again? I punted again. Wow. When am I going to learn, folks? I meant to lead on Temple Garden because I needed to play a Boros card turn 2. So what am I doing instead? Cutting them on black? No. Maybe. Could cut them on black. I'm trying to remember what their black splash is for. It's for Fatal Push. I have my basic planes, and I can just play out General, then play out Winota. I might actually moon them. I think I will. They've played Fatal Pushes. Most builds will play Fatal Push. So they've got their cookbook. Greater Gargadon. Holy cow. That's not good for us. That's not good. Alright. Oh, sweet. We're going to have 2 Golem tokens at least. Moon hurts Kavu, though. I don't have a Kavu in this hand. But yes, it does hurt Kavu. It will make Kavu maximum 3/3 if I have the planes. It's going to be okay, Raven. We swear by the Tutorable Magus. It's very good. Not going to be changing that. They should swing. That was a freebie. Check this out. This is going to be sweet. So Morphos. Always yield. So we want red, green. Burning Tree. Oh, we're kind of going off here, folks. Yeah. That's kind of what we want to see. Couple of free spells. Play out the Winota. Now here's the real question. Do I even really need to get anything off this? Should I trade my General with the What's-Her-Face? Because she might kill my Winota. I might be okay swinging the General. General's already done what I need General to do, and I probably get another General off these Golems anyway. I think I'm fine trading it with the Asmore. Put a Bloodghast in the bin. They don't block. Sweet, we get 3 damage in. I'm fascinated by their deck. I mean, the Greater Gargadon, so this deck makes lots and lots of food, thanks to Cookbook. And they, I I guess their plan is, if they're not killing creatures, is they want to spend the food on Gargadon. That's awesome. That's very innovative. That's not what I've seen the Asmore deck normally doing. That's really cool. Lightning Axe my Winota. They can eat my Winota. We have a second one in our hand. Our draw was very good. Like, as bad as the games looked against the Miracles deck, look at us doing our thing. Like, there's a couple people out there playing Blue-White Miracles, sure. But, like, most people are just having fun with, well, that is their kind of fun, excuse me. And it's my kind of fun, too, I suppose. But, yeah, Bloodghast has good synergy with Garg as well. I don't know if I love this direction. I think it's very cool. I don't know if it's... all right, let's try to go to combat. I should have played out my Cavern, actually, but it's okay. You know what they're going to do, maybe? They might eat the Magus and then... Ooh, they did this before I went to combat. You did this at the wrong time, maybe. They needed to do this at the beginning of combat. They needed to wait for the thingy to go to begin combat before they ate the Winota. That's great for us. Awesome. So that's how they win this matchup. Pride Mage does have a target, but I don't know if I want to bother. Magus shouldn't have worked, but it did. Endurance is great. Oath turns off the cookbook. Spellskites protect us. Gosh, I keep bringing these in at the same time. It's not good to do that. Kavus also go after their graveyard. Just sweet. We can cut some of the Burning Tree emissaries. They're kind of filler. Haktos is probably overkill. It's not like they're control or anything. I like the life and the double strike. We have room for one card. Maybe the Timely, since they're going first. Yeah, I wish I had another way to go after their yard. I mean, we could like prelate on one. They have a lot of 1-drops. Prelate's great. I feel like I should just play 2 of this card. That would have made my matchup against the Miracles better. Just have more of this card. I don't know. I don't want to start thinking that way. I feel like that matchup is very tough unless I want to swap into like Voice of Resurgences and such. And even then, they can still just Terminus them away. It's not like they live after, they would normally live after a verdict. I think we'll pretty often take out the Burning Trees, right? After board, they're just filler game 1. We're probably better off with sideboard cards often. Room for 1 card. I don't know if the Pride Mage is really good enough. 3 mana to destroy the cookbook seems not great. Prelate, stop all their 1-drops. Now we're talking. Well, they're non-creature 1-drops. Like, killing 1 cookbook, Stopping all cookbooks from being cast, better. Mark of Asylum might be something we want, or even Favor. Well, no, Favor, they go bigger than us because they play not just Garg, but they play Venge. Vengevines would also have protection. They might be playing Hollow One as well, so Hollow One goes bigger and then we lose the protection. But we could at least play Mark for Lightning Axe. We could play this also for Bolts. Let's do that. You're not saying we should, yeah. Oh, did you lull because they did it the wrong phase? Yeah, it happens to the best of us. So this hand could be really good. This is turn 2 prelate. This could also be not good. Thoughtseize me. No. Cookbook. Okay. So if I lead Forest, I can't prelate. We've learned our lesson. The lull was for... Wait, oh yeah, it was for the wrong phase. Okay. Have I learned my lesson? Have I? I think I have. Temple Garden. We're learning. See, folks, I can learn. I'm learning. Oh, man. Vengevine in the bin. Play 2 1-drops. Get Vengevine. And not Cutting Moon, you agree with? Oh, from the list, yes. Yes. I'm in also agreement of the agreement. All right, there's Garg. You guys are rooting for my opponent right now. I would be too if you were in the chat. Secretly, but not so secretly, I'm sure you folks are rooting for my opponent right now. Lightning Axe. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I would be rooting for them too. Kavu is the most likely thing for me to Morphos into. So let's most likely Morphos into Kavu. Kavu? Wow, I can't talk. Oh, that's a land. All right, well, yep. 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 Okay. Too late, though. On a different plan now. We still name one, right? Axe, push. I mean, their deck is trying to be very mana efficient. There's a couple of cards that we stop if we don't choose one. But, yeah, so human. She also just protects herself by choosing one, but, like, I'd like her to stick around. But yes, stops multiple cookbooks. It's crazy. Cookbook, not a legendary. It's awesome. Cookbook, quite cookie. Ooh, Lotloth Troll? Lol Troll? Yes. Yeah, you gotta have those discard outlets for your Vengevines, yo. Stitchers, yeah. So this is them going 1-drop. Goblin Bombardment? Oh, man. Their deck is so much cooler than ours. Gargadon, sack this. Oh, man. We have to hit their yard, like, right here, right? Opponent is very much the good guy. We have to tutor for our outs here, right? Evo 2 Endurance for sure. Like, there really is no other plan, right? Yeah, so we're going to hit them. All cards. Awesome. Granted, they're going to get to refill with the Stitcher. So I commend them for not blocking. And we end up with a 3-4 at the end of that. That's way better than the Selfless Spirit we were doing before. It was way better. This game's not over just because we tucked their graveyard back into their deck. There's a Stitcher Supplier. They hit a couple of Asmores. It's not great for them. And a Garg. No Bloodghasts. No Vengevine. Mayhem Devil. Devil awesome with Garg. And foods and such. A little terrified. Don't really want to play out my Ignoble. Do I? Maybe I do. Try to go to combat. They may kill the Ignoble before I go to combat. They will Schust. Endurance is swinging. Oath is coming down. Our draw actually doesn't look that terrible. Like, we top a Winota, we're looking pretty great. And Winota is still oftentimes the stronger top deck than the other guy we're playing. Ooh, are we going to shoot my oath? Shoot my oath? Or is this a fatal push? Garg. Shoot my oath. Yeah, this devil looks great in their deck. I love it. Cookbook. Oh, even if you don't have a card to discard, you can still make the food? Oh, that's absurd. This thing's awesome. Did they not have a card in their hand, or they did? Now they're shooting my prelate? Yeah, they're all in on this Garg. I love it. There goes my prelate. Oh, I shouldn't have fetched, should I? I may have just made us dead. They discarded a Blood Crypt. Gosh, did the fetching just kill us? I shouldn't get the Triome. I should have gotten Red Source, actually. But now they're like, Because it's got the colon, right? I thought so. I didn't see them discard the Blood Crypt. Thank you for that. I was confused by it. Yeah, now I'm just dead. I shouldn't have fetched. We would have been at 1. I mean, like, I don't think we can do a whole lot at 1 though. I'm like really liking this Gargadon build of the deck. I wasn't so sure, but now that I've seen the Mayhem Devil, I mean, granted, Devil. So there's a lot of things I could say about Devil. I think because you can react to like a bolt and such. Good thing we got game 1. Goodness me. All right, let's have like a better draw. Oh, we still end up at 1, but I draw planes. Hey-ya. If I'd hit Winota there, was there any shot? Oh, it's not letting me pay the life. It used to be that you could do that. It used to be that you could die. Does my Magic Online need to be rebooted? It doesn't know what to do about me trying to pay for my Windswept Teeth. I'm wondering if my Magic Online has crashed. Yeah, it should let us. It used to let us. Should we reboot? It shows my clock is ticking down, yeah. Or no, not concede, not concede. Stop! Ugh. Not concede. I meant to just close Magic Online. Holy Hera, did I really just do that? It says active. Hang on. I think I may have actually let it... Hang on. Log off, go back in. We had one more game against that guy. Hang on. That was just like... I rarely concede. Why would my brain go to try to push that? Do you think they changed that or something? Because you used to be able to fetch seppuku. I think my brain just had a huge brain fart. You have the thinking wheel of doom. You need a reboot. Well, that's a good sign that it's trying to load me back into a match. The thinking wheel of doom. It's a good sign that it's trying to put me back into a game. Opponent's deck's so sweet you just wanted them to win. How about hide event? I don't know. Now I'm like worried. Do I need a fresh, like, do I have to do another re-download? I've had to do quite a few lately. Let's see if I can load the deck. We'll start there. Deck is loaded. Oh no, we're missing art though. Of course we're missing art. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, it's loading. Art is coming. Okay. Constructed. Activates. You still in game? Oh, it's not even letting me talk to them, see? That's maybe just going to be... Alright. Not concede. I wanted to... See, that's what I wanted to do, is log off and close. So that's maybe where my brain just like was like, yeah, sure, you want to log off and close. Like, no. But if you do the X2 and match, it's a very different command that it does. Oh, man. Technical difficulties. Wouldn't be a Magic Online stream without some technical difficulty. It may have registered that as a concede, which is disappointing. But it should at least like let me continue my league. Yes, quality indeed. All right, let's wait for it to finish loading before we try to get back in there. Let's also load our deck's art as well. The Bray's Apprentice build was sweet, but I think I like this build more. The general build, I think I like more. There are other players besides us in other color combinations trying to make this card work. There's like a 4-color Cascade deck playing this card too. Just making 4/4s. All right, awesome. We're loaded. Sweet. Constructed. So when I go to, okay, enable to join queue. Current match pending. Please wait a moment before attempting to join the queue. If the problem persists, please contact game support. Oh boy. Yeah. No, I want chat. We want chat. I can't even see chat anymore. Well, that's disappointing. Note to selves: don't commit any sort of fetch land seppuku anymore. It looks like they patched that out, or it causes it to crash now. So that's very informative for all of us, especially those of you that also play Magic Online. Very informative to me, because that's a move that I'll do sometimes. Do we just play a few matches while we wait for that to end, for them to just get a free win? That's disappointing. I could sit here and talk to support. That also is very boring and doesn't make very good content. Unable to join queue. Maybe, how about this? Why don't I just try to concede it? Just report to... Yeah, I could grab an orc. I'll bother with that after stream. I already took a picture. I'm not worried about it. Let me just do this. Let me see if it'll let me concede it. Yeah, it's not letting us do it. That is so lame. I've never seen that before, folks. We've run into all sorts of weird bugs before, but I've never seen us just not be able to continue a league. I mean, we certainly still could have won that match too, right? We had one more game to go, but to not like get to continue to play. Let's go play a 1v1. And ooh, do I not even have 20 play points? Yeah, I think so too. I do not have enough play points. All right. Well, let's at least play a human player. I don't want to just goldfish. I think the deck is well beyond just goldfishing anymore. Let's wait for an opponent. Awesome. There's a lot of games firing in tourney practice. That is crazy. We'll check into our league after this. Yeah, I think so too. I think with some of these more experimental ideas, like I think we could even start I mean, I'm not just saying this because our the bank of Bruce Buy is low on tickets right now and points, but I do think that we could certainly be happy just jamming some tourney practice. Like the tourney practice room is very active right now. It's not always this active. So that's another reason why I like using the queue or using leagues to test my brews. But yeah, I mean, this room's pretty active. I mean, obviously you're going to get a wider variety of the meta, which can be fun on one hand because you're getting to see, you know, other brews, other takes. So they take general. It's a great choice. It's a good choice, opponent. We play a playset of this guy. Ooh, since I drew it Eldritch, though, I probably will play out Burning Tree pretty easily. I'll save the Metamorphose, though, because we do want to try to get the value. I'll play this out. It's like we're running this because a lot of the time this will be what we Eldritch in this current build, right? Yes, very helpful indeed. All right, so let's Eldritch this and make some tokens. And before they play Counterspell on my Eldritch, make us very sad boys. In this matchup, we do need to draw the Caverns. So if we don't draw the Caverns, it's like I did have a build of this that was playing a playset of Voice, and it was better against like Esper, the different Counterspell derivatives. I think you just have to jam it there, right? Because my hand was really nothing. I don't think it was weird for me to try to jam there. Did I forget to attack first? I think I did attack first, right? Please tell me I attacked first. I don't think I did, actually. I don't think I did. Gross. So they should be at 13 right now. That's my bad. Yeah, they should be at 13 right now. Gosh, I didn't hit them for my free 2 points? No. No. You think Voice is maybe worth it? I don't know. We did play 3 or 4 Voices for a while because when Modern Horizons was out but not drafted yet, like the cards weren't circulated yet, there were a lot of people jamming their Counterspell.deck. So they were just practicing, you know, Grixis control, Esper control, Blue-Eye control. So I was just playing a playset of Voice with Caverns. It was great because people were practicing those decks even in the leagues for a little bit. It's dead. But I do feel like the Voices do kind of fall off, though, in some other areas. You were citing them out a lot last league? Exactly. I was. I'm actually going to get the Triome. I feel like I should try to fetch this more often since we play Kavus, but maybe not. I can't cast... Actually, I could. I could Morphos into this. Let's go red-white. I don't want to get my Spyro countered. Let's just get this Blade Historian countered. Oh, that resolved very quickly. Did they not have a counterspell? They're just pretending. They were pretending, folks. They pretended to have the second counterspell. Yeah. Caverns is really important. I mean, that was the nice thing is I wasn't relegated since we adopted a playset of Cavern thanks to things like Yavi and such. Hierarch, I think, makes this better, too. Because I can name Shaman. That was one of the reasons we were excited about Ignoble, is I could name Shaman and still a lot of other cards. Actually, especially this build. Try to attack for 4. These cards are too precious, I think, to just like get countered here. Probably just play out this Arbor Elf. I do think that Esper is actually maybe a little bit better for us. In some sense. Snap opt. Say it's snap counterspell ready, but they're going to snopt instead. I think that Esper is easier in some aspects and harder in others. This card's just so good for the archetype. It's very good for them. So good. I mean, we hit our Caverns in some of our blue matches today. Let's see if we hit them now. Yeah, card is very good. We block, right? I thought about it. Because it looked like they might be just following up with another sweep, but hey, we get to resolve what we need to. Probably Spyro, right? Oh, I can't, actually. That's too bad. Yeah, I shouldn't have gotten the Zagoth. I'll have to figure out when we're supposed to get this, right? I probably shouldn't fetch for it unless we already have a Kavu on the table. Let's just maybe not fetch for it unless we have the Kavu already. Maybe? Or, how about this? We can get it as long as I've made sure we have the colors for everybody else. And I don't have any main deck white-white requirements, but I do have main deck red-red requirements. If you have Kavu in hand. Yeah, if I have Kavu in hand, if I already have red-red, I think it's fine. Yep, push. They have 2 cards left. They didn't have a counterspell earlier, but they now have it probably, right? Just jamming more of these into their counterspells. They're running low. They're running low on resources. It's not like they have the castle or whatever. I think the castle is a lot less greedy in blue-white than it is in Esper, but they still play it, I think, right? Most of their shocks are islands. Play a bunch of basic islands. Maybe it's fine. Ooh, Tar Pit. They're down to 1 card. Maybe I can get this off. They're showing me what it is. It's a Planeswalker. It is a hieroglyphic. They have 2 cards now. They don't attack. Kavu, huh? Alright. Pathed. I'm not running the basic mountain in this build. This may be where our brew's at, honestly. The tourney practice. Or at least the 2v2. I mean, the 1v1 queue. Coming in with the Tar Pit. You think their last card is Archmages or Esper? They just, like, gonna make me discard 2. Oh, gross. Esper Charm. No, it wasn't. Alright, cool. We could Hierarch and then get our evolution countered, right? Like a boss. Seems like a great idea, right, Bruce Spy? Get this countered. Oh, they don't have a counterspell. They're F6'd. Alright, so we go Spyro. Try to rebuild. I draw 2 1/1s. Yep. I do have Mana Dorks in my deck. Opponent is on 2 cards. But they have this Tar Pit. The Inquisition, one of my... I don't know how I feel about Inquisition in Esper. I don't know. I like a couple of, like, sideboard Thoughtseizes. Just don't know. If I draw another red source, I've got a graveyard Spyro now. Red source? I wouldn't mind a red source. It's better than playing out this Arbor Elf. Sweet. So, I think I could justify swinging 3. They're at 9. They probably consider blocking. They do. Go to 8. I do have to fetch Shock, though, to do this, so... Rip. It's crazy that these don't cause... Like, you have to, like, stifle this trigger, right? It's awesome. This card's phenomenal. Best card in our deck, easily. Whoa, they have a Stoneforge package? That's weird. I don't know if I like that. Do you play Stoneforge in your Esper control? Anyone? Bueller? We're going to lose to it. I don't know how I feel about this. I think they're just going to hardcast the Batterskull, right? You don't like it either? Alright, let's top deck a Winota. Come on, top deck Winota. So I'm going to shock. Do we need white? Hang on. I have Haktos. Yeah, I guess we should get the Sacred Foundry. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I don't think I like it either, but it's going to work here, unfortunately, unless I draw well. I mean, I can block this a little bit. Hey, speaking of Haktos, I am very glad that I fetched the Foundry. Oh, you know what? I still can't cast him. We're so close. I need the Arbor Elf, right? Because white, white, red, red. I think I'm still better off... that's not true. Because of the Haktos in my hand, I probably should play the Arbor Elf and chump this. Yeah. Yeah, I can't play the Haktos, right? So this was wrong for so many reasons, right? Like we ended up doing the Kavu and then it just got pushed. But I think yeah, I agree that we shouldn't grab the Triumph unless it's time. And it wasn't time. I just grabbed it because I was like, oh, we could grab this right now. Like, no, Bruce Spy. Don't do it. It's sweet. Like, we saw it. It did the thing. The Triumph is good and bad. Yes. The Triumph is very good, but also bad. I mean, sometimes I'm sure we'll cycle it too, so. Oof. The technology, they figured it out. I was hoping they wouldn't. All right. Esper, huh? Esper Stoneforge, huh? I don't know how to beat that. I don't know if it's right. I guess if you had the Stoneforge package at all, it should be in your sideboard, perhaps. We don't punish it because I'm not running, like, really any removal. We can keep the Teagster in. Sorry, we bring in the Teagster, play the Pride Mage. Magus of the Moon actually can stay in. Heron's Grace goes. I think Blade Historian might even be overkill in a matchup like this. When it comes to, like, control, you can kind of... I feel like earlier I should have cut my Blade Historian. I feel like Haktos is fine, and just like Winota-ing into value is good enough. Just like hitting the Spyros and the Ferrises. We can cut some number of Burning Trees. I can't cut any of these since we've slimmed down to 20. I can't cut any of this, actually. Skites are good. Favor's good. Prelate on 2 is good, because then they can't cast Dam. These let me survive the Sweeper. I don't think I go after their Stoneforge package too hard, right? Like, I could play things like... Not Endurance. I mean, yeah, it fiddles with their Snapcasters. I don't know if I want to bother. Maybe I should, actually. Yeah, maybe the Kavus just aren't enough value. Like, again, like, I'm wondering if, like, the card is just not... I don't know. Maybe I'm just feeling that way because we're up against Esper right now, and I wish these were voices instead, perhaps. But then again, Kavus play better with the BTE plan we're trying out with General. I don't think we need to be as bursty here. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I have a lot of sideboard I want to bring in, so I don't know. Maybe even it seems ambitious to go in the other direction. The other direction would be instead of but I feel like the Metamorphose are almost needed because I'm running fewer lands. Magus will hurt them. Yeah, I'm leaving the Magus of the Moon in. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to be threat dense. Well, the spell skites don't really count, but well, no, they do because they trigger Winota in our deck anyway. I don't want any of this. Like Oath, maybe? But that turns off Skite, but I don't know. They're Stoneforge package. But like they play most of the time they're gonna be playing the living artifacts. They're not gonna be playing a lot of swords. I can't imagine. So like I feel like the Oath doesn't really I'd almost be better off just like apparitioning a Stoneforge Mystic. Let's do it. The non-bow is real. Let's do it. I wasn't running Collector Oath for a bit. Let's bring it back though. Let's get the testing with the card if we're gonna be playing it. So can't keep this. It's a one-lander. Yep. Could keep this. Tuck the Teague? Teague doesn't stop Dam. Sadly. This is the ideal land. We are playing a 2 of Stomping Ground, which has been really good for the Arbor Elves. This is the ideal land for the Spyro. Hopefully we draw land. I think the Triumph is really cool. If we're going to play the Kavus, I think I want access to that off of a green fetch. We're playing, what, 7 green fetch in this build? I think we want access to it. If we're going to play this card. We haven't had nearly enough testing with the Kavu yet to see if we want it or not. Awesome, we drew land. Sweet. Guys, we just draw lands. We can win the game. We do have white stuff in, so let's go Garden. A little bit of fast tap here. A little bit of fast tapping. A little fast tappy. Keep the Winota, dump these. Sweet. Just like we drew it up. Don't have counterspell. Don't have counterspell. Just don't have it. Maybe we draw the cavern. And they shock, trying to represent counterspell. They play Stoneforge instead. Awesome, we just probably win. I mean, again, like, ooh, Bruce Spy is, like, making a case in point. You know, like, oh, like, no, Stoneforge is great for Esper control. I don't think it is. But maybe as a sideboard plan. I don't like it main board. But I know, here I am being critical, right? Let's not be critical. It's the practice room, right? We're just practicing. Alright, let's hit the Magus of the Moon. Let's look 12 deep, find Magus. Okay, we didn't. Oh, Prelate. Prelate on Dam. Seems good. A lot of their 2-drops are strong. 2, right? For Dam. Stops a couple other cards, too. But mostly for Dam. And a Spyro. Not too bad. Well, I'm sad that we're left with lands, but hey. Yeah, I think so too. I think Prelate's sweet. I wonder if I should just be playing 2 Prelates. Like, I really like hitting this off Winota triggers in so many different matchups. I wonder if we should just play 2 of that card. Makes me wonder. I think this card is better than people realize in the modern format. Dakon. Exile my Winota. Yeah. Guess we should have named 3, huh? Actual factual Dakon, the Shadow Slayer. Teagster, gonna hit the board. Whoops. I think I just play him out. Okay, this would be an instance when we... I think I do want to give up an elemental token to push through one. No, that's not worth it. It's at 6. I think I will fetch out the Triome, right? We have another fetch in our hand. We have access to red. I think this is an instance when we... Oh, no, we pitched it. Never mind. I'm sitting here, like, talking about this card as if it's a choice. Alright, if you own them, you'd be playing them in your modern Death in Texas. Oh, yeah. Do we like our sideboard plan? It's a little ambitious to not have the Manamorphose CCCs, considering we're only on 20 land. Bit aggressive. Bit aggressive. Let's do it again. It might not be wrong against these slower archetypes, because I don't want us to spin our wheels. I want us to just hit things, but maybe that's wrong. This hand looks pretty good. Maybe. Dam protection. Maybe you would even just go like Spellskite into Selfless before you even play a general. Gonna lead stomping. Maybe I should have led Temple because we drew the favor though. They're trying to do the whole Dakon thing. Oh, we're gonna get to resolve our Spellskite actually, maybe? No, let's resolve the favor. This card's a lot better than it looks in this matchup. You'll see. You'll see, chat. You'll see. You'll all see. These are really good. I need to stop eating them. They're Reese's pretzels. They're very good. But, like, aren't they sitting on counterspell here? I mean, I'm all for maxing our mana. Nah, I'm gonna go Spellskite because we have a redundant Spellskite. Some of you guys might not even really know this card. Although I find that hard to believe, right? I mean, if you're in a modern stream, you probably know a lot of different weird cards, right? Why don't you share some of the pretzels with the chat? They're very good. I'm sorry, Pyro. I'm sorry that they're so good. I'm sorry. I can recommend them to you. I can do that at least. We go Ferris next, right? Because I have a redundant Ferris. Oh, okay. We're just getting damned, right? Isn't that what's happening? Push. Okay. I win the match. Sweet. Benny double white for damn. Alright, could Skyclave be an option for the main? Is white too painful? No, it could be in the main board. We don't have to run the Pride Mage at all. We've been very happy with the main 3 silver bullets that we keep coming back to are some combination of Magus, the Scavenging Ooze, and then something else. I mean, like, Endurance is just a really good card. I wonder if we could even main deck it. Check our league game, see if it unfroze. Yes. Alright, so it just made it a loss-loss play match. That's just really sad. I'll learn from it. I'll maybe even do some support stuffs. Endurance is the best in the evoke cycle. Yeah, I wonder if it could even just be main decked. But like, I feel like with our place at Akavu, it's not like we're completely ignoring the graveyard game 1. Yeah, because it's a reasonable creature. Maybe we don't play the Pride Mage after all. I thought this was a really cool suggestion because it was a multicolored card for... I mean, I feel like we have enough multicolored stuff for general now. I do sometimes need to search this out, and we don't have it in our main right now. It's my guy. Hey, what's up, Rudy Rude? How you doing? How's it going? Yeah, we could main board the Skyclave. I liked the idea of Pride Mage because it triggers general. But, yeah, Apparition's a great tutor target. Yeah, we're living the dream. Oh, you're living the dream. I'm glad to hear that. I, too, am trying to live. We could cut the Pride Mage then. That gives us the room for... What was that card I was thinking I wanted? Oh, yeah, maybe just like a second prelate. Guys, it's a human Chalice of the Void. On whatever we want it to be on. It's kind of like, seriously, it's almost like got that meddling mage kind of a feel. I think that's why I like this card so much, is it's kind of like, we've kind of got something that feels a bit meddling magey without needing to be in blue. Speaking of which, we can keep this. I can turn 1 forest and still do the Spyro on time. I imagine this Arbor Elf might be dying, though. Hey, good luck and have fun. Crashing Footfall. So it's the Cascade deck. We can beat this. Yeah, the fact that we get to sneak them in with Winota is sweet as well. That is very true, Rudy. So we could be 1-1 right now. We did get robbed of our... If you're wondering why our record's a little sad today, or right now, we did get a little bit robbed. It wasn't our opponent's fault or anything either. It wasn't like they did anything shisty. Magic Online cost us a game. It bugged out. I don't know. You can maybe explain it better, Raven. I don't even know what happened. I mean, I do know what happened. We tried to fetch. Okay, so I can have an uncounterable Spyro here. That seems good. Yeah, we tried to fetch, and it didn't work. Did not work. think that's what we're doing, right? Spyro? Spyro dumped the Historian and the Winota. Like, look, our mana's not going to cast the Historian very easily anyway. Just completely bugged out from us trying to... Yeah. Actually, I'm not going to just attack, right? Don't we want to put in this elf? Yes. They've got a Footfalls coming off a couple turns or sooner. Borrower, sure. Borrower doesn't block non-flyers. I don't really care too much. I do care about this coming off. I do hope they don't have some sort of like main deck Aethergust nonsense. We've got white here. Let's just go Yavi. Although maybe I just help them. It's the thing with Yavi. Here we go. Maybe they have another Brazen. Doesn't look like it. Here we go. 4 trigs. 4 triggers. Alright, there's a burning. Hey, you know what? That would have been a miss before. That would have been the voice or what? Those are misses. Wow, everybody's in a cluster. Okay, hang on. Let's take a second here. How much life would I be gaining if I took Heron's Grace? We're not going to have the double strike, so Haktos is just going to punch him for 6 here, and maybe... He'll have protection from the tokens, though. But do we just want to gain a burst of life? It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 life. So what do you guys think? 9 life. We also could take a general, but I don't think I'm supposed to. So I'm pretty sure it's between Haktos and Herons and not these. You like gaining the life? That is a lot of life to gain. All right, let's do it. So we're going to gain a nice little bursty burst of life. Put us ahead in the race. And it deals a little bit of extra damage, too. It's kind of the icing on the cake. Hey, we end up with a general after all. Let's take the general over making Winota hasty. I don't have a Manamorphose here to play, but that's okay. Which could sometimes come up with a Burning Tree. They scoop. They scoopa. Do we need Heron's Grace here or not really? Might still play Haktos. At 17, I would say just damage. Yeah, maybe we should have picked Haktos. Human named Nemesis, right? That's what he's trying to be. Life is good. He wasn't really doing anything. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe taking the life was wrong. It was about the same amount of damage, though, right? Because we were pumping 2. So Haktos would have been 6. Heron's Grace ended up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, if we did that math again, because we had 2 other humans. So Heron's Grace was 5 damage. Haktos was 6. Raven says, but the life was also an Anthem. It was very close between the 2 of them, right? This was just 6 damage. He also attacks every turn if able, right? So it's not like you get to choose to like hang back on him. So he's not really a true name Nemesis. That was a weird call. Yeah, it is a tough call. It is a strange situation. So that's what they're trying to do. Wish I had some sort of way to stop the cascade other than Prelate. Again, I feel like I need 2 of this card. Magus of the Moon maybe could go. That's not true. Well, they're going to be Rug, right? So maybe we don't bother with this because they can still bolt the Magus. I don't know. Let's cut the... I think the Kazali is just actually getting cut from the deck. I was excited about this initially, and I think I'm quickly changing my mind. Are they just not playing red? I was so confused by their draw. Well, Favor favors us because we go a lot bigger than them. We can cut some Emissaries. They're filler, but we may still want some. Do you want Skites because I just don't know what they're doing? Yeah, let's run Favor and Skites because I just don't know what they're doing. Do I want a Canonist effect? Yeah, I might. Although, Prelate stops the Cascade decks as well. We could play Canonist. Canonist is a human. Hey, do we want Magus or is this wrong? I actually think it might be wrong. But like their mana would have gotten last game a bit, right? 30 seconds. Still run a BT because I don't know. Don't know their deck well enough to say. Yeah, me neither. Alright, so we've got the old hand that would need me to name Kavu on Cavern, maybe. That's funny. If I kept this hand, it would be because of Spellskite. Actually, that's not true. I don't have to use the Cavern to play Kavu. I can go Zaggoth turn 1. Kavu turn 1. Yeah, you mean Zaggoth turn 1, right? We could keep this, actually. It's got 2 tutors. Could find Prelate. Giving up either one of these. Yeah. You'll have all our colors. Sweet. Yavi. Okay. Triumph. This will be a really big Kavu, right? This will be just a 5/5 off the bat. Maybe I'm not even worried about Bolt. Like, is that how this card wants to be played in our deck? That we, like, fetch out the Triumph turn 1? We usually won't have it in our hand. Actually, I think that's a picture of the Kavu right there in the middle of that stream, or that waterfall, right? Yeah, if we have the ability to do so. Oh, wow, we get to follow this up with a Spyro. Our deck's looking pretty good. I feel like we're a domain deck right now. Foundry. Turn 2 5/5 with abilities? It's sad that this card looks so good right here, and then they're gonna bounce it. Yeah. That's why it looks so good, because they had the bounce. And they're gonna cascade into their silliness. Human. Alright, do I go general instead? No, we go Spyro. Spyro's still better, I think, for setting us up. Yeah, Spyro, uncounterable. Ditch evolutions, maybe both? I feel like, well, no, I can't ditch both Evos. Ditch an Evo, ditch a general? We're hoping to hit general off the Winota instead of casting them, right? Could also dump a Yavi. I'm going to dump the general. Drew a Haktos, drew a Manamorphose. Okay. There's a reasonable chance this just gets countered. We can't get the Winota. We need to do something different. Manamorphose could cast this Haktos. Alright, show me... Please just be like Ancestral instead. Yeah, it's a Footfalls, darn it. Haktos blocks a Rhino for a turn. He's got protection from 0. He has protection from each mana value, so he actually could block a Rhino the first turn he comes out. That might honestly be what I do, is Manamorphose into an uncounterable Haktos, block a Rhino token. Kavu also blocks. Yeah, Kavu blocks well too. It's just I don't know if he's going to stick. I guess I need to cast the Spellskite first if we're doing Kavu. I kind of like the free block from Haktos, though, for a turn, because it's uncounterable. You know what I mean? I kind of prefer that, actually. Yeah, both do what we need to do. We just need to block something here, right? Maybe the Kavu Skite was better. Since these trample, I don't really want to hang back. Good thing we took game 1. Maybe they have an Aethergust here. Well, they wouldn't be playing Aethergust because they're a Cascade deck. Chosen number is 4. Pro from everything other than 4. Sweet. So yeah, we'll have a free block here. Seems good. Attack. I don't know. This is still going to be close. I just didn't feel comfortable going for the Evo for Winota for obvious reasons. They might just have another Outburst. Double Outburst here. Looks like they might. Or they're playing the Borrower. Yeah, why did we cut our life gainer? Why did we do that to ourselves? I have to hit the double striker. I'm dead to any sort of burn effect. Oh, you know what? Haktos doesn't block very well. I'm stupid. We should have gone with the Kavu line. I mean, I'm not stupid. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that so quickly. Excuse me. It's not that I'm stupid. I didn't think it through. Haktos, yes, has protection, and yes, can block and kill a token. But he's not blocking all of the damage. Oh, this hand's awesome. Hang on. I was a little sad there, but now I'm less sad. This hand's sweet. Because they don't have turn 1 disruption unless they're running some weird, like, hybrid Like their deck is probably just playing the adventure cards, right? I think their deck plays the adventure cards. It plays Shardless. This is an almost perfect draw for us. Yeah. I mean, it's missing it. Well, no. So we just go. They play Fire Ice. Yeah. They could be playing Fire Ice. They probably are, right? They can play Stomp, and they play the bouncy. Kavu's only a 4/4 here, though. Well, I think we actually lean more into the Magus of the Moon, right? Instead of the Kavu. Kavu can grow later. We might even just ditch it to a Spyro. I think I just slam Magus. Because I have the mana to... Oh, yeah, they're tapped out. Sweet. Give me another fetch. Okay, we have another mountain coming up. No Raisin to take damage, then. Because this is going to not make us take damage. Sweet. You have a mountain. You have mountains. Ooh, subtly. Okay. Never mind. Subtly pitching force. We could top this. We could top this. Subtly pitching force. I'm sad I topped that. I really needed my Ignoble to live. Maybe should have bottomed the Magus. And I know they run Stomp. Oh, they don't do anything else? Awesome. Whew, that's very lucky. Oh, but we're not doing anything either. Shoot. Well, hopefully they have more turns of not doing anything. Good. Awesome. Thank our lucky stars. Alright, so we just try to slam the moon even still, right? Moon turns on red for these Spyros in my hand. I lose the General Ferris, but I don't really care. Well, actually, maybe we should go for Ferris. I do have Kavu in my hand. Maybe we play General Ferris. No. We want to... Well, I'm not cutting them on colors except for blue if I do Magus. It's Magus, right? Force them to have another Stomp. That's the benefit of General Ferris, is even if they have Stomp, I'm working towards our deck's game plan. We should work towards our deck's game plan, right? Maybe they just have another subtlety. You think so? So, Magus of the Moon? Was that a yeah, I think so for Magus, or work towards our deck's game plan? Oh, okay. Slamming it then. Slamma-jamma. Yeah, maybe you're right. Bone Crush again. Should have gone with General. It's okay. We didn't know. Should have gone with the General Ferris. Hindsight. Hindsight so strong. Hindsight so very strong. My hindsight. Such hindsight. Subtlety again? Wow. Pitch Jace. Okay. Should we just bottom this? No, he's like solid here though, isn't he? If I bottom him though, we turn on these Spyros, but like him into the Kavu is actually fine. Let's go top. All right. Subtlety, huh? What's cool is this whenever you cast, by the way, even if they counter this Kavu. Ooh. Think it may have been fine to bottom. You think so? Kavu. Trigger. Should we evolution here, and then they counter it, and we're sad? They've played out a lot of these, though. Him countering the Evo's fine, though. Yeah, because then the Spyros will resolve. have a higher chance to resolve. Do we just go get Winota, or is it time to prelate what their deck is doing? It's probably time to prelate what their deck is doing, right? I'm just going to go tutor for this Chalice of the Void. We got value out of the Kavu. It turned into a Golem, and then it was something for us to pod. That's exactly what we want out of our 2-drops if we need to evolution. Right, we ended up with the 4/4 token. And this token can do battle with, like, that's kind of neat, right? Like, our General Ferris tokens can do battle with all these Cascade builds. So that's good. Nick says we should be playing like they have an outburst. Yeah, I think they do have one. So that would mean go get prelate, see if we can make them do something instead with their turn that they didn't want to. Which is like now they're like, dang it, should I just played my Bone Crusher? I don't know. Maybe. What did they Bone Crush? They Bone Crushed an Ignoble and it set us back, but they also were missing lands. They Bone Crushed my Magus, which was very good. They Subtlety'd my Magus. They Subtlety'd my General. They lost a Force and a Jace. Sorry, they exiled a Force and a Jace to do so. Yeah, Jace seems great in these kind of decks. Do we think they have like a snap cat? Well, they won't have a snap block. They probably won't have any sort of shenanigans for this. I hope so. I can't think of anything they could have unless they're playing like the flash in duder. Imagine this is end step bounce my prelate then, right? Yeah. So we did slow them down a turn, maybe, but they're just going to slam it here, but then we slam Spyro, right? Or do we want to just get this on the table? Another Ferris. I think we just Spyro, right? Like, it might be correct. I can't get the prelate on the table. Oh, no, I could. If I play prelate, they just do it. I can make another token. That seems not great. I think I'm supposed to Spyro, right? If they want to get it off, they can now. I mean, like, this might stop further cascades, though. Actually, that seems correct to just get this back on the table. This might stop later cascading. So the cascade in response here, but they... so they hit a Footfalls. Yep. Prelate keeps them from 2. It's so close. Yeah, it's close, right? We'll still prelate name 0. It's too bad we didn't like hit a land drop, actually. A land drop would have been nice. We can block here. This is a Jace. Gross. Jace number 2. Jace bounce my Golem. Smash. And then we... What do we do? Play Spyro? I mean, like, we're not out of this. Just let's remember they have a lot of creatures still. These adventure cards are really grindy sometimes. Like, if they can make the game about... Well, their deck is a mid-range deck, and if they can make the match about mid-range, it's really good. It stinks that we were kind of slowed down earlier because of some mistakes. Right? Did I fetch in a good way? I'm not so sure. I think we fetched and were, like, looking for basics because we were trying to make Magus the plan, but then that didn't end up being how the game shook out. I feel like you just gotta bounce the Golem, my friend. I wonder if they're even thinking they need to protect Jace. We drew the basics naturally, actually. The only maybe mistake was topping Magus, says Nick. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty vulnerable. It's also not the most great in this matchup. I thought about taking it out, actually, once I presumed that they were the Cascade deck. We didn't see red in their first game. This is game 2, isn't it? Is this just game 2? Yeah, I think this is game 2. Awesome. That's great. That's very good, considering we might be losing this. Yeah, I think this is game 2. They're really thinking here. I'm going to go get some water. Need to hydrate. Be right back. Oh, hey, stream, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Kitchen's right there. my new setup. So how are you folks doing tonight? Anybody playing anything sweet? Nick, what are you playing from, if anything, from Modern Horizons 2? It's good to see you in the chat. Opponent is thinking. Maybe we should be thinking about our sideboard while they are thinking. So we're seeing these adventure creatures. Their removal seems to be bounce or burn. Force negation, huh? I wonder, yeah, with subtlety being a main thing they're trying to do, I feel like we should take out our evolutions and try to just win off of either naturally drawn generals or Winotas. The new cards are pushing the deck away from why you liked it. Yeah, maybe it's time to do something different. There was a Warp World opponent we played against tonight. Let me see if I can't find spoiler. There was the Warp World build. Do you want to play Baby Shark? I have a shark list you could borrow. Do you want to play modern Shark Tank? Does that seem like it would tout your fancy? Does that seem up your alley, Nick? It's built around Resurgent Belief and Shark Typhoon. This is the suspend return all enchantment cards. Yeah, we did see a really sweet build of this card, Glimpse of Tomorrow. It was a really sweet Glimpse deck. They had like a really poor record. It doesn't mean like that you can't make this actually work. They had like Omnisciences and Emrakuls and everything. It was sweet. It's really cool. Yeah, they were playing like Ley Lines, Colony Heart Gardens and everything, just trying to like have more permanence. It's fascinating. Here, I'll show you guys that list though if you're interested. My take on modern Shark Tank. So I basically just took my legacy list and then ported it into modern. You're gonna play the Evoke card? Oh yeah. Yeah, that might be sweet. This one was just trying to suspend the belief. Get it? Suspend the belief? Never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure. I may want more Asphodels. This was just like I slapped it together. Oh, they're waiting for us. They decided J-Storm. That's great for us, maybe. Draw step, Grief. Yeah, I've got a build of Grief as well somewhere. I think you already looked at it, though, Nick. This is my take on Grief. You use Painter Servant to make it so you could pitch lands. Yeah, Shark Tank. There's a sideboard for it, too. Sorry. This 1 mana won't be doing anything. Ooh, wow, we hit the Metamorphose. That's awesome. That's fantastic. We could maybe play double Spyro if I go red here. That would be gross. I have to hit a different land, but I think we try for it. Ditch this, draw a different land, still get the Spyro. Come on, let's do it. Ah, we didn't, but now there's the Winota. Awesome. Alright, so can we pressure the Jace? If we want to, we're giving up both General and the Sanctum. We're really well set up, though, for this Winota. I think we do want to go after the Jace, right? Well, I'm not getting it off the table, right? Because the way that they're going to block the Golem, so we do get 1 Rhino off. And then they block and kill either General or Prelate. That seems bad. That seems bad. I think we let them have the Jace, and we go for this, right? Like, yes, they're drawing loads of cards a turn. Like, yes, that's terrifying. But we have this Prelate they got to deal with. Although they might just Jace bounce it, which is the reason why I was considering. Well, no. I don't think we throw the prelate away. Our hand's gas. We could draw a Cavern of Souls. Although Subtlety gets around that. They've shown us that they have 2 or more. I could go ahead and assume a 3 of or playset of this card, right? We should expect them to bounce prelate and maybe even have 4 rhinos, but we can beat that, can we? I mean, Winota might be able to beat that. The Winota is going to be making another golem. I mean, I think we just want to keep playing multicolored cards, right? Like, as good as Spyro is, I feel like when General is on the table, I almost just want to be playing my multicolored cards, like, you know, Manamorphose and stuff. I know that we've long said that Spyro is the best card in our deck, but I feel like when this guy's on the table, I wonder if that goes out the window a little bit. Just a little bit. Spyro's still pretty nuts, but I feel like when this card's doing its thing. All right, so he's going to kill the prelate. Going to cascade into some more rhinos. Yeah. I think we just take it. I think I just take this. I think I just also ignore the Jace and just go face. Oh, they're tapping out. Perfect. Shardless into rhinos. Yep. We could maybe beat this. I know you're like, wait, Bruce, but how could you possibly beat this? Look at their board. No. Winota's pretty bonkers. She's pretty legit. Card is pretty legit. So we're going to make a golem. They're going to have the subtlety. At least I get the golem still. That's so annoying. Oh, we're going to top her because she's exactly what we want to be doing. Can I survive, though? I guess I can. I'm sad I don't get the Jace off the table, though. Gosh, they had subtlety again. Pitch another force. I mean, force is here just for blue count. It's not good against us, really. I guess it's okay because they can hit evolution. Oh, you know what? We have another game even if we lose. That's right. I'm sitting here like, no, it's over. It's not over. We have another game to play. Oh, the Jace is what's enabling them to still have the... I mean, we need to play this out to the fullest because we want to see all that they've got going on. Deck looks like a blast, though, what they're doing. At least it's when cast. Am I just dead? I'm just dead. So now we have all the information. So let's board accordingly. Oh, no, never mind. I thought that was game 2. Shoot. Oh, we killed them too quickly. One of the earlier games to see what they were up to, and then game 3 was when we finally saw what they were actually fully up to. I thought so too. How strongly am I attached to it? It's the reason to be in Naya, for Naya. If we weren't, hang on, cancel. If we weren't, let me show you a list. How attached am I? It's the whole reason to be in Naya. If you're not doing Eldritch, you could be doing this. You could be doing like a Taxis build. And I do think that the Taxis build in some ways is better. There's somebody, by the way, who emulated, copycatted us, which is awesome. See this list? Dave? Spawn of Virtue, though, that's us. So they borrowed us card for card. And what's crazy is this Dave guy piloted my list to the same finish. So we got 3-1 in a mono prelim, but so did Dave. But this is May 26th. And then they did it June 1st. But yeah, Boros Winota is probably the better deck. I don't know if it's a I don't know if I like the Yorion builds because it makes your sideboard a lot weaker, just a lot less consistent. But probably some sort of like Taxis build that plays Spyro, plays Geist Honored Monk, I guess. That's the other thing though, is like you're much less likely to hit the Winota if you're playing Yorion. And Boros would also have the benefit of you could just play like you could do a build of this that's maybe just like changelings and uses what is it? Pyre of Heroes. There are other tutors that are outside of green. They're just not very good. Pyre of Heroes is one of them. But yes, to answer your question, so this is the sacrifice a creature, search same creature type, equal to 1+. So you could play this in a Boros build. I think the benefit of the Boros taxes um, is you have the taxes strategy on top of other things. I think this is more bursty and gets to play silver bullets. That build, though, would be interesting to explore and try to get some silver bullets into it. I feel like this would have a huge anti-synergy, though, with one of the biggest parts of taxes, which is they want to be built around a playset of Leon and Arbiter. So I feel like I think I want to stick with this for now. I think that General Ferris is actually very strong. There's some folks literally just brewing around that card exclusively. I'm not really doing that here. There were already a lot of multicolored cards in the deck, and so we've just tried to increase that number. General Ferris is similar to Spyro in that it's a human that's also going to produce non-humans over time. Well, Spyro does it immediately. He does it over time. Actually, let's see our creature count now. Just doing this quick before we jump into another match. Non-humans. These are spells. So these are always humans. These 10. These 11. Excuse me. These 8 are humans that are also non-humans, and these 13 are. Although I think in the league we don't have the Skyclave main board, right? Yeah, we don't. We have a Pride Mage in that spot. Okay. Still part of the build around. Oh, no, it is. It lets us consistently find this. It also finds silver bullets. So it lets us kind of run some singletons. Yeah, I think the Pride Mage I'm moving away from, but I think we have enough multicolored stuff going on. I mean, if we weren't main boarding the Apparition, would it just be the 4th Emissary and we just try to be bursty game 1? I'm all for that. Maybe that's the better thing to be doing. I wonder if that's better. Like a BTE build has the benefit of just getting us onto the table. We're often naming human on these caverns anyway. I guess the only other name that we're going to have in this build will, funny enough, be the occasional Kavu, the occasional Shaman, because these are both Shamans. I could see happening, maybe. Yeah, it might be good just to play 4-ofs for a bit and just see if we like it. Because very often the main board Silver Bullet is just Magus. If we're not getting Winota, I'm getting Magus of the Moon. That's pretty much it. Hey. Good luck and have fun. Sounds a little bit awkward. The Manamorphose will make it less so. We can maybe keep this. My opponent is apparently double queued. They're the Ad Nauseam player that we played a while ago, actually, maybe. Magus is great here, maybe. But they're on the play, so maybe I'm just dead. They might not be on the same deck. No, they're on their same deck. Okay. Thoughtseize my Magus of the Moon. We can Kavu turn 2 for a 4/4. We could do that, but then I'm not playing my Spyro very easily, am I? Yeah, so they take Moon. We'll see if we draw a different land. Maybe we get... Okay, so cool. So we drew Cavern. This gives us some options, maybe. Yeah, I don't think we should try to grow the Kavu at the expense of not Spyroing. Although they don't have permission, so maybe I could name Kavu on the Cavern. Hang on, maybe we could get away with this. Let's actually do it. So we're going to go for the... It's going to come in as a 3/3 Kavu, but we're going to make it a 4/4 and potentially 5/5. I'm going to use the Manamorphose to do the Spyro. I mean, we're just dead, right? They're just going to have it. General. It's fine. We lose this matchup pretty hard. We've played this matchup before. They're also having a rough league. They're 1-3 right now. Oh, they're playing tutor. Fascinating. Oracle. Put a card on top. That's scary. We're not gonna win this, I don't think. You're like, Bruce Spy, don't give up. It's pretty hard for us to win from this spot. Playing out the plains grows the Kavu, so we'll do that instead. Morphos for red. Oop, or Moto picked for me, like it does sometimes. I'm so frustrated by that sometimes. We discard the Spyro, right? Like, we got gypped. Spyro would have set us up so well for this Winota. Yeah, gosh, and they might not even be killing us for 2 whole turns because of the Profane Tutor. I think we very easily could have won this, and we got gypped. It floated the wrong colors. I was clicking red, and it gave me green for some reason. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I have to get that figured out. It's very frustrating when it does that. Alright, so we still have to use the Morphos. I would like... Pay 1. I would like... red. Thank you. I'm sure that would frustrate you too, wouldn't it, chat? If that happened. It's happened to me more than once. I don't even know if I should bother attacking with General because it just gets killed by the Thassa. It frustrated me. It did. Maybe I should go get another General. If I get Winota, though, I get to smack him for more damage. Giving up the General, I think, is fine, actually. Let's discard an Ignoble. So we're going to lose next turn because they get the tutor and go off. Cool. They're at 6. I mean, just imagine, like, if we had Spyro'd into the 2 tokens, they might very well be dead right now. I'm going to look a few cards deeper because we would have had, instead of just 1 Winota trigger, we would have had 3 Winota triggers. I'm going to look, if it lets me, I'll look 12 cards deep and we'll see if we got totally gypped. Not just a little bit gypped, but entirely gypped. Also get to see the new spice they're playing, depending on what spell they play here. In response, show you my deck. Show me your deck. Just watch. Like, it's very possible it would have been like the double striker. Show us your deck. See what you're on lately. We've played against this player before. So I'm aware of some of what their list looks like. So they're just playing tutors. That's the only change they've made, looks like. Okay. Alright, let's draw 12 cards. So we would have seen off the second trigger Blade Historian. Of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, of course. So that even that would have probably killed in 3, 4, 5, 6. And you're like, Bruce Spy, why are you doing this to yourself and an extra General? We would have given the General indestructible. Why am I doing that to myself? Because it's important to see that we actually did win. Moto just gypped us twice this league, actually. We had it wouldn't let us get back into a game. And then what else happened? Just now it selected the colors for me off of the Metamorphos. But I digress. We'll play on. We'll play on. But it is a little frustrating. Why do I cause myself pain? It's important. Pride Mage actually can stay. The Burnings can go. They're kind of fillery. So is the Metamorphos. Moon stays. We don't need the life gain off of Grace. I'll keep these 2, I suppose. Let's still play Metamorphos, though. I think cutting Metamorphos is a bad idea. Let's run it back. No, I think it's important that we see what there was no shuffling happening there. we totally can just see what we were going to draw. This is a turn to Gaddick or a turn to they don't deal all that well with prelate. Maybe I just hope to draw more lands and go turn 2 prelate. The problem is this hand doesn't cast the Kabus. This hand doesn't, like, this hand is basically just a like evolution for Magus of the Moon or prelate. You'd risk it, but you're crazy. I'm gonna give it a try. We get 1 draw before I have to make the decision. Could also just get Spyro. Lotus Bloom. Oh, that makes me less excited about this plan already. Oh, you know what? This doesn't even get us enough mana to do the Eldritch. I shouldn't have kept this. Hit you for 1. Yeah, we're just dead. But this matchup's very tough for us. I feel like if we want to make this matchup better, we need more than just like a random Teague and a random prelate. I shouldn't keep this. It wasn't even enough mana to do the thing that I thought I was planning to do. Oh, now they got a tutor going. Ugh. It's okay. We have some other things we need to fix about the list. Like, this league in my mind was already just like, the second that we decided we probably have to go for comp, Canonist would also do it. I can't cast a Canonist with my hand here, Raven. 2 things. The Miracles matchup. Well, no, we fought hard there. I think some voices would have made that a thing. Which we did used to play a playset until we started testing the Cobs. So we have to hit a land here, or I'll just go ahead and scoop it up. Games. Yeah, I don't keep 1-landers with this deck, especially since we switched into the Metamorphosis. That's embarrassing, but sad. Or not embarrassing. Excuse me, I'm not embarrassed by it. I'm fine with it. We kept a greedy hand, but I'm a little sad. I'm allowed to be a little sad. We'll play this out, though. So changes happening to the deck. We're, I don't know. Like, since playing General, I almost just want to build a deck around this card. Somebody was telling me on the Discord earlier today that there's like a, there's like a 4-color build with this card. I do think this card's really bonkers. Like, yes, it dies to Abrupt Decay. Yes, it dies to... What did we lose it to today? It died to a Renin 6 at one point. Okay, what did it die to today? It died to a Renin 6. It died to a Colligan's Command. It died to a... Dreadbore? I think it got Dreadbored at one point, and it's also died to... Either I think I got Abrupt Decayed. Doesn't die to Lava Dart. Hexproof from Monocolored. Doesn't die to Dart Bolt. Let's see. Dart Bolt, Push, Dismember. Dart Bolt, Push, Dismember, Path. Yeah. There's quite a bit. Yeah, I got K commanded. So, Brian Gallen has Hexproof for Multicolored. I mean, from Monocolored, excuse me. Sorry, not Multicolored, Monocolored. We're very glad that it's Monocolored, not Multicolored. This card would be a lot worse. Yeah, I almost want to, like, just brew around this card since we've been trying it out. I think it's not General. I think it's Winota. And then it's like, okay, well, Bruce Spive, this is what you want to do, and you're saying that, like, Boros Taxes is where it's at. The problem is it's mostly monocolored cards. I mean, it's interesting to see what some of the other folks have been doing. I mean, it's cool that somebody's copycatting us now. See how the price is even the same. It's the same down to every single card, but they borrowed from me, and they took it to the same place in the prelim, which makes me wonder, like, were we really close with a Fauna Shaman build? This is also a Ranger Captain of Eos build. I think the colors in this version were really stretched and horrible. Two Venge. We had Squirrel. There are lots of things about this build that I miss and I liked. One random Veil of Summer. Yeah, that's very Bruce by. You can't read? Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. I will read the cards to you then. I will read them to you. Like, I'm high on this, but I feel like we had like a couple of low leagues, right, where it was like, well, he just got Terminused, or, well, he just got K-Commanded. But how often are those things going to happen to us? I guess K-Command's still pretty popular. All right, hey. Good luck and have fun. We're going to mulligan this. I just don't want to keep one-landers. I'm going to mulligan this too. Maybe we should add the 21st because the Zagoth isn't really pulling the same weight as the land that was previously there. I just need to play maybe the 4th Foothills. I'm making a change on the fly here. Let's do that, because I don't really feel like this is a 20th land anymore. Also, we cut some other... We used to have sprawls, right? No, I think we're just having mana issues, actually, this league. I think I didn't compensate. Mana bases, I'm with you, Brave Mustache, but mana bases are a weakness of mine. I want to rule that out first. What you said is potentially very true, but when it's my weakness as a brewer is mana bases. It just is. And I have no problem telling you guys that. I know that some of you folks in my channel, you know, like have spreadsheets you've linked and helped me. Some of you even just help pitch in and help me, you know, that way. But I think let's still just run 3 burnings. I want to continue to test the Cobbs with the Triome. I think that's cool. Let's keep here and bin what it is worse than Windswept. Cool. I'm not unconvinced. It's just that I didn't reappropriate the mana base. Like, sure, we've got these Morphoses, right? We've got our Metamorphose. We have our Metamorphose. But, and we swapped out the 4th Foothills for a Zagoth, but I think I didn't recount for, like, how much is Metamorphose thinning us? Could we really cut the Gilded Geese? That sort of thing. Could we really swap the Utopia Sprawls out, actually? Lots of little things like that. I'm not sure. But it seems like it's hard to just produce enough value. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm with you. Like, it takes time, right? Like, it's a turn 3 engine. We try to turn to it. I'm not going to turn to it here. Or I actually don't have it in my hand. But, no, I'm with you, Brave. But I'm still not convinced that's the case. Human. Now, am I just going to keep burning tickets until I find out? Maybe. Land off the top. Any land off the top except for the Triome gives us these Spyros. Opponent is playing Emery's. Opponent is playing Urza's. This might just be 3-color Wurza. Playing Sagas now. That's terrifying. This card's bonkers. Land, please? Land, please? It's okay. Yeah, I think there have been too many games tonight where we haven't reappropriated the mana. I mean, it might still be happy as a 22 land deck. Would I be even willing to shave a Kavu or shave a Rokiric? I probably would still shave a Burning Tree because they're just filler. And play one more land. Let's see, Zagoth can't be gotten by Arid Mesa, which is awkward because this really wants Mesa. This deck also just wants maybe the Firelit Thicket again. There have been a few spots where I couldn't cast Spyro, and playing Firelit would do that for us. We could filter the everything but the basic planes. This would filter well with. This would filter the Temple Garden into Spyro. This would filter the forest and the Yavi into Spyro. Wouldn't help me with the couple of white cards in the double white cards in our sideboard, but I think that's fine. We're not really fixing into those cards heavily because we chose Ignoble. So we'll make some mana adjustments. We weren't running enough lands. I didn't reappropriate the mana since cutting the Utopia Sprawls. I think the Mana Morpho Sprawl build definitely was able to, like, one iteration before this was a playset of Utopia Sprawls, and I do think that with the Sprawls and the Manamorphosis, I do think that 20 lands was actually fine. We were playing a playset of these. I think I just didn't take the time to readjust the mana base. It's fine. It just stinks. I don't think we necessarily lost because of much more than the mana base being in disarray. Play the red-green pathway. We could also play Copperline Gorge. I think I want the Firelit Thicket though. I think like when we don't have like a Cavern of Souls draw, I want to make sure that this very green heavy mana base can filter into the Spyros. This also would let me filter, like let's say I just had Cavern, Firelit, Foundry. That would let me filter us into the Evolution. So I think being able to filter into Spyro and Evolution is more important than, or even the Blade Historian, right? Or maybe the red side of Haktos. I think that's more important than just these few white cards in the sideboard. Like that's been something else on my mind, chat. If you're wondering why we moved away from Ranger, I've been trying to make the mana base a lot more clean. And I think the Yavi has certainly made the Eldritches a lot more happy, right? And like things like Endurance and, you know, these green cards. But I think the red side of our deck has suffered. So I think Firelit makes a lot of sense to me. But maybe it's wrong because we have 4 caverns. Yeah. Maybe it is wrong. Guys, I just need rainbow lands, right? They just needed to print a Naya-colored Triome, right? Also, if you're sitting there wondering, is Bruce By just going to give the opponent this match because he can't prize anymore? The answer is yes. We're doing this for testing. This is more competitive testing than me just jamming in the 1v1 queue or the practice room. I absolutely do want this testing, and I let my opponent. My opponent is going to play us accordingly, and they know. It's the key, Bruce By, the key. Oh, you're still pulling for Genesis? Gen Chambers? The Gen Chamber was something we were doing with the Brea's Apprentice build, which I still think is actually really sweet, by the way. That's actually where we started, and General Ferris was creating artifacts for us. We started as a Brea's Apprentice build. I do like that this more immediately gets us our non-human faster than General does and sets us up for this. But I feel like this is just almost like I've had matches where I never needed Winota, and I'm sure you're like, wait, what? Yeah, I've had matches just off of the back of General. We didn't get to see some tonight, so maybe that was a pipe dream, or maybe... But I've had some games that just resided on this part of the deck, this just multicolor plus General side of the deck. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Firelit, actually. We dumped these two, right? Keep this Spyro. That was correct, maybe. Yeah, I think there could be like a Brea's Apprentice, maybe even Gen Chamber build. I'm not sure. But I am telling you, like, we've had a few games. Not a ton. Like, yes, Winota is usually the way we win because I'm tutoring for her, too. I'm not usually tutoring for General. But I've had a few games where the General just won. A lot of the times when the General won, my opponents were scooping just to me making 2 golems, and they were like, I'm done. Because there's a lot of removal, like General doesn't die to Galblast. Bolt, Dismember. Well, Galblast is really rare, but Bolt, Dart, Blast, Push, Path, Dismember. What else? Path. I already said Path. I'm sure there's some other cards it doesn't die to that I just can't think of. Do we want to make 2 elements? Elemental? No, I'm going to play the Hierarch. Just thinking out loud, folks. Forgive me. Spyro again. Uncounterable Spyro? I should have attacked first before I did any of this. Also doesn't die to Tribal Flames. Yeah, Flames is coming back. That's true. There's Zoo decks. Oh, cool. We drew this plus this. Sweet. And we have the mana to pay for it. Awesome. Pride Mage is good in this matchup. Makes me kind of sad we're maybe cutting it. I mean, it's decent in this matchup, I should say. They're probably worrying for half their Thopter Sword Wombo, right? They need to draw their Urza. Blink Moth. Galblast. Okay. This is also the first time we drew Pride Mage this whole league. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm being too quick to get rid of the card. Like, maybe that is the last card. Maybe we try 21 lands, and we still play the Pride Mage. I mean, my issue... There are a lot of things I like about the Pride Mage. It's on theme with the Exalted from these Hierarchs. It's low to the ground, triggers this. It's a worthy Eldritch target sometimes. That'd be 4 mana, though, because we want to get it and use it. Triggers Winota. Yeah, it's a non-human. They drew with Spellbomb, if you're wondering. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be so quick to throw out the Pride Mage. This looks like we're blue, blue, blue. Nope, it's just an Urza. We could Pride Mage the Construct. I would need to draw a land, though, to do that, because I want to go general Pride Mage, make a 4/4. Gross. So they're going to cast this Thought Monitor. Pretty sweet. Of course, we'd much rather just draw our build around. Like, I'd rather Winota. But, like, I think the General Ferris does set us up nice. Like, I do think the deck is still... I mean, granted, like, maybe we should still be playing the other tutor we were doing. Okay, cool. So we did draw the land, so we can do all the things I was describing. Awesome. We have a basic plains to fetch out, so perfect. So General. I'm blowing up the Construct, right? Because their blocks are a lot less good. Right? And I can swing first. Well, I don't think we're doing an Exalted swing. Are we? Is that what I should do? Just swing with a Spyro for 4? Or am I swing? I'm swinging the team, right? I'm swinging wide. I think we're swinging wide. I think we're swinging wide. We got our 4/4 golem out of the Kasali. We did its job. So they've got a good block here, and they've got a good block here. They might also block like so. They are at 10. Oh, they're going to go after my Spyros. Perfect. So all of our elementals live. A lot of folks don't actually think about Winota till she shows up. I mean, it's kind of an it's definitely an obscure deck in Modern. No doubt about that. If we don't draw Winota, they did give us a play. We can flashback Spyro. I mean, I'm still on a quest to maybe make Naya work in this format. And are we really Naya anymore with the Kavu Triome? Are we anymore? Somebody was suggesting I play, what's-his-face, Campbell. Because of Ignoble and the Triumph. We could play a Campbell. That was a cool idea, actually. As a Silver Bullet. This actually might be really good in the meta right now with a lot of prowess and burn. And it's kind of a cool idea. It's a hit for Winota. It's a Silver Bullet. We can cast it off of... how much can we... Hang on. Let's do the math. So Zagoth, the Ignobles, and the Metamorphoses, the Caverns. I think actually we could certainly get away with maybe a Singleton Campbell. Yeah, she's sneaky. People wouldn't think to consider it. I'm terrified. My opponent has 7 cards. Oh, they just play another Urza? That's not so terrifying. How do they not have Thopter Sword yet? They have like half their deck in their hand. They've played out half their deck. They have 34 cards left. Raven says, I suggested Campbell. I think it could be great. Yeah, I just don't know what to cut for it. Maybe the second Timely. Yeah, Campbell could be sweet. Maybe this Oaf. Well, no, Oaf's going to be great here. I don't know if I want to be quick to cut. We could cut the Fiery Justice. It's a pet card of mine. We can just cut this. Brian says it doesn't fit the deck. We're purposely not a prison deck. Is that where Campbell is the best? Okay, so we could trigger... Oh, wow, we can do all the things. That's great. Might as well make it uncounterable. Maybe the Linvala, we haven't seen it really being brought in. Well, I also haven't played against Heliod a lot. Did Heliod just, like, disappear overnight? I have no idea. Does anybody know? Hang back, hang back. This Golem just gets blocked here, but they're at 7. I feel like we're just getting so close. Like we're gonna lose quite a bit here, but I think I just want to keep pushing through. Keep on pushing. We got more dudes coming. Nexus is gonna block too, huh? Okay. They are killing my Spyro. This doesn't feel great. I'm only getting the 1 elemental through here. Like, their Nexus looks like it might be dying. Oh no, they're gonna pump their Blink Moth. Oh no, they're not. So even if I don't draw something juicy next turn, I can still Spyro. The Burning Trees have looked actually not bad. They keep our human count at an appropriate level for a Winota deck. Yeah, we're at 18. Like, I'd only be at 16 without these. I know I cut them a lot, but I want to be cutting them for more humans, right? That's the thing, is like, I wish I had more humans that we were bringing in. I have 3. In our sideboard, we have 3. I think the Campbell could be sweet. I'd like to test it. Oh man, Urza Saga. Okay. Yep, draw more cards. Very surprised they don't have Thopter Sword yet. Very sad that we haven't had a Winota or our tutor yet. And that's the thing, it's like I almost wonder if we should just be doing the still playing some number of that tutor. How many legends am I playing? So I'll show you guys a couple different engines for getting the Winota more consistently. We've tried Pyre. In addition to evolutions, we've tried splashing into blue for Neoform. We've tried Pyre of Heroes. I think I had the fancy Pyres, yeah. We've tried as many as 2 Pyres. I think more than that's too many. I've also recently been trying a god that looks at legendaries. It looks 6 deep. Yeah, we've tried Aladamri's Call. What else have we tried? I'll show you guys all the different engines. Like, I do feel like the deck wants more than just the 4 tutors. It's very important that we have the Winota. I thought I had a couple of this card. Quantity 2. This card was kind of cool, but we need to have way more legendaries than I have right now. I only have the 9. It was this card, Kolvori. She has an ability to look at the top 6. She can reveal legendary creatures from them. If I have 3 or more legendary, she's a 6/6. She's also a turn 2 ramp for creature of a chosen type and always legendary. So I could just name, I guess I could name Kavu in this deck, but I'd probably still name human, but maybe not. Because it's green mana, but yeah, I mean, it would pay for the colorless side of Spyro if I name human. So that's another engine. Yes, we've played Eladamri's Calls. We've tried. We've tried Chord. We've tried, we've tried a lot of different tutors in this slot. Just a couple. I just want a couple more tutors, really. Chord of Calling. Because, like, we end up in these board states where it's like, man, like, if we just had it, we'd win. I think Chord is awkward for our deck, though, still. It has little to do with the Gaddock Teague, even. I just don't think this is a very optimized for Chord deck. So I think it's these. But Pyre makes me kind of want to play some weird changelings. All right, Winota off the top, please. My opponent has a billion cards, but we have Cavern. They might Gal Blast her, I suppose. Wow, or I just draw a land. I don't want them to know that I just drew a land. They're at 6. They have 4 blocks. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attacks. They just have to block these. They're only going to take 2 here. Yeah. We're just thinning, so it seems. We're going to lose. It's fine. But yeah, this is a spot where it's like, all I need is like a call, or even Pyre of Heroes would work. I have a 3-drop human. It would stink to give up the captain or the general, but I would to win the game, certainly. So, yeah, I've liked these engines. I like that Kolvori isn't just a tutor, that she's also a body. She's also ramp. She's very flexible. I've liked that as a 2-of before. I'm sad she's not multicolored. There's some other multicolored cards we could be playing, such as Clothies. I do think, like, Burning Tree is double. Yeah, we could be playing Clothies. I should have one. I don't know. I try to find some ways to get our legendary count up if we were to play Kolvori. But Kolvori's she's not as fast as the Call or the Pyres to get us the things, right? And I only have so many legends. I have what, three legends in the side. I've got we've got 3 legends in the side, and we have 9 in the main deck. 11 if we add the Kolvoris, though, right? So we'd have to somehow get our legend count up, I think. But she digs 6 deep. I mean, that's the thing, is like the burnings have been fun to test, but I feel like they're not as good as the Metamorphoses are. Metamorphoses. They're not as impactful as Kavu's have been. Maybe we just cut them and the Pride Mage and just do a legendary package. I was really enjoying the Kolvori package. I only did it for 1 league, but I wonder if I should give it another chance, because it's ramp. If I draw it early, late game it's a 2/4 or even larger. Let's just grab the Zagoth. Oh boy. Okay, so 4 blockers, but they can make a blocker. Nah, we're just on the have to draw tutor, have to draw Winota plan. So we're just hoping they don't piece together their are they not even running Thopter Sword? I wonder if they're not even running Thopter Sword. I'm so perplexed. Maybe they don't run it anymore. Maybe they're just drawing cards and making constructs now. Like, surely they only have 26 cards left. They would have found Thopter Sword by now. Maybe they're just playing a singleton of each. It seems like a sweet engine. The Thought Monitors and Emery drawing cards, doing the things. How am I still alive? They have 25 cards left and I'm not dead. What is your deck doing? Why am I living? There you go. Put a Shadow Spear on it. There you go. All right. Yeah. It looks like they're not doing Thopter Sword. Oh. Maybe this is just better now because of Urza Saga. Urza Sagas and Thought Monitors. Does anybody know? They're playing a Silver Bluff Bridge. So I have to throw a bunch under the construct here. That sucks. You're pretty weak. You'd soak pretty well. So I'm going to take 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sure. All right, Winota off the top. They're gaining 14 here. They're going to go up to 20. Got to deal 20 damage. They have 3 blockers. Oh, they have Gal Blast. Never mind. I need to block a little bit more. We are just playing this for testing purposes, folks. Wow, I don't think they have Whir. Oath is obviously great. Turns off their deck. They also run artifact lands now, which is great. Mark stops Gal Blast, but I'd rather use Skites to do that. Well, maybe I wouldn't because I'm bringing in the Oath and I'm trying to find it. Magus of the Moon, they had a lot of basics, right? Prelate. What are we stopping? Zeros because of Emery? Zeros and ones. They were using their graveyard. Let's cut the Heron's Grace. I don't think we'll need it. I'm moving away from the Burning Trees in the future, right? Why don't we test that right now and see if the Rokiric still works without that card? So I'm not just cutting this because I've been cutting them pretty much every... I think it's not impactful enough. It was cool. It was fun to test. Let's move away from it and let's try this legendary package maybe. So a lot more mana sources now. 21 land. These are mana sources. Yeah. This digs for Winota. But it's also just a creature, right? So that's the thing with like those other tutors is they're not also a threat. They're just a tutor. So I kind of like the idea of trying Kolvori again. Let's main deck the Clothies. Any suggestions? You could get this. This is a snowball. I had a CAD U37 for a while. I actually traded that to my buddy, and he traded me this blue snowball. Maybe I should still moon them. Oh yeah, it turns off their scary land. Duh, I still run the Magus. Turns off their silly land they're building around. The Gaddock actually didn't stop anything. I don't think they're on Whir. Prelate, I could name zeros or ones. Apparition hits Urza. Okay, cool. Decision made. Oh, that's a terrible hand. This hand does things. Sweet. We'll put back the second general. I think those are both under $75, Lord Apollo. So yeah, did we have to lose some leagues today for me to figure out maybe a better shell? Yes. It's okay though. We were running really hot with Winota, but not anymore. Not lately. And that's okay. It's awesome that Hierarch is a red source for us. This card's awesome for us. I'm excited to be playing it finally. This is actually, I think, our first league playing Ignoble. Right? I wasn't playing them last league. We were doing, what were we doing? Gilded Goose. The Gilded Goose actually had a lot to do with us trying out Brea's Apprentice. Not so much because it's better or anything, because it's not. But, yeah, this is awesome. I get to turn to the Magus without having to fetch out a red source. This card's great for us. For lots of reasons. They might still... What is this doing in? Oh, I guess I showed them Spyro. So they might have a Gal Blast for this Magus, but I think we still go for it. I hope I gave you a couple of good ideas, Lord Paul. Do you want me to type them in chat for you? It's the... I'll do that for you. So, Blue Snowball. Or the... Is it the UCAD 37? I just said it a second ago. Shoot. UCAD, something like 3747. Let me look it up. The CAD U37. Found it. There you go. Blue Snowball is easy enough to find. This one is not as easy. This is what the Blue Snowball looks like. That's what I currently have. Blue Snowball is this one. Oh, it's on sale. There you go. Boom. Easy. Easy decision. Absolutely, Lord Apollo. Any way that I can help, that's what I like to do. What are you going to be recording, Lord Apollo? Now I'm curious. I also feel like we haven't played enough leagues yet with Kavu either. So there's a lot of cards we haven't just played enough with to see. Galblast. Galblast. Just do it. You know you want to do it. Just do it. You gonna be streaming? What are you streaming? They kill it. What are you gonna be streaming? Ooh, double Galblast. A little greedy, maybe. Maybe not. So if I play out the Kavu, I don't get the general trigger. Oh, Apex, huh? It's scary that this deck maybe just doesn't need Thopter Sword anymore. It's just, yeah, this is just stronger. But you could stream Moto, Lord Apollo. You could stream Modern. I only say that because there's a lot of MTGA streamers already. Not trying to sway you from it necessarily. Well, I guess I am, actually. Human. And now we have a human that doesn't die to all these gals. They had triple Gal Blast. General. Then we get to go Morphos Kavu looking for the Triome. We'll fetch into the Triome. Pyrite Spellbomb. Does that still shoot General? I think it actually does, right? So he's got protection for monocolored. I don't think that includes colorless, though. I think this actually still shoots him. And indeed it does. Wow, they had triple Gal Blast and then the Spell Bomb for General. Oh, my heart. My heart. Alright, Kavu. Too bad he doesn't come in and exile something from a graveyard, so they're going to get back the Spell Bomb. Man, that was a rough draw for us. I feel like we would have a hard time beating that draw against pretty much any archetype that had Quadra removal. Like, just the icing on the cake was that they had a removal that specifically gets General after playing several removals on everything else I had. Whew. Must feel nice. Must be nice. Why did this go in the bin? What happened? Why did they sacrifice their saga? I'm confused. Oh, the third chapter finished. Is that why? Yes. Yeah, so that card's not completely absurd, right? It's not completely absurd. I'm thinking I'm just going to turn this Kavu into a Spyro because we're out of gas. Like, yes, me removing the Emery is a thing. Yes, me getting Oaf is a thing. But, well, we'll see if that's good enough. This stops them from putting the Shadow Spear on the construct. I probably just die to this 7-7. It's about to be 7-7. They also have this Ink Moth to get in with. Well, they can't tap the bridge here, though. Oaf is great in this matchup. I'm taking 7, though. Let's draw some cards, please. Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic. Trying to think what I'm going to draw into. You're half right. Hiya. They animate this. Yeah, they can't. Okay, we're good. Smooth sailing. Maybe they have a 4th Gal Blast to draw to. I can cast the Blade Historian. I may want to block with Arbor Elf this turn. And then with Blade Historian next turn. To not die to Gal... we're dead to Gal Blast anyway, though. But taking 7 is maybe still ill-advised. Because they have flyers. I probably have to chump that construct for a while. Ooh, I get 2 again. Sweet. Oh, hang on. Let me talk to my opponent. Hold up. My record is sorry. No, we're 0-4, right? Let me see. Yes, we're 0-4, right? 0-3? 0-4? We're just playtesting at this point, right? We can't prize anymore. Let me just double check that. Yeah. All right, so my record is 0-4. By the way, I meant to tell you earlier. I want to just test here rather than the tourney practice. I'll concede. I'm just letting them know, because I think their record was not as bad as mine, right? Let me see. They're 0-1, so they could still prize. Yep. I'm just telling him I don't want to keep you from prizing when I no longer can. All right, cool. That's not me saying, ooh, I felt like there's a non-zero chance that he... Sometimes I have players that even consider scooping to this card, which is silly because it's not that strong. But I was just like, I just wanted to be clear with my opponent that I can't prize anymore, but they still could. So we'll swing like this. Ooh, they have Gust. Gross. Top it. We might see them spellbomb my elf. I think you spellbomb the elf because I was intending to block the construct with that. They go down to 10. Oh, they draw a card instead. Oh, they've got me. They can slap the Shadow Spear on this guy, and I'm just dead. Aether Gust's so good. Gust is quite good against us, unfortunately. Monitor for 1 mana seems good. Yeah, we still end up losing. It's all good. Just wanted to make sure in the off chance that we did manage to win that off of the Collector Oath that, man, 3 blasts, spell bomb, and a gust. That's tough. It is tough. They decide not to equip the Shadow Sphere? That seems weird to me. You decide not to do that. So if we did this attack, but then I have to block with the Oath. But they'd go down to... They probably have to consider blocking some of this, right? They can't double block this dead, whereas they could double block this dead. Maybe this is the better swing and hang back on the Spyro. I think we're losing this, though. Hey, both my opponent and I have the potential to draw live still. Yep, and they're getting to see a lot more cards because of the thought monitors. Construct is going to mash in. I'm going to do a Spyro block. I need another red source if I'm going to flash that back anyway, which will be painful. Ooh, hey, finally we see our build around. Awesome. I'm going to do it this way because there's some green 1-drops we could hit. Gross. Alright, top. Double gust. I mean, I know we were just playing this for testing, but this has felt brutal. Triple blast, double gust, pyrite, spell bomb. They got the early construct off. Oh, man. And now an Urza. Whew. Okay. All right. Well, we got a Winota coming up. It's not enough anymore. We were only getting 1 trigger. Good games. Wonder what was beyond that in Winota. All right. Yo, Sean, how are you enjoying the legacy cards injected into Modern? So far, so good. You're happy to see Enchantress? Yeah, that's been pretty sweet. I have played against it myself. Winota deck being too fair? Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's interesting. It's fun. I think so too, though. I think that's been true for like every stage of this deck, right? We haven't found something like busted yet. I've had some people like accuse the deck of being kind of broken, but I don't agree. I think I'm more in line with what Hobo's saying is like we're like this kind of fair, grindy, silver bullet fetching deck. Like I wish there was like some other free spells besides Morphos, besides even the BTEs that we liked with Ferris, but then again, like if I get Ferris out and this is what we're trying to do, it's almost like I need like a Phyrexian spell or something in addition to this. I'm right there with you. Like I feel very similarly about the deck. So I have played many other decks over this, you know, what, 7, 8 years we've been streaming together. So I mean I can identify. I mean, ever since we added the General Rourke, I feel like the deck has been headed in a different direction, and I'm not sure if it's a good direction. I wonder if the Brea's Apprentice artifact build was better. I don't know. Or the Kavus we wanted to mess around with too. Like I don't know if that was the better direction, a good direction at all. I mean, it's something I can cast off Emissary. It's low-hanging fruit because we just had to sneak in like a Triome that's the other types. It seemed like it'd be fun. Or a fun addition, a fine addition. I don't know if I still want this if we're not doing Burning Tree. Yeah, it does feel a little bit maybe too fair, right? I wonder if we'd even have to like bring the curve down and almost, what's the word? Like maybe, hey, let me open a new copy. So there are folks, I mean, the goal is still maybe to make a Naya deck work. Is general just even like more, what's the word? Somebody out there is going to hate me for this idea. I have an idea though. What if in a weird in a world where we could do this? What if we lower the curve? And we just have Winota as, let's not play Clothies either. What if we had Winota just as a evolution target, but we play a 2 of because we don't mind seeing her? But what if we made the deck more about General Ferris? Because I actually think this card's pretty bonkers. Maybe pressure the life total with Nicodle type effects. And then Winota as an oops, I win. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's actually what we need to do. Because, like, this does let us, like, power through. And then I feel like if that's what we're doing, we actually just want 2 Blade Historians. Because I think Blade Historian actually really is the prize that the Winota is trying to hit, even. So, like, maybe there's board states where, like... Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe that's the direction. Like, this engine has been really sweet. I feel like I haven't figured it out yet. You know? Yeah, maybe we do keep the Burning Trees. Maybe we lower the curve. Maybe we even just play like fires. What if we just play a couple of fires? I'm wondering if, like, I've seen some people doing the whole Scion of Draco thing. Wonder what abilities we give this. Each creature... Okay, so our white creatures would have vigilance. By the way, the golem artifacts that General Ferris makes are white and red. What is it with red? Red, it's first strike. Our green creatures would get trample. Okay, so yeah, we're missing out on hexproof and we're missing out on lifelink, but we are going to have vigilance, first strike, and trample. Maybe we should be doing stuff like this even. Well, I kind of like it more in the old border, but anyway, maybe we should be doing that. Maybe we should even be considering like Tribal Flames, and now it's like we're just kind of going more into like a zoo feel. I wonder. The Tribal Flames have the added benefit of, oh wow, we finally have some main board removal besides like a Silver Bullet Skyclave, right? Just a thought. Just sharing my thoughts, you know. I mean, are you suggesting even just like having them just strictly as evolution targets? The Blade Historian and the Winota? Do we still have enough multicolored stuff for this? For general? Yeah, the Scions seem sweet. This spell costs 2 less for each basic type. So, again, the same with the Territorial Kavus. We'd have to fetch out the Triome before these would be feasible, right? But if we had all 5 types, how much is this thing? 2 mana? So this card's trying to be here, right? But I feel like this is going to be... The problem is with our mana base, I feel like it's going to be 6 too often, right? I wonder if I'd have to do some research and see the other, like, what other zoo players are doing. How many, would I have to double up on the Zagoth? To just make sure, like, if the first one gets toasted, or do you just get away with just playing one? I don't know. I feel like if it was more than just Kavu, if we had also like Flames and Scions, I feel like I'd want more than one Triome. Just a thought. I do think that Zagoth is the one that complements like the fetches I've chosen, which are all green fetch. The fact that we're Naya. Just a thought. But like, what's the human count now for the Winota, right, if we cut all this? I am interested to lower the curve, though. I'm interested. Maybe we just play one Scion of Draco. Because, like, the second doesn't really do anything. It's just a 4/4. Am I wanting to keep turn 1 deck, turn 2 Ferris? Yeah, I think if we're going to do that too, I think we also need to consider playing Utopia Sprawl again, maybe. I mean, I'm down for that, but I feel like a general Ferris deck is what was I listening to? Somebody was saying that there's like a 4-color version of this card floating around that's playing. Like again, like am I trying to design a Winota deck anymore, or am I just trying to build around that card? There's a 4-color build with agents. So what they're trying to do, oh, that's so pretty with the watermark. I can see why people really like that. So what they're doing is they're playing these cards together, and then just things worth cascading into. So instead of playing this, you would just like have this stuff, helixes and such. It's cool. It's a cool concept because like the agent plus the other, you could still like play Spyros maybe, but the yeah, shardless with Ferris, like you're gonna get 2 golems. So yeah, I'm wondering if that's just better, and if so, like I'm willing to pivot us in this direction. Like the general Ferris is interesting enough to me. I've really liked this engine, and the fact that I started winning games without even finding Winota sometimes was really interesting to me. I'm sad that it's taking us outside of like trying to make a Naya deck work. I mean, again, like we could start with Bloodbraid. That's another way to achieve this, maybe still in a Naya shell and not be 4-color. We could still be 3-color. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm really wondering if like a more like Naya Zoo Ferris deck would actually be a happier spot for this. I do wonder if the caverns, like the mana, let's just, I did already open a new copy, right? Yeah, perfect. I wonder if the caverns break down at some point then if we're doing this. The fact that we don't have 1s anymore worries me. I wonder if there's like a split card we could do. Yeah, this is fascinating. I don't know if we need Yavi anymore, potentially. Definitely the Zagoths, because they would let us stay Naya, but complement the Kavs. Are there any like weird, obscure, like multicolored 1-drops? Any decent 1-drops? I mean, like, the whole deck doesn't have to be... I'm fine playing, like, good cards like, you know, Bolts. I feel like this deck would rather be on Bolts than... I mean, but all of a sudden, aren't we just building a Zoo deck? Kind of. Like, I'm still just trying to see if there is a Naya deck that exists. Our sideboard changes drastically, too, because we're no longer pulling off Eldritch anymore. But yeah, this would be an interesting direction to take it. I'd rather explore this first before going 4-color, I think. What about the 2/1 Dryad that exiles instants and sorceries? There are no like spells though, right? Right? Oh yeah, militants. There's no like spells though, right? I should explain that. There are no like removal spells that are multicolored, right? Is there like a way to easily scryfall that? Just like all the different hybrid 1-drops that have ever existed? Yeah, there's Militant. What else is out there? Oh, it might even be better than that card. Oh, think, Bruce Spy, think. It's the Kithkin Spirit. That's a blast from the past. Figure of Destiny. It's a real blast. Mega blast from the past, this card is. None of these have watermarks, do they? Wait, this one did. No. They all look the same, pretty much. Figure of Destiny? Make your make. Make your what? Oh, make your mark. That's a multicolored combat trick that ends us with a token. Very good. Oh man, this is a total meme. Not league ready or anything, but yeah, I wonder. I wonder if, like, the second that I started playing around with General Ferris, I did start to wonder if that was an engine I wanted to just play by itself. Judge's Familiar. Rise the Redeem, Ravenous Squirrel. Ravenous Squirrel? Judge's Familiar is fun. I don't have any sacrifice engines for this thing. Yeah, I like Judges, the idea of Judges. Better than some of these others. It's spicy. Yeah, I don't know about Figures and Militants. We already have, like, Kavu doing the graveyard thing. I think the first Militant's fine, though. I mean, how many Destinies would you even play? It's 5 mana before it's a 4/4. Wow, Cantor's okay. Cantor kind of just gets spent and ramps you. I'm less interested in figure. I mean, we could like fool around with one, but I actually like the familiars and the finds more. Relevant combat trick. That if we use it properly, we end up with a 3/2. How many Scions of Draco could we actually play? And then what abilities are these others getting, right? This would be getting Vigilance and Hexproof. Lifelink if it's black. Nothing I'm playing is black. I wouldn't play more than maybe 2 Scion of Draco, right? Do we play the playset of Tribals? And do we play a second Triome just to make sure? This is fascinating looking. What about like Boros Charm? I'm trying to figure out what other like 4-drops we want. Charm protects Ferris from everything that kills him in the format. Most everything. I mean, I don't think there's any exile effects that are multicolored besides what, Assassin's Trophy? No, Assassin's Trophy is Destroy. It says Watermark. These are interesting. These full art ones are pretty too. I feel like that would be a spicy card to play. It's a slightly weaker Tribal Flames, and it can't hit creatures, but if this is our build around, don't we want to do this? Also, you can hit it off of Bloodbraid and we don't mind. Like, even if I hit Make Your Mark off of Bloodbraid, it's still doing something. Could protect you from a Wrath. Yeah. This card's sweet. It's hard to cast with these Triomes, obviously, but a lot of our cards are hard to cast with Triome. Seems like a fun little greedy pile. And maybe we still would play like Ignoble Hierarch, by the way. I'm not throwing that card out. It is a very good card. Might still play them just because I can't trigger the... Like, not everything in the deck is triggering General, right? Like, Tribal Flames doesn't. This doesn't trigger General. Maybe we don't play these at all. And then maybe we don't play a playset of Make. Maybe we just play a 2 of. The mana base would need to be changed, I think, but... Because, like, what are we naming on Cavern? I've got a Human Soldier. I've got Elf Berserkers. I mean, I want them to resolve. I want this to resolve in the format, and there's a lot of people practicing out their counterspell decks, so I think some number of Caverns, should stay. I need the Kavus. I need the Generals. I need the Bloodbraids. Well, Bloodbraid itself doesn't necessarily need to resolve. I just need to cast it, but this looks sweet. So maybe there's a General Ferris deck. Some sort of domain, General Ferris, that deck. What about Naya Hushblade? Hushblade is, yes, multicolored. That's the Shroud, right? It's a fun one. It's old school. I don't know. Maybe the familiars are just too minimal. Maybe there really aren't any one-drop multicoloreds that are worth. I think the first Make Your Mark is sweet though, spicy. Sweet but spicy. Probably need to play good cards like Lightning Bolt at some point. Like, I mean, like if we already have all these burn spells, I feel like we should just play bolts. This is just more, yeah, a more direct approach. Might be good. Yes, please stop putting bad cards in your deck. Alright, Lightning Helix. I think the Make Your Mark is spicy, though. Well, this is trying to be 2 mana, though, right? At least 6. We'll put it there. At least trying to be as cheap as 6. Well, no, we were trying to find a very specific thing, right? The thing that I was trying to find was very specific. We were looking for multicolored cards that did something off of Bloodbraid, but I think there aren't really many, if any, one-drops that serve that function. And that's fine. So we do need to change up the sideboard to accommodate the changes. I do think that Skites and these enchants are kind of nice lately. I do think that the Selfless Spirit could stay, the Oath could stay, T could stay, Timeless could stay. I do like Prelate. I'd like to continue testing it. Maybe the Apparition might go. Or we double up on some of these cards, basically, is where I'm at in my mind. Veil of Summer is also just a solid card. And then we figure out which of these fun ofs needs to go or which ones need to stay. We also could play, not that I want to make it too much of a meme. Something I did notice with General Ferris was that the Eladamri's Call was very synergistic because it either finds the general or it triggers the general. So I don't hate like using this as extra blood braids, as extra generals. That was something that I was wondering with the Winota deck, even if this was an engine I should re-explore because it also gives General Ferris value. Play Shardless. I don't know if I'm ready to play Shardless yet, but maybe I should. So, yeah, there are folks that are just doing that. They're playing, they're splashing blue pretty much just to play Shardless, right? Their deck looks like this, kind of. Minus some of these. Well, actually, I haven't looked at their deck yet. I haven't looked at the deck, I should say. I almost wonder if the deck prefers Helixes because it triggers Ferris. No joke. I wonder if the deck prefers Flames and Helixes. Simply because of Ferris. Because that was something I was running into with the Winota deck, was I wasn't having quite enough General Ferris synergy. I feel like this definitely would. Like, sure, I might Shardless into a Ignoble. I might Shardless into a Tribal's Flames, but like a lot of the time we're blood braiding. Like, it looks like Waterfalls to me, like a very greedy Waterfalls. Alright, dumb idea, but if you get a Wastes in play, does that mean you can make Scion free? I don't know. Certainly not here. We could try it. Shardless is a human, so when I name human on these, I mean, we would need to play like a, I would need to add, well, we probably wouldn't need Yavi anymore because I don't have green requirements, except for maybe like in the sideboard. What about Venerable Warslinger? No wastes do affect Draco. That's fun. We need to play like a breeding pool, right? Or I'd have to run. I'd have to figure out what it is. I don't know what it is. We also don't need second forest anymore necessarily. We could even play the first mountain. Oh, they don't. We could play the first mountain. I don't know if I need it. No, you play shocks, right? You play a lot of shocks in this list. Because you're just trying to do the thing. Yeah, like what blue sources do we play? Shardless is blue-green. Do I want Breeding Pool? Do I play... I guess Breeding Pool's nice because we have turn 1 Ignoble we're considering. So we play Breeding Pool. And then I think we play... What else is our deck primarily? So you play a Pool. You play a... What else are we primarily... Oh, we don't need second Stomping because I'm not playing Arbor Elf anymore. That's true. Raven says we have 2 Triomes. Yeah, but like the Triomes might not play the agent when we need to. Is 2 Triome wrong even? Hold up, I didn't think about that. No, we do want, because like somebody might quarter or field it. More likely we'll get fielded. We probably want the second, right? I think the first Breeding Pool is probably smart. Like, yes, we have Cavern as well, but like, Ignoble's not going to give me blue for this. Could we play some, would we play? No, well, maybe. I'm wondering if this deck would also play Horizon Lands, and if so, which ones would it be? Would we try out, Canopy and Sunbaked? We could also just play 2 regular nobles. Well, I don't know if 20 lands plus 6 Hierarch is correct. I do own nobles, but I don't know if... That's true, we don't need them to be... I mean, maybe we just play all of them, but I don't know. That's going to what? That's going to reduce our it's going to reduce our power level with the Shardless and the Blood Braids. Like everything I do here reduces their strength. I mean, we could do other weird ways to ramp that don't interfere with these guys. I mean, there's that suspend spell. There's but it almost gives all of our colors, though. What, Noble does? No, this still might be a good baseline for this because we're a 4-color deck. Yeah, I mean, and the Exalted will be relevant because we're trying to swing. Like, we, the problem, I guess the problem with this much Exalted is we're kind of trying to go wide, though, right? Like, look, like Emissary lets us go wide. Ferris also is trying to have us go wide. Like, we go big in a couple places like Kavu, but Kavu doesn't have trample unless Scion gives green trample, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I think for 20 lands we would want 8 dorks, right? So I got to cut somewhere. Well, how colorful are we if we still play these? Pretty colorful. 26. Yeah, there's a fun Domain Zoo deck built around Ferris, maybe. I'd have to buy a lot of cards, or rent a lot of cards, but there's something here, maybe. I can't play it tonight because I'd have to give back all the others. It might not take me that long to get in and out of decks, though. This does look spicy. I almost wonder if I'd still like the spicy Boros charm. Or maybe I even load up and then we just have, like, let our sideboard give us that life gain. Because the Boros Charms really do protect us from pretty much anything that could possibly kill General off the top for our opponents. I don't know. Just a thought. We have a lot of red requirements, so... Well, these are green hybrid, though, but we have quite a bit of red requirement to the deck. So I don't think that Noble's as good as Ignoble for us, so maybe we cut a Noble and play one more land. Maybe just another green fetch. I have some other green fetches we could play. I have a pretty Catacombs that was donated to us at some point. There we go. Maybe we start there. It just needs to be a green fetch, right, at this point. Hits everything but the Sacred. It's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of value here. And again, I'm sure you're like, but Bruce Spy, shouldn't you be playing the suspend? We could. We would play just this one, not Gaia's. The other one that came out before, the one that makes Kritas, if I can find it. Footfalls. Like, you could be doing that. You could be. Incidentally hit this, maybe try to win the game, but it's like, the card is very slow if we don't do the thing. That would like take up my Boros Charm slots. That would take up some other stuff. I don't know. Like, it would give us the whoops we win, but like, when I'm just suspending them, they feel really bad. So, I don't know. Do we want the whoops we win to happen occasionally? I mean, like, I think that was, who was it? Who was giving me, not me, sorry, the deck. I do see the difference. The, yeah, Hobo. Yeah, Helpful was saying this seems too fair. Botlike says, no, we don't want the whoops we win. You don't think it's worth? I feel similarly. I feel like we're already doing some powerful things. I don't know if we need the foot. Like, we've got this like engine we're building around that's hex-proof from most of the format, right? And I do mean most, not all, but a large chunk of the format, our engine is hex-proof from. So yeah, I'm not convinced that we need an oops we win anyway. Will we be disappointed when we cascade into ignobles and nobles? Yeah. Will it happen often? Probably more often than I'd like. Maybe we shouldn't be playing Veils, by the way, if we have the cascade stuff. I just realized. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we need something else there, like a wear tear or something. Or no, we wouldn't play wear tear. We'd play, what is it, natural? Not naturalize. There's a hybridized naturalize that would trigger the general. Although, wouldn't we just play? Wouldn't this deck be the deck for Kasali? Pride Mages? I feel like this is the deck for Pride Mage, actually. Yeah. Maybe we just play Pride Mages. Play Sundering Growth. I don't know, I kind of just want Pride Mages, don't I? Sundering Growth because it'll make an extra 4/4. It's true. Might still want Pride Mage instead, though. I might be wrong about that, though, Raven. Making the extra 4/4 sweet. That is sweet synergy. Does the, will the token already be in play to populate? Yes, right? There will already be a token for this because we've already cascaded in. Well, this even itself, right? No, we cascaded off of a multicolored spell. Yeah. Maybe that is sweet tech. Populate. Who was I talking to that even told me about this? I can't remember. But this seems sweet. This seems a lot less fair than what we were doing before. Yeah, I did wonder if I wanted to just brew around this card because I saw yeah, there were several games where I never needed Winota. I was just doing the General Ferris thing. And these are just strong things to be doing in a counterspell legal format. It seems like we're kind of doing some powerful things. Raven says the token comes from cast, then you populate after resolution. Yeah, it seems like we're doing powerful things. Is it finally time for us to retire the Winota shenanigans? I mean, we got there with the prelim. I feel like we did it, right? Is it finally time to retire it? Very possibly. We did the things, guys. We did do the things. I may not be able to rent. Well, that's not necessarily true. The Spyros are really expensive, so if we move away from Spyro, I may be able to rent this deck instead. Let's find out. Lots of little things still to figure out about the deck, of course. Loading. Oh, Sign of Draco is a little pricey. You can get some. Maybe. What I'm doing right now is I'm going through and cutting all the stuff I already have copies of, if you're wondering, off screen. All right. That's what I need from here. These three. Alright, we have the Morphos. We have a lot of the deck already. Need the Tribals. Boroses. Need a Breeding Pool. Have the rest of the mana base except for the Triome. Awesome possum. Add to cart. Sweet. Go to checkout. We do have enough. This deck's actually cheaper than the last deck we were just playing. Look at us doing 4-color nonsense, right? We're a Naya deck splashing blue for some extra power. We have 10 domain cards in this list. Yeah, I think we're doing powerful things. And the domain, I mean, this Scion is going to paint our creatures with a lot of relevant powers, hopefully, right? Like, the agents are going to be... They don't really care about being hexproof. They, sorry, they don't care about being trampling. They care about the hexproof, right? The Bloodbraids will gain trample. And the first strike is the most important thing on the Bloodbraid. Same with the territorial Kabus are the ones that play, and like they design these for one another, I'm sure, in the set. So like Kavu gaining first strike and trample is nutso, right? These will gain first strike, which is relevant for them. These guys all gain trample, which is irrelevant. That's okay. General Ferris will learn first strike and trample. The first strike being very relevant for this card potentially. And Draco, what's cool about the tokens he makes, they do have color. They are red, white, golem, artifact, creature tokens. So they will be vigilant and first striking. So this card is pretty bonkers for what this deck is trying to do. So are we doing something unfair enough, though? I don't know. But I do like that this is lower to the ground. I do like that this this deck is pretending to have removal. I say pretending because we're gonna aim these upstairs. So do you guys like this direction? Anyone? Bueller? Do we like this direction? Just leave Winota behind and we're moving on to greener pastures, trying to do some unfair stuff. But we're not, right? Like we're not even playing the busted Cascade stuff. Are we just saying that Ferris is kind of a broken card? Not broken. It's just it's hard for the format to remove. Is that the stance we're making? I guess that's the statement we're making if this is the deck we're playing, right? We're literally, this is our build around card essentially, right? Anyone? Bueller? All right. Well, I don't have because we blew a lot of tickets on Winota the last few. You like the way this is looking? Let's play some opponents then. Let's make him sad. No, we want them to be glad, guys. We want them to be glad. Bolsha says I have no idea. What's up, Bolsha? Well, no ramp with this hand. Oh, sorry, I'm eating with my mouth full. Oh. Obosh. This deck is usually mono red. Let's keep it. I'm terrified that they are on the play, though. Might be too fair. Go mid-range, play only good cards. Only the best. Only the best cards. Yeah, maybe you're right. Well, we're going to get to name humans, so sweet. We'll have our blue source. Awesome. Do you mind putting that together for me, Martinez? That sounds sweet. Like Ren and 6 and Oms. That sounds good. I'm into that. Obosh, and yet they're green. Oh, they're just playing Ponza. Oh, they didn't give me anything to Flames. Okay. That was them considering lightning bolting my face. Because they're playing Obosh. Oh gosh, Obosh. Or stomping. Maybe they were considering stomping. They shouldn't have a way to remove this card. So we should just run away with it. Blood Moon? Nope, that pretty well wrecks me. We didn't have any fetches this game, so I couldn't have fetched different. Thankfully, this is the practice room. Sweet. Yay, Blood Moon. All hail the Blood Moon. Yay, Blood Moon. Yay, Blood Moon. Cut some of this. All hail the Blood Moon. Prelate you can name one, although they do have stomps. Their removal's going to be red base. Let's play that. Let's play these. That's about it. Prelate, again, we could name one. Selfless Spirit makes us die less to anger the gods. That seems smart. Sweet. Let's run it back. Yeah, I'm with you, Martinez. I wonder what that list would look like too. I would love to see it. Would you put it together for me? just to put it out there. I have no problem using other people's lists. I mean, I'd rather brew it from scratch or brew it with you guys in the chat. But if you put something together, Martinez, let me know. This is the best place to submit. Wow, I was trying to put those two words together. The best place to submit sweet lists. We work together. Excuse me. We work together on our lists here, as you can see. Mortal Kill Zone is working on some sort of rogues list with Shardless. So yeah, if you have a list, you want to share it, this is a good place. Let's run this. It's got access to a basic. That's good. Keep. It's got a sideboard card. Oh, I'm sure we're terrible against Ponza, right? We're the 5-color greedy. 4-color, technically 5-color greed. Excuse me. Can I get the mark on the table before we do our thing, though? That's the real question. I think we could. Get a white source here. Die hard to this Blood Moon. Sprawl for red. You're going to make it eventually black-red dragon scred. Oh, yeah? This is where we just totally get got by Blood Moon again, right? Oh, excuse me. I don't mind in the slightest, especially since it's the practice room. This is what happens when you play 5-color greed. People just Blood Moon you. We were giving people the Blood Moon earlier today. Good games. Back to the play lobby. Play somebody else. Sometimes things beat you. You move on. I mean, we were doing what we could. It's not like we just rolled over. We brought in the cards that could possibly stop Blood Moon. Alright. This is a mulligan, right? Could keep this. It's bad, though. Doesn't play these spells. Put this back. The old double Cavern of Souls hand. Oh, look. They're taxes. Another deck that actually affects our mana. What's going on today? Alright, let's name Kavu. And we'll name Human. Guys, I'm playing Kavu Tribal. Alright, so playing red-white taxes. My Kavu's going to be a 0/0. I can't actually cast it, can I? That's funny. I just put 2 and 2 together. Awesome. We're base red-green, right? So we still want to lead stomping. It'll be a 2/2. 2/2 Kavu. Green source for Shardless. This is a blue source for Shardless. Feels good. Seems good. Yeah, these have a real price. We may not be able to... We haven't readjusted our mana from the Winota deck yet, so we not just may not be able to, I don't think we can play this many Caverns. I think we maybe can only play like a 1 or 2 of even, maybe. Mayhaps. Didn't do anything. They grabbed a Batiskull. Batiskull. Yeah, we still may not be doing enough, right? Because like Winota, the Winota build could go over the top. I feel like this is fun and all. I still feel like we're not. And again, like maybe just the direction of like, yeah, that card's sweet. Actually, hang on, cancel. If I double strike the Kavu, I can get the loot off. They won't put the Batiskull in front of it, would they? I guess they still would, right? Now we're in trouble. This Batiskull is going to come down and probably beat us. Because we're kind of like a glorified zoo deck, right? No, I'm glad we're testing this out. I mean, like, this is another idea that probably needs to go back to the woodshed. I mean, not woodshed. The woodshed means it's dying. Needs to go back to the drawing board. There we go. Drawing board is a good thing. Woodshed means we're killing the deck. Means it's being, yeah, ended. Yeah, we're being way too fair. I do think the Cascade decks maybe need to be cheating spells, like doing cheaty face spells, like the make dudes. To make the 2/4/4s. Oh man. Yeah. Our hand's not going to beat that. I think we're actually back to the drawing board. Sorry. I think this idea needs some work. Alright. So we tried it. I'm not all that into it. I do think this is a really cool engine, though. Hang on. I think that we would need to somehow incorporate some of the cheaty face, not cheaty face, but like be cascading into some powerful stuff. Let's start over one more time. Another shell that I like. I mean, like one of the first modern decks I ever bought into was Jeskai Control. I'm not saying it has to be Jeskai. It could be Mardu. I mean, like Mardu might be the perfect shell for this card too. Kaya's Guile. So hang on, let's look into it. So there's maybe a Mardu shell here, like Giles and Kaya herself. The 3-drop Kaya. These. So maybe there's a Mardu shell. Mardu also gives us Vindicate. That's true. Because that's the problem with like Jeskai Control. The problem with Jeskai Control is that, like, yes, like, there's Prismari Command. But again, this runs into the same issue as, okay, well, if you run too much rainbow stuff, well, no, we just run Hand Disruption. Like, the Mardu build would run Hand Disruption as what's monocolored. And maybe you consider some number of bolts and pushes too. These would be in the sideboard. Hang on, let me cut the green. Could still play Sundering Growth. This has cool synergy. That was a cool suggestion. At least cutting the green. Mardu would get to play Campbell. Yeah, I do think this is a cool engine. So hang on, let's not give up completely. Probably just one, right? Maybe two. Yeah, maybe Mardu would be sweet, actually. And we wouldn't need Cavern necessarily. We could still play like a fun of, but yeah, we could play like a reasonable mana base. Yeah. I do like Mardu. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I do enjoy, you know, these would be in the sideboard. I do enjoy Jeskai. That is another place my mind goes. But I wonder if just like, you know, take their you know, take their card that actually answers the general. If we do a token strat, we could do first day of class. I don't know. I think I just kind of want like a Mardu control. And this guy's just really resilient. I might even play like Sedge Witches. I really liked that card when I saw it. We could play like a Sedge Witch or two. And then we play just Unearth, right? Doesn't take all that many general triggers to win a low resource game. Right, and that's what these are hoping to do, right? So play like some Unearths. Play like a Croxa or two. Croxa's multicolored. Yeah, I'm really liking this direction maybe. This seems legit. Sedgwich is great. Yeah, we at least play one, right? Vindicate probably can't play that many copies, right? If we're gonna play like more like Mardu, we probably play like I'll play Helix before I play Bolt, but I'll play Fatal Push in the full playset first, right? We play all our pushes. We play this actually looks really sweet. What about Dreadbore? Yeah, we get to play Dreadbore. Move these over. I'm liking the... I don't mind this one. This one's kind of like, what's happening? Timelies could still be here. These... I don't know about these as much. We're almost black enough for Grief, by the way. I don't know if I can afford Grief unless... Oh, I can give back all the other decks we've been working on. So then it's like, wait, is this the Ephemerate? No, there's not enough synergy. Never mind. Well, maybe we still play Grief. Just posted a Mardu deck I've been working on. Discord kind of does some stuff. We would want to have the Ephemerate thing going on, right? And like then we're kind of not really doing the general Ferris thing anymore. Yeah, I don't know about that. Griefs. I was just observing that we had enough black to maybe make Grief work. But I don't know. Play Zealous Persecution. Yeah, Persecution's kind of sweet. That's a good call. Play some Persecutions. I own a couple. There's people jamming elves, right? That's a thing. Everybody's trying to play Monkey right now. Well, Monkey's pretty insane. Ragavan, if you're wondering what I meant by Monkey. Bloodstained. We want early game black, so we're going to go with black fetches. Marsh Flats. Marsh Flats and Bloodstained Mire first. We'll start there. Ooh, sorry. Give me a basic plains. Give me a basic swamp, obviously, since all my fetches are black. I don't know. I want to keep this low to the ground, right? Maybe we even play something sweet like a Rakdos Charm. There's enough people fiddling around with, like, Kiki Wombo. There's, like, the Goblins deck that goes infinite, and you just spike them with this. There's Saheeli Rai with the other guy. I don't know if I'd play more than two of this, though. I think Timely's just good in the meta. Spellskite would protect General from Renin 6. But we could also just kill a Renin 6, right, if we play more Dreadbores. Maybe Dreadbore's, like, really sweet. Well, Dreadbore is sweet. I mean, there's everything from Teferi to what, you know, like, this card is, like, awesome for what we're trying to do here, maybe. Like, maybe we even want... I know you're probably like, no way. Like, surely you got to play Terminates before you play a playset of Dreadbore. Maybe not. Do we need to be instant speed? I'll play K-Commands. Like, maybe the Terminate's like the extra spice, right? Like, we have an extra Terminate. Yeah, a couple of Kolaghan's commands. Well, we need to add a lot more lands before we have this many cards, but... Yeah, K-Command's sweet. You think it's fine because there's lots of walkers running around? Maybe. Yeah, we do want to make sure we have enough rainbow to the deck, right? I'm not sure if we even bother with Sedgemoor. I feel like General just does what she's doing better. I'd kind of want to keep the deck like pretty streamlined at first. Like, we have Unearths, so we can get this back. This is what we're trying to do. And if this isn't what's on the table yet, we're just killing their things, disrupting them. Maybe Croxa as a backup plan. right? And I know you guys aren't maybe used to that side of me. I mean, I'm happy to play, you know, um, decks like this on occasion. All right, Blood Crypt. Like, I do think that General deserves me maybe, you know, giving it a concerted brewing effort. The card seems great. So maybe 2 Blood Crypt since we're a Croxa deck, and then you start to play like the Godless Shrine, a single, let's see, Sacred Foundry. Oh, I already have one over here. Sweet. I think the hand disruption is another way around some of the permission in the format. So, counter magic in the format. It's awesome that Croxa gives us a token on the front and back side. That's cool. Bunch of pushes, bunch of disruption, bunch of rainbow removal that synergizes with him, bunch of powerful 3-drop rainbow removal. Sweet. So we're at 15 lands. We have 47 cards so far. Do we want to play, like, is this the deck that would even consider playing the lifelink land? Like, that's where I want to be. I want to, like, shove, like, my other threats into maybe even, like, the mana base with the lifelink black-white land. Yeah, like a Shambling Vent. Maybe even 2 of them. Nah, that's really slow. Oh, maybe. At most, I would play 2. I don't know if that's enough basics. What about Rakdos Headliner? Isn't that the really good enabler for Madness? I don't know about this guy. I kind of want to just play more like a controlling match deck. Wow. I want to play a more controlling game plan. I wish I had like a one-sided sweeper. You know? I don't think it exists in Mardu, but I might be wrong. What, Mizium Mortars? No. Let's see. Come on, brain. There's got to be something I can do. Yeah, Fiery Justice is the one-sided sweeper we don't have anymore. There is one. What about from Kaldheim? Oh, yeah. It's like creature type. The only one here long enough to tell you that I hope you have the most amazing and wonderful dreams when you go to bed. Oh, thanks, Jade. Have a nice sleep. Have a good sleep. Oh, yeah, we could just turn on these, and that's how we're doing the cascade thing, right? What is the name of that sweeper? It's very specific. It strikes me as a sideboard card. Crippling Fear? No. Oh. Is it that? Wait. No, I thought there was a 3-mana one. So, yeah, you name human or soldier. Yeah. This is the one you're thinking of? I mean, but it doesn't... This is a sideboard card, then. If that... Yeah, you name... Yeah, I would name soldier. And it doesn't even kill our golems unless they have damage marked on them. That's cool. That's sweet. There's so much of the format this doesn't kill, though. So we might still just want to play Damnations and rebuild with, like, an Unearth. It's too bad. Oh, wait, Hexproof from... Oh, it's Hexproof. I was going to say it's too bad we can't do something weird like Whip Flare. Like, Whip Flare wouldn't affect our... Well, neither does Anger the Gods. Anger doesn't affect our golems. Just something to think about. We're trying to make 4/4s. We could play, like, Burn Sweepers. There is a one... There is one... I mean, there's the one that's based off of... There's the sweeper that is based on Settle the Wreckage. Yeah, there's Settle the Wreckage, but it's white. Yeah, I do like Settle. It's not like neither Settle or something like Fear or the other card I'm thinking of that I just can't find. There's a 3-mana sweeper that you name a creature type and it kills everything from a certain size. Oh, there you go. Scriptures. This card's terrible, right? It's actually not for us, maybe. This would do it. Takes 2 turns though, but this is the one side of Damnation we want. We put a counter on General Ferris, and then we destroy everything. What is Witch's Vengeance? Yeah, Witch's Vengeance was what I was thinking of. Thank you. Ruinous Ultimatum. Yeah, Witch's Vengeance is creatures of the chosen type. So this is sweet. The problem with Witch's Vengeance is it's just very, very specific. They have to be like merfolk. They have to be like elves. I feel like this is the sweeper that the deck wants. It takes an extra turn, but we're slowing the game down with the disruption and removal. Like, slow the game down, play Phyrexian. Okay, we pump up General. Live 1 turn. Everything dies. I mean, we might kill off our own Kroxa, but if we have a Kroxa, we're probably winning anyway. This is sweet. I'd rather just play these. Yeah, they're a turn slow, but I do feel like we're slowing the game down. You guys opposed to this? Let me cut all this. I don't think we're playing any of this, actually. Ooh. This does protect him from Ren and 6. Well, no, so does Spellskite, but Spellskite's easier to interact with. I don't know. Keep my pet cards for a second here. No, I like it. Do you? I wish that the 3rd mode did something more impactful for us. It's basically just another Kaya's Guile effect. I'm sure I'm going to be sitting there in a game against Dredge where I'm like, wow, I never realized that the 3rd mode on this weird card selection of ours was going to be so awesome. Non-artifact is kind of a real downside, though, in a post-Saga world. That's very true, Hobo. We'll have to accommodate. We'll have to have enough artifact hate to accommodate. Couldn't I just play Stony Silences? I could just play Stony Silences. We'll compensate somehow. I'll find a way for us to compensate for that. That's very true. Maybe play some Stony Silence. Need to finish this mana base, folks. What are we playing? Blackcleave Cliffs? So much of our early game is black-red, and then we switch over into white later. Anyone know what our switch... Well, these Shambling Vents I've added are sending us more into the white. So yeah, let's play Blackcleave. No, I appreciate that, Helpful Hobo. I think you're spot on. Our curve ends at 3, kinda. I think we can get away with these. So 2 white source. These are all black-red source. We have black going on turn 1 very clearly. What about Inspiring Vantages? And then how many lands does this deck really want? I don't know if I want that many fast lands. I also would want like some Concealed Courtyard maybe. Or not Concealed Courtyard, Silent Clearing. Maybe like, hang on. Okay, so we have room for a little bit more stuff. Play like 3 fast lands total? Really? Oh yeah, we're already playing double Blood Crypt. I think this looks fine for a baseline. Maybe we even play 2 Cavern, which is a little greedy. Actually, no, it's fine. Max 22 lands would be your thought, since we top out at 4. But we don't have any manipulation. Like, I have nothing that's drawing me cards. I think 23 land is maybe correct. Like, I do have 2 cards that need 4th land. I might not be in agreement with you on this one, Raven. But if we find that we have too many lands, like I can always shave it back one. Is this where we finally get in our Singleton Sedgemoor? We can play Salvaging. I think the first Sedgemoor's fine. It's kind of on theme. Do we want to play 2 Lightning Bolts? Do we want to try to find more 2-mana synergy spells? We could also just be playing Metamorphose, by the way. I feel like the synergy that it has for the general is really important. Maybe that's where we should start. And then maybe we do a 1-1 split on the Scriptures, if we're going to play it at all. Yeah, Morphos seems kind of like an important baseline, and then maybe we cut a Dread? No. Yes? Helix? Maybe cut a Helix? We do lose the spirit tokens to this. Did I play an Asmora deck earlier? I did play against an Asmora deck earlier, BJ. The way it's built right now, you don't actually like Unearth here. I'm going to play 1. But yeah, I see what you're saying, right? Because if these are our only hits, maybe we don't want any. That's fair. Call against command can get them back. That's true. Let's commit to the Scriptures. Let's play 2. Do we want the first Terminate before the 4th Helix, actually? Do we want the first Terminate? How much synergy do we have for the... So these don't... These all do. Yeah, 24 multicolored cards. That's probably as many as we're going to get in here, right? I don't know if I like the random Sedgemoor. I don't think it has, like, it doesn't have the same synergy that General has with Scriptures. I do like that Scriptures also hits graveyards. So I wonder if we just want to play... I don't know if I can support more than 2, though. But I wonder if we just want to play to this. Play a very controlling game, and the win cons really are just General and Kroxa. Do we even want to play, like, the new Rebound Faithless? I don't have, like, Lingering Souls or anything, though. But it might be nice if we had some Dig. I don't know. I wish we had, like, Dig that was in our colors. Or, sorry, that was multicolored. Yeah, like, Salvaging is an interesting thought. With Morphos, though, we may not need it. That's true. Maybe I shouldn't be playing this many lands. Well, we ran into that earlier where even with Morphos, I still should have had more lands in my deck. Well, maybe we just play the 4th Helix for now until we figure out what it is. Or 3rd Vindicate. I mean, Vindicate's Vindicate. Vindicate is Vindicate. Thrilling Discovery would be meh. Play Johnny Vengeant. Trying to figure out what the sideboard will need ahead of time. I really don't know. It's a fun of. I think. I don't think I bother with Selfless in a deck like this. Yeah, I think we'll just use the Call Against Commands to rebuild instead of the Unearth. Let's get this back. Yeah, this actually looks pretty sweet. This looks a lot more focused. I like a lot of what's happening here. Certainly we have enough black to play Grief if we wanted to play Griefs. Griefs. The thing, though, is wouldn't we also want Ephemerate if we're going to play Grief? Maybe we wouldn't. We don't really have enough synergy for Ephemerate. Do you guys like a Miser Grief? Or two? Maybe I don't need this many Fatal Push, by the way. Do you think we could get away with 3 push? Because I have a bunch of Kill Your Thing on turn 2 happening. Just throwing some thoughts out there. Wonder if this would be a deck where we could honestly get away with it. And do we want to go with Skites, or do we want to try to protect General a different way? Probably want to go with Skites, right? Because, yeah, we can just use the hand disruption to maneuver through whatever multicolored answers they have for General. Obviously, we do care about red and 6. Skite seems like the cleanest way. Yeah. I like the Sundering Growth synergy. That's really sweet. Obviously, they're a non-bow for the Stonies, but I don't think we care. There are other, like, sweet Mardu cards that I'm just, like, excuse me, that I am forgetting about. Dalthy. Isn't that the guy that makes the token? Oh, Voidwalkers. Oh yeah, I don't have a lot of graveyard hate yet, right? I have Kaya's. Yeah, Voidwalkers could be sweet. I think we're black enough in our mana base to pull them off too. Yeah, there's Lily, there's Voidwalker. How's Dredge faring with... Let's see, so we'd have another Vindicate. Yeah, this seems like a fine baseline. Let's just get the cards and start jamming and seeing how this evolves. This does seem like definitely up my alley. Let's see, General Ferris Mardudu. Mardudu. I do Mardu. Doo-doo. Ooh, you know what? We could play that card. Although I've had a lot of folks like have a lot of pushback on... I feel like we have plenty of graveyard hate. Let's not run that much charm. Give me a Rampage. Let's play a Rampage. Or 2. Do like this card. I do think this is really sweet that it has this synergy with the Ferris, though. But it's like to double up on the Golem tokens is really cool. We have a lot of graveyard hate already, right? We've got 2 Guiles, maybe some number of Voidwalkers, Kaya's. Hey, what's up, Cylon? How's it going? That's quite a bit of graveyard hate, isn't it? 5, 6, 7. Technically 8, 9, but I wouldn't really count those. I appreciate you, Cylon. We're brewing around General Ferris for a moment. Not sure if I like it yet. It's too bad that Mardu Helix, the one that like you want to discard and then reuse it, is not multicolored itself. This isn't Winota. We were earlier. You like 4 mana Aurelia? What about just playing like yeah, this one. Yeah, that's fun with the token. The tokens are actually red white. That's funny. Hmm. I don't know if we were gonna play the Voidwalkers actually. I think we're actually already pretty good for Graveyard Hate. Yeah, famous last words. I know, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're actually all right. Maybe we just double up on the Rakdos Charm like we were before. I think we've got tons of... Maybe I don't need the Angraths. Just play 2 Charms. Cool Mardu cards. We're missing Blightning, yeah. Well, okay, so what's like another alternative win con for us is my next thought. Like, yeah, the Kaias could do it, but what's something else that's going to like all these multicolored spells? Anybody? I mean, it probably is just we play the, other than Croxa, we just play Witches, right? Play Crackling Doom, that's a spicy one. It is a spicy, spicy card, Cylon. Yeah. Edict with that extra bolt attached to it. It's fun. Yeah, we'll put that in the fun pile, in the maybe pile. The Mabes pile. Maybe just the 4th push should be in the sideboard. Or like Collective Brutalities. Like, what's my plan for burn? I don't really have one. I mean, I have these Helixes and some Disruption, but I don't know. Maybe one more push in the sideboard is smart. Just because we're trying to build around this doesn't mean I don't want to play like solid Mardu cards. We also have Campbell for burn. That's true. Spell Skites. We have a couple Spell Skites. Kaya can gain you life. So maybe we do have enough. But I like the last push. I mean, I would like to have just like a win condition. There's Hazaret. Underrated. Maybe too slow for the format now, though, honestly. But this used to see play. Mardu would consider this card, perhaps. Just a resilient. Well, there's a lot of Dismember, though, in the format. Maybe that's why this went away. Yeah. It's quite a bit of Dismember now. I don't know. Are there, like, Planeswalkers besides Kaya? There's Nahiri. Nahiri doesn't really set us up for anything anymore, though. Oh, excuse me. Which is a human, right? There's something for me to think about since we're playing this. We're going to play Cavern on Human. She's a human too, right? Yeah, human warlock. Sweet. Do we want the first Sedgemoor and we just main deck it? I would like one more win condition in my deck. I mean, you can make an argument that Grief can beat down. You can make an argument that Kaya's Guile can beat down. I mean, like, maybe we're more threat dense than I'm giving us credit for. Let's look at our threats. So even before... Oh, yeah, I didn't want to play Sedgemoor because I was trying to play Scriptures. Yeah, never mind. I understand why I was moving away from it. So we're trying to play this meme. You don't like the 4 dreads? Yeah, maybe... There's a lot of walkers in the format, but yeah, this is maybe overkill. Maybe we want the 4th Helix first. It's kind of... I mean, I almost like I almost like Dreadbore more than Terminate, though. What about Fracture? Oh yeah, Fracture's sweet. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of like really cool cards we're missing out on, right? There's Fracture. There's the black-white spell that... Thank you. Now you're being reasonable. Not you, I mean like my brain. Chat. Help me out here. What is that other card? Monocolored. Permanent. Like, I'd almost rather run that than the Terminate, maybe. Yeah, Vanishing Verse. I think I have one. Sweet. Yeah, there's like Verse. There's a lot of things we could be playing. The new 1-drop enchant that deals 5 to all walkers. Isn't that just a mono red enchant? Yeah, Fracture's sweet. Maybe we just play a Fun of Growth because of its synergy. It is mono red. I'm trying to be a little bit more colorful. I do think the Spell Skites and the Stony Silences are a good decision, though, in the meta. But, like, I want us to stay pretty colorful. Play D-Spark. Wouldn't we rather just have Fracture? Pillar of the Parans. There you go. Oh, for our mana base? Maybe. Oh, excuse me. Maybe that is too many dreads. D-Spark exiles, though? It does. That's true. Yeah, I think we've achieved, like, pretty much enough multi for general. Like, that's 23. I'd like to get it back up to, like, 24, 25. We're trying to have mostly black. Not really. I'm not sure if we're really a grief deck anymore. Let's do the black count. Oh, maybe we are. 24. Alright, interesting take on the general. I like it. Tidehollow Sculler could be an interesting one. Yeah, we could play, like, our last two cards could just be a couple of Scullers. Like, we could play a 1-1 split of Sculler and just jam. Also, Sculler doesn't die to the Scriptures. That's true. That's fun. Going to 9 fetches could be worth it for Crocs. Okay, I do have Arid Mesas. Maybe we don't play 2 Shambling. Maybe we just play the Fun of. It's a slow land. It's like this is our 23rd land. Is this tap land, really? Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe Sculler is sweet. Maybe we sideboard something instead. Maybe we do the 1-1 split on Scriptures. Can't talk. Scriptures. Is Vanishing Verse not a main board card? I think this is fine. Maybe we put the last Helix in the board. I don't know. I kind of like respecting everybody jamming Burn right now. So that is also the benefit of us having brewed this as a Jeskai shell. This is us brewing it as a Mardudu shell. Trying to explore some of the weird stuff that we get in this color combination. Yeah, I like the playset of Manamorphose alongside General. It seems good. We gotta cut something from here, I think. Or, I mean, not cut, but just move it to the board and I'll get the cards and we can start jamming. It is late, though. It is almost 4 a.m. my time. So how about this? Guys, thank you so much for helping me brew this list. We are going to pause button this for next stream. I'll figure out I'll just move this Helix over for now. So I'll screenshot this, give you guys the clip, the snip, so to speak. Gonna send you guys off to another stream. There's a lot of great Magic the Gathering streamers. Amazing to see that there is still some folks jamming. I do like Unearth. We had somebody that talked me out of it. I really like the idea of Unearth. You know who you are. I do think the first Unearth is like a freebie because you cycle it. It cycles. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe that's how we squeeze in the Unearth. I think we do have enough Disrupt, and like Kaya's Guile also gains me life. Maybe we're like running scared. Hey, give me that Unearth back. We were playing 2 originally, but let's just play the oops. play the... Oops. Play the first. What about Hero of Precinct 1? Oh, that's a fun one, right? That's the one that wants us to play multicolored spells. Yeah, I remember this card. A Hero of Precinct 1. Let me look it up, though. It's not coming up. Hero of... There it is. Yeah, this is a fun card. Yeah, when we cast multicolored spells, we make tokens. That's fun. I think one of the big draws to this card is the fact that he's hexproof. I'm not even all that in love with the Scullers. I'd really, really like our creatures to be fairly resilient. Like Grief, I'm getting the effect out of it. I kind of would rather these are just in the sideboard. Like, I like Sculler a lot. I like Sculler a lot more when it doesn't get bolted. I'm going to make that decision for us. And then, let's see. I'm fine with Kroxa perhaps getting pushed. We can escape it again. But Hero gives you value when it dies. Does it? Hero needs to die to... Well, what do you mean Hero gives value when it dies? I don't see... So if I play out a Hero of Precinct 1 and then my opponent bolts it, what value are you talking about? No, it doesn't have Afterlife. You're thinking of that other card. You're thinking of Tithe Taker. Can you mainboard Fracture? No. Can I mainboard this Vindicate? Yes. Sweet. That is a ton of... Oh, no, these are 2 drops. Thank goodness. I was like, that's a ton of 3 drops. Oh, wow. It kind of curves. Sort of. So, actually, not quite. Lots of 2 drops. That's a tap land, so we'll put that on our 1s. That's what I like to do with my tap lands. We have a couple of 0s, right? These Griefs are trying to be 0s. But you can make an argument that the deck curves like this. If we top deck the Griefs, then yeah, they're... This looks sweet. Thank you, guys. Thank you, folks. Definitely hit that follow if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys next stream. Let me go ahead and raid us over to another streamer. There's lots of great Magic the Gathering content happening on Twitch. Thank you so much for stopping by to check out mine, but there's a lot of other fantastical streamers, and I would love to put some of them in front of your face. If you'd let me. It's got to be somebody playing. Yes, we've got Urza Saga happening. Modern Rhinos. Awesome. Awesome. What else is interesting? I see this guy has an Aethergust in his hand. I don't know what his deck is doing. Oh, that's Zan. We know Zan. New Modern Decks. Calibrito, friend of ours. We don't speak the same language, but at least we both speak Magic. Affinity. Selesnya Titania again for Mr. Taddy. This deck's actually pretty cool. I feel like for me it's a tie between those two perhaps. Green-White Enchantress. Cool, cool. Yeah, Zane Syed, he's, what are you affiliated with? I can't remember. Who are you affiliated with? Star City Games, there we go. I knew I recognized that name. Oh yeah, and Mr. Taddy is with the European circuit. That's fun. Whoa, Threads of Disloyalty. Whoa. We're just trying to get there with prowess. I'm less excited. Sorry, Zan. Maybe another time. We have been seeing the... Alright, so what are we doing here? So yeah, so he's trying to set up Titania. I think you guys might enjoy this a little bit more if you enjoy my content, because this is a little bit more off the wall. But yeah, maybe we'll work on... Looks like we're making a shift here, folks, from Winota to maybe working on General Ferris. I'm excited about it. Here's the deck list. He's playing prowess. You have his stream up as well. Yeah, of course, Raven. Thanks for all the suggestions. It was very fun having a lot of interactivity. I'm going to raid you guys over to Mr. Taddy because he is playing some sweet, sweet Titania. I'll see you guys on the next Bruce Spy, the Magic Guy. Have a nice night, folks, or morning, wherever it is you are. See ya. Hit that button. Hit that button. We're going to go say hi to Mr. Tatty. Just click the button, guys. Let's raid. Let's do it. All right, I'll see you guys over there. All right, good night.
Reclaimer and Dryad, because it basically makes it into a 4-drop. And also Spring Bloom Druid, so if you can just get it out consistently on 4, it is a very threatening card. Bruce by the Magic Guy, thanks for the raid. So currently, we're again Jund, second league of the day. We're still playing Titania here. Currently, am I 1-1? 1-1. First league 1-1. And we're currently up 1-0 versus Jund. So swap the paths, purges, cut Titan. No, I want this matchup. I want Titan. Cut explores. Usually Ramen up excavator. How was your stream? Okay, we got the nuts. Of course, this is Jund, so we're not gonna be keeping the nuts. Oh, no Thoughtseize. Yeah, I played a version similar to this, but it was running Amulet and Titan. So it was just Elvish Reclaimer, Dryad, Amulet, Titan. 0. Oh, unless this is... opponent just mistapped for a abrupt decay. I was already